No, no, say it in the beginning. Our keynote speaker is doing that. Okay, ready, ready.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, I request all our guests to please take down your seats. We are about to start, although our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, the Vice Chairman of the Jindal Advisory Services JSP Group, is just on the way. But with Sir's permission, we are starting today's conference. Well, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Poshali. Namaskar and a heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed guests, industry leaders, speakers, delegates, and partners to the Green Steel Conference 2025, focused on technology, market, and applications in flat and coated products. Can we all start with a big round of applause? Today, we gather not just as professionals and experts, but as contributors to a more sustainable future. And it is fitting that we do so on World Environment Day, a day that reminds us that environmental responsibility is just not a goal, but a necessity. As the world turns its attention to sustainability, few materials play a more central role than steel, the backbone of the industry, infrastructure, and innovation. It is, as we often say, at the heart of both infrastructure and impact. Before we move forward, I must pause to share something close to the hearts of all of us here. Yes, Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, the editor of Steel and Metallurgy, and the visionary behind this conference, is sadly not here with us today. He is currently recovering after suffering a stroke just a day ago. Well, his absence is profoundly felt not only because he has long been the face of the event, but because of the care, the energy, the leadership he has poured into this industry over these years. We are all here in part because of the platform he created. Filling in for today, yes, that's a good part, Mr. Ankit Mukherjee, Director, Business Strategy, Steel and Metallurgy, who will be delivering the welcome address shortly before you. Let us all keep Mr. Mukherjee in our thoughts, prayers as he recovers and continues the important work that he has always championed. As we now focus on the theme of the conference, we are reminded of the urgent relevance of green steel. While steel continues to power our homes, bridges, vehicles, energy grids, it also accounts for nearly 8% of the global carbon emissions. And so, the question is not whether we need steel, but what kind of steel we need in the world, striving for sustainability. The answer lies in green steel. Steel that is durable, recyclable, and produced responsibly. Steel that reduces emissions. Steel that contributes to both economic growth and environmental protection. Over the next 2 days, this platform will shine a spotlight on hydrogen based reduction, pre painted corrosion resistant technologies, smart digitalization in steel processing, solar integrated application, and the economic potential of India's flat coated steel market, now valued at over 1 lakh crore, growing rapidly at CAGR of 7 to 9%. Well, with speakers and experts from across India, around the world, this is truly a gathering of ideas, insights, and inspiration for all of us. Well, now before we proceed, I like to share a short change in our evening program. We had originally planned a cocktail and dinner cruise aboard the MV Ganga Lahari. However, in the light of Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee's health and with heartfelt reflection, the organizing committee has decided that this would not be an appropriate time for this celebration. Instead, we'll be hosting the dinner at the hotel in a more reserved and respectful setting, allowed us to spend time together in meaningful conversation while keeping the tone of the evening appropriate. we sincerely apologize for this last minute change and humbly request all of you and thank you for understanding and the continuous support. We believe it is a decision made in the right spirit, and definitely we thank all of you for standing with us. Thank you so much. Well, now it is a time to begin the proceedings, and we invite each of our distinguished panelists to the stage. Also, we will be presenting them with a small token of welcome and warmth from our side. May I request Mr. Ankit Mukherjee to kindly come on the stage and hand over the bouquet to each of the panelists as introduced. Can we have some warm applause for Mr. Ankit Mukherjee? Well, we start with the inaugural session and opening panel discussion, which will be chaired by Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfrisa India Private Limited. I request Rajesh sir to please come on the stage. Can we have some warm applause as we take this moment of felicitating Rajesh sir? Big round of applause, please. Also, our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman of Jindal Advisory Services. He's just on the way. Service coming. Would like to invite Dr. Piyush Kumar, Managing Director, Bharat Coal Gasification and Chemicals Limited, BCGCL, a JV of Coal India Limited, and BHEL. Big round of applause, please, everybody. Okay. Would like to invite Mr. L. Puglendi, sir, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Would like to invite Mr. Damodar Mittal, Whole-Time Director and Executive Director, Andul Jindal Steel and Power Limited, sir. Yeah, we'd like to invite Dr. Dhiren Panda, Executive Vice President, R&D JSW Steel Limited. Welcome, sir. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Would like to invite Mr. T. Kumaresan, Senior Vice President and Head Minerals and Metals, Larsen and Turbo Limited. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Would like to invite Mr. Varun J. Rana, COO, Yojiji DG Limited. Welcome, sir. Can we have some applause, please? Thank you so much for being over here. Would like to invite Mr. Shushim Banerjee, Director, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Welcome, sir. Big round of applause. We are so obliged by your presence. Thank you. Would like to invite Mr. Brajesh Nahar, COO, APL Apollo Tubes. Welcome, sir. We are so glad by your presence. Would like to invite Mr. Abhijit Gupta, President, Business Development of India Fives India. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being over here. Would like to invite Brigadier Arun Ganguly, Secretary General and Director, Indian Institute of Metals. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Can we have some applause? With our panel assembled, we now begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of knowledge, clarity, and new beginnings. But I would also like to invite our gold sponsor, Mr. S.K. Goswami, a CMD Mass Roll Pro, to please join us for the lighting of the lamp, sir. Can we have some applause? Sir, kindly join us for the lighting of the lamp. Mr. S.K. Goswami, CMD Mass Roll Pro. our gold sponsor. Yes, lighting of the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of knowledge, clarity, new beginnings. I request all of you, can we all stand up for the lighting of the lamp? Let us mark the beautiful beginning of the Green Steel Conference 2025 as we begin the very auspicious moments of lighting of the lamp in presence of all our respected dignitaries.
या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you so much. I request all our panelists to please take back your seats. And we are so honored. But again, before we proceed for the first panel discussion, and before we proceed for this wonderful day, I request all of you to please stand up once again for the national anthem of India.
Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mage Dahi Tava Jaya Gatha Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vibhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
Thank you so much, all of you. Kindly take down your seats. Well, now we will hear the welcome address by Mr. Ankit Mukherjee, Director, Business Strategy, Steel and Metallurgy. So,
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, industry colleagues, and all our delegates. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all to this special edition of Green Steel Conference 2025, focused on technology, market, and applications in flat and coated products. This year's conference takes place on a very meaningful day, World Environment Day, a day that reminds us of the critical responsibility that we all carry as individuals, as industries, and as a global community to protect our planet. And I can think of no better theme to unite us today than the pursuit of green steel, a pursuit that blends innovation, industry, and environmental stewardship. I stand before you today on behalf of someone who has passionately nurtured this platform over the years. I'm talking, of course, about my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, editor and steel and metallurgy, and the founding spirit behind this very gathering. It is with a heavy heart that I must share that my father is unable to be here today due to a sudden and serious health emergency. On Sunday night, he suffered a cerebral stroke caused by clotting in the arteries of his brain. He is currently in the hospital under close observation. While the doctors have yet not been able to dissolve the clot, he is on strong medication and the medical team remains very optimistic about his recovery. The stroke has affected his speech function and at present he is facing difficulty in communicating. However, I'm happy to share that just within the first few days of speech therapy, he is now able to communicate using short phrases, and which is usually a very promising sign and a reflection of his determination and resilience. We expect his recovery journey to take some time. However, over the next few weeks and months, we are confident with the support of family, friends, medical experts, all of you, of course, he will return to the field he so very deeply loves. On, thank you so much. Thank you. On behalf of the entire Steel and Metallurgy family, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you, the panelists, delegates, colleagues, our sponsors, and friends who have reached out with your messages of concern, strength, and support over the past few days. Your solidarity has meant a lot to us during this difficult time. It is a reminder of the close-knit community that we have, where industry is not just driven by commerce, but by human connection and compassion. My father built this conference with the belief that steel is more than just a material. It is a foundation of nations, of progress, and increasingly of sustainable futures. This year, the focus on green steel could not be more timely. With India's coated steel market expanding rapidly and global pressures pushing us towards low carbon technologies, the time to act is now. We are looking at a future where zinc-coated solar structures, color-coated roofing, recyclable steel, and hydrogen-based processes are no longer the exception, but the expectation. So today, I welcome you not just to a conference, but to a movement that blends technology with responsibility, growth with sustainability, and industry with integrity. Let us make the most of the next 2 days with open minds, bold ideas, and meaningful conversations. Let us carry forward this dialogue not just in these rooms, but into our boardrooms, factories, research labs, and policies. Thank you once again for being here, for believing in our vision, and for standing with us in every way that matters, especially more so in the most difficult of times. Let this conference be a tribute to resilience, to innovation, and the kind of future we all want to build together. Thank you so much, and I would now like to hand over to Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Calfreeza, to commence the inaugural session and panel discussion.
So, good morning, respected ladies and gentlemen. Again, Ankit told you that Mr. Mukherjee is not well, and I was requested to moderate this session with esteemed guests on dais, and also online, they will be virtually connecting with us. So, okay. So, I take this opportunity to invite Mr. R. Sridhar, CEO. And he will be virtually connecting with us.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, Sridhar sir, good morning.
Good morning.
So we are all here to attend this seminar to be addressed by you and some of the leaders of this industry. As you know, Mr. Mukherjee is not well, but he is looking us all on YouTube. It is lively streamed on YouTube. So now it's up to you, Mr. Sridhar. We want to listen from you.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. I hope Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee, who is a very respected and lovable person, and he has been the pillar for these conferences, he gets well soon. All our prayers are with him and with Ankit and the family. Having said that, let me start with this decarbonization and green steel. This is what we are talking about. I'm not going to talk about flat steel in particular or coated steel, but steel, green steel in general. What is the definition of green steel? 3-star green steel is between 2 to 2.2 kgs per ton. I mean, so-called emissions. Between 1.6 to 2 is the 4-star steel, and anything less than 1.6 is the 5-star steel. So we are all aiming for 5-star steel eventually. Now, but as a thumb rule, to produce 1 million tons of green steel, or 1 million tons of normal steel, regular steel, is about $1 billion. But if you want to go for a green steel, it's $2 billion, almost double the amount. And the cost per ton over and above normal steel is $115 per ton. So if who is going to bear this? The customers are not going to pay for $115 $115 extra per ton, which is what is the estimate as given by European Union and all. But there are strong subsidies in EU. There are subsidies in US, but there aren't any subsidies in India. So we look forward to government support to take this forward to green steel. Basically, there are four pillars in green steel. The maturation of four particular streams. One is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. That's one. Secondly, the cost of hydrogen. The cost of hydrogen right now for green steel, for green hydrogen, is between $5.6 to $6.2 per kg. This has to come down to $1.8 to $2.2 per kg. Then only green hydrogen can be sustainable and affordable. Then the third aspect is the electrolysis of steel. Just as we have aluminum which can be electrolyzed, can we have iron oxides being electrolyzed? Yes, there are some interesting developments which have happened in this domain. Then we have the smelter reduction. So this is the new concept, basically Hisarna process which Tata Steel has got in Ijmuddin, and basically which also comes close to what Corex or Finex which we have in India and elsewhere. So these are the four things unless they mature, and they are expected to mature after 2030. Now, can we advance these maturation to something closer? Then all these four things become viable. Let's come to the main first point, that is the carbon capture and utilization. Now, what are the normal ways of carbon capture? What we have is a amine wash, which is methyl diethylamine. Now, it captures carbon dioxide. It is a chemical absorption of carbon dioxide. So that's one way. The second way is what you call as a physical adsorption, which means on the surface, which is what is a rectisol brings it into play. What is a rectisol? It is basically methanol at minus 50 degrees centigrade and all that. So it adsorbs on the surface. That's one way of carbon dioxide absorption. Then you have pressure swing absorption, which is also a type of carbon dioxide sort of absorption. These are all the various techniques of carbon dioxide absorption. Now, what do you do with the carbon dioxide which is absorbed? What we have is a Clayton closed Brayton thermodynamic cycle, which means whatever carbon dioxide which is absorbed, it is liquefied and then again brought back to vapor state. So this alternate shifting between vapor to liquid and vice versa fuels what is called electricity generation. So whatever carbon dioxide which is sort of absorbed is used for generation of electricity power. So now this particular one has been popularized by a unicorn in Italy, which is called the Iron Dome. So this Iron Dome, which is basically a unicorn startup in Italy, has popularized this. And also NTPC, which is coming up in hydrogen hubs in Visakhapatnam and all these places, is also popularizing this cycle, that is to say, liquid to gas and vice versa. So these are some of the ways in which we can look at carbon dioxide elimination. Then, of course, there are traditional ways like taking carbon dioxide into putting into rock formations and above the ground and under the ground, etc. Then also there is a particular project which is called the Endurance Partnership Project in North Sea, where carbon dioxide is taken to 1,000 meters below the North Sea seabed and stored there via pipelines and all that. So this is also another way. Then there is a interesting concept which has come into play, which many of you may not know, which is called the metal organic frameworks. Now, this is basically a molecular structure which is quite vast, and it is joined by carbon compounds and all that. It absorbs carbon dioxide. Now, this is another way in which we can look at decarbonizing steel. Then, of course, there is a beautiful experiment which has been done, and now why we call it an experiment, it's almost now commercialized as well. It's called the use of perovskite crystals, which is popularized by Birmingham Steel in Birmingham University, where this particular crystal removes one oxygen from carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is CO2. If you remove one atom of oxygen from it, it becomes carbon monoxide. Now, basically, in steel reduction process, it is not coke which eliminates iron oxides. It is carbon monoxide which reacts with iron oxide to generate carbon dioxide. So let us eliminate the use of coke altogether. Use carbon monoxide, which can be generated by absorbing one atom of oxygen from carbon dioxide, which can be captured from the environment. Now, this is another interesting concept. All these which I've talked about is basically carbon elimination. And then we have the electrolysis process. for producing green steel. Normally, iron melting point is 1600 degrees centigrade. I mean, it's a waste of power. We cannot have such a big thing. So, what JCIL, that is to say, John Cockerill has sort of propagated, and they have also with ArcelorMittal and all that, they have come up with what is called as a Volteron process. Now, in this, at 110 degrees centigrade alkaline environment, you can electrolyze steel. So this is a green way of producing, but this is in the still in the experimental stage. This has to come to commercial stage. So this is one way. Then you have the same electrolysis done in an acidic environment, which is the 60 degrees centigrade. So this again is a way of green steel production. Then let's come to hydrogen production. Why is the hydrogen production so costly? Right now, as I mentioned to you, green hydrogen is $5.6 to $6.2 per kg. It has to come down to $1.8 per kg. Okay. Now, the main cost of hydrogen generation is the electrolyzers. And the cost of electrolyzers, which is alkaline electrolyzers, $500 to $1,400 per kilowatt. Whereas for PEM electrolyzers, you have $1,100 to $1,800 per per kilowatt. Now, how do we reduce this? There are interesting ways of project management. Let us not pay for the entire cost of the electrolyzers and all. Let's go for partial, modular financing. You finance to that extent, take loans for that to that extent till the till the project matures entirely. Take it in bits and parts in the module phase. So that is one way. Secondly, what one can be done is find a main anchor. The main is called anchor plus scheme, where the main anchor absorbs the core cost and the balance has been, you can add it later on. So these are some of the ways in which you can look at creative financing of hydrogen electrolyzers and all. Now, the second reason why hydrogen generation is costly is because we use palladium and platinum catalysts. Now, these are costly. So they have come up with a new scheme, Cobalaxime. It's a molecular compound again, Cobalaxime, which reduces the cost of hydrogen drastically. So, as I have spoken just now, I've spoken about carbon capture, which is carbon dioxide, hydrogen, how we can eliminate the cost of hydrogen. Then we talked about, the electrolysis. Then we come to what is called a smelter reduction. Smelter reduction basically is Corex or Finex, which Finex is popularized by POSCO, and it's a very interesting process. It eliminates cost to 20% compared to what the blast furnace can do. Okay, now it's a two-stage process in which we do not use normal air or nitrogen for sending into the blast furnace. We use oxygen-rich. Now, if you use oxygen instead of a normal air, or for that matter, nitrogen and all, your NOx emissions are reduced drastically. The phenols, then you have the tars and all coming down drastically. The water contamination comes down drastically. So all the pollutions come down drastically if you use oxygen-rich, putting into the blast furnace instead of a normal air. Now, this is, the direct reduction. And in the second stage, you have what you call purifying the steel through a gasifiers. So this is a two-stage reduction, smelter reduction, basically Hisarna process, which, as I mentioned to you, has been taking place in the Netherlands by Tata Steel. So this, again, has to commercially mature. So these are some of the ways in which we can sort of do green steel in a big way. I've spoken to you about some ideas. Then there is another interesting concept which is coming into play, small modular reactors. India is rich in thorium instead of uranium. And 31% of the world's thorium reserves are in India. Okay, so why don't we use small nuclear reactors? So this is another way in which we can reduce the greenhouse emissions and decarbonize steel. And Westinghouse, Rosatom of Russia, and there is also another French company. These are all trying to set up small modular reactors in India. We have a target to reach 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy by 2047, Viksit Bharat. So let's start using small modular reactors. This is in a way which will help us in reducing, carbon dioxide and all. Recently, there's another development which has happened. SMS has looked at sort of carbon, what you call hydrogen, multi-fuel burners and all that. They have taken a patent also. It has come in the LinkedIn and all that. So these are some of the ways in which we can use hydrogen into DRI and DRI furnaces, DRI EF and all that. Already, and Tata Steel has done it in Jamshedpur with Prime Metals. Then Hyrex, Finex, POSCO has done it. Nippon Steel has reduced the emissions of carbon dioxide by 43% by using hydrogen. So these are some of the ways in which some our various partners have already done it. They have laid down the path in which we can also follow. We can reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide uh, to about 0.4, 0.5 kgs per ton through all these methods which I've talked about. I can go on and on and on, but then I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was an enlightening and path-glowing direction from you. Now, I have some questions related to Sridhar sir's speech, and I would like to ask this to the highest consumer of steel, that is Kumaresan sir. Sir, when we are going to travel from coal-based steel making to hydrogen, certainly it is adding to some cost. Like one proposal from Niti Aayog came that the steel making through hydrogen route is only viable when the cost adds just $1 to $2 per kg. But now, when we are in a process of transition, the cost will be much higher. As a consumer, largest consumer, what do you think? How it is going to impact the consumption? Please, sir, please, please.
Yeah, good morning once again. Thank you, sir. It's a great question, but very difficult to answer. There are multiple answers for this. Having said that, L&T is a conglomerate with a $30 billion US revenue. 50% of our revenue comes from green businesses. We have, today climate change is the reality, and green steel is no more luxury. Having said that, we are committed to the water neutrality by 2035 and carbon neutrality by 2040. If I have to answer your question, the infrastructure, or as a consumers, we always want a cheaper steel. With the end of the day, there is no free lunch. Somebody has to pay for it. When somebody has to pay for it, who will pay that? If you see the balance sheet of infrastructure companies who predominantly use this steel and other and allied products, at the end of the day, that margin what they make is very vapor thin. If that is added with more prices, it's going to be, it's going to be costly. Today, in L&T, what we are doing is for the sustainability. 50% of the material which are used for construction is being recycled. The energy consumption, renewable energy, 9.7% of our energy is consumed from renewable energy. Now the cost, if you see that in India, the traditional steel making is that BOF route, okay, which is my previous speakers and everyone said that steel industry contributes 7% of the carbon. Now, How do you decarbonize? There are the government, the authorities, the investors, means the customers, and the implementing agencies like us all have to work together. First of all, this is the good beginning because the hydrogen mission is the first step towards, decarbonizing or green sustainable steel making. And also that the second one is the PLI scheme for specialty steel, which is yet to take up, so that the incentive is given the investors so that they can, get the cash to cash cycle, what we talk about. They can get their return faster than ever. And the third one is the cost of capital. We all know it's very high in India. How do you bring the cost of capital? With all these things, we have a arm of green energy. Yes, many of you might have read in the newspaper. The first mission of that, we have tested the first hydrogen plant at our Ajira unit. And we got the first order from, of course, we won the first order from this IOCL Panipat for building 10,000 ton of hydrogen supply at the rate of 4.67, dollar per kg. It has to come down. It has to come down at, as my previous speaker said, anywhere between 1.5 to 2. Today, if you see the steel, 30 to 40% of the cost of infrastructure goes to steel. How many of us are ready to pay premium to a housing sector? I am using green steel. It's a harsh reality. Are you going to pay for additional? There are investors with a high cost of capital. They are investing, and at the end of the day, it has to be borne by that, the consumers, and subsidized to some extent by the government. Are we willing to pay the kind of premium that what we are expected to pay because of the cost of production and other things? But the welcome step is like Tata Steel, JSW, ArcelorMittal, all these are my esteemed customers. They started in a small way, wherever possible, using the renewable energy, using that hydrogen injection, and to that extent possible of recycling. And that again, in India, the biggest challenge is the collection of scrap is the biggest challenge. How do you collect it and melt it and get the steel? And the ambitious growth, the Gati Shakti plan and this national infrastructure pipeline, we are talking about doubling the steel capacity or steel production in the next 10 to 15 years. It says 2030 by 300 million ton. If I take conservative also that it has to be another 100 million has to come. Okay.
I would like to please welcome our keynote speaker today, Mr. V.R. Sharma. Mr. V.R. Sharma is the Vice Chairman, General Advisory Services of JSP Group. Can I please have the bouquet for Mr. Sharma? Sir, really sorry for the interruption, please.
Welcome, sir. We are Sharma. Yes, I will not take much time. But if I have to summarize that, what I talk is that, end of the day, that how do you produce that, produce the cheap steel while decarbonizing the industry? So that means that, we need to find that energy efficient mechanism to reduce the energy. And we have to find the ways and means to produce the hydrogen to the extent of 1 to 2 kg, $2 per kg. And I'm very happy to see that if you see in front of your table, the awareness is the very important thing. The recycling, or we used to have, plastic bottle in our tables. Today, I'm happy to see the glass bottle. It's a welcome move at every level. Everyone has to work. And finally, who pays for it? That matters. That will, accelerate that the green mission or green steel or the sustainable, sustainability going forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumaresan. It was an inside view. Now, Mr. V.R. Sharma needs no introduction. And whatever questions I have to discuss during panel, he alone can answer. We, we take this opportunity to invite Sharma sir to express his views. Sir, in 21, 92% crude steel is produced by DRI and BF route. And in 2050, we are expecting 42% by green hydrogen. What is the viability? Please, sir.
How many minutes I have to speak?
You are free.
Thank you. Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my apologies. I came late, though I took the morning flight, but somehow the Calcutta traffic is like that. I'm not blaming the traffic. I'm blaming myself. I should have come last night. So, my mistake. So, thank you for accepting me. The another point is that the prayers of everybody has shown the results. Our friend Mr. Nirmala is improving, and I'm sure he will be back back to us, back in the business once again very soon. So we all pray for his fastest recovery. As early as possible, he should come back to home. The topic today we are discussing, and first of all, I'll appreciate the team Steel and Metallurgy that they have arranged this particular hotel to speak on environment, green, and everything, because Ganges River is next door. We are on the bank of the Ganges River, so we can see how important are the rivers for the mankind, and how important is water. Modi ji has thrown a water bomb on Pakistan, and the entire Pakistan is now under big tension whether the water will come or not. There's no water in Pakistan. So that means that shows the importance of water. I mean, what a nuclear bomb can't do, the water can do. Coming back on the steel, a big challenge. We all are heading towards 300 million ton. And though I'm not a supporter of more and more steel production in the country, I'm from steel industry. Sometimes it is a contradiction if a steel professional speaks that don't produce more. The reason behind my thought is maybe I may be right, maybe wrong. The reason is today one political person, the President Trump, he comes in the power and he has shaken everybody. Initially, he told 25% tariff, now 50% tariff. On China, he told 125% tariff. Now he's negotiating with the UK, and he has given them a deadline. In the next 20 days, you have to finalize that what tariffs will be there on each other. The entire Europe is struggling how to negotiate with him. Very difficult. One person, how he can change the world's narrative. America is not the only consumer of the steel, aluminum, or any engineering goods. They are maybe 350 million, 340 million people, say 34 crore, 35 crore put together, legal, illegal together. But we are a population of 150 crore, 1.5 billion. So why do we need to export? The biggest issue is this. Why should we overload our motherland just to service somebody? Why should we consume our iron ore, our bauxite, our resources, our coal, and make people happy in the world that, okay, we are there to help you? Why we create a bad atmosphere, bad climate, dust, pollution, CO2 for our children? Why do we break our mountains and why do we pollute our rivers? This is the most important factor what we have to consider in times to come. It doesn't mean that we should stop the growth, engineering growth. It doesn't mean that. But there is a big issue, big difference in value engineered products and the products. I think India has to uh, accept this narrative that we have to have only value engineered VE products. And when we call VE, then there's a ratio in VE and VA. VE is value engineered and VA is value addition. So when we bring these on the VA and VE on the same axis, that means we have achieved our goal. Any economy in the world. Today, America is selling F-35 at 1,500 crores. A compatible, maybe better Su-57 from Russia is costing only 800 crores. So whether it is VAV game or it is overpriced, so the buyer has to see. This is a hot topic why I'm talking about fighters, either it is F-35 or Su-57, because this is talk of the town today. Coming back on steel, 300 million ton target is very challenging. But the point is, if you are making 300 million ton, then why do you worry that America is putting a tariff on us? Why are we begging that please, no, Mr. Trump, don't put any tariff on us? Why are we begging, or we are trying to make a free trade agreement with the people, those who can only get benefit out of our FTA, whatever we are going to sign with them, whether it is UAE or it is Europe or it is UK. So we have to find out that we should not overload the ecosystem, and we should not burden our ministries. So the best is what? The best is we should produce slowly, steadily. Today the capacity is 165 million, we produce about 145 million. Year on year basis, we are adding about 15 to 20 million ton capacity. Every day in the morning, you'll find that this and this company is expanding. They are putting a plant of 20,000 crore, another is 15,000 crores, somebody is putting 10,000 crores. Ultimately, what will happen at the end of the day? We have to increase the value engineered products. India needs to become a capital goods industry than making a steel industry, only steel as a steel industry. What is the advantage China is having today? China produces 1 billion ton steel. Out of 1 billion ton steel, I think this year there will be about 920 or 930 million. 200 million ton steel is consumed by themselves in capital goods industry, machine building, for themselves. And 100 million ton steel in the form of machinery, plant, equipment, metal handling equipment, cranes, ship loaders, unloaders, they are exporting to the world. So that means 30%, more than 30% of the steel is converted into capital goods industry. We buy rolling mills from there, we buy blast furnaces from there, we buy many more equipments from there, we buy tube mills from there. Even the product like slitting lines we buy from China. So because we are not developing our industries for the downstream value addition in terms of capital goods industry. We don't have good cryogenic plants here. We don't manufacture the oxygen plants in this country. Only small oxygen plants, maybe ASU of 100 TPD, 200 TPD is okay, but 2000 TPD, 2000 tons per day, or 2500 tons per day, 3000 tons per day, all are imported from China. Whether it is Linde or any other company, they all buy from China and give it to us. So what is the viewpoint? The viewpoint is that we need to focus more on plant manufacturing, plant construction, the capital goods industry. That should be the focus of the country. Then just making steel. Some people, they are only interested in making pig iron. Somebody will put a small blast furnace, 400 cubic meter or 800 cubic meter in Bengal, Odisha, or Chhattisgarh, and they'll be happy supplying pig iron. So why pig iron? because they believe that, okay, I'm getting 4,000 rupees a ton, 5,000 rupees a ton. Whenever the market is good, coke prices are low, I'll be earning so much of money. But this is not a product. This is a semi-finished product. This is metallics. So we have to see whether we want to be a producer of metallics, or we want to be a seller of iron ore, or we want to make something good for the nation. Coming back on decarbonization, which is the topic of the day. Decarbonization, when we compare with the world best companies, or we make the benchmark with them. I'm from the steel industry, and I'll not tell anybody else, but I'll tell my own company, Jindal Steel and Power. When I compare my company's the energy consumption vis-a-vis POSCO, so we are at least 40 to 50% higher than POSCO. I'll not name JSW, Tata Steel, or any other company. I do not know about their balance sheets, what they do, but I'm telling my own study from my company. On a scale of 10, if they are at 6.1, 6.1, we are at 100, we are at 10. So the difference is how much? If you compare from 100 to 61, maybe 39, if it's 61 to 100, then the situation changes drastically. Why is it so? When we call energy, if it is blast furnace, yes, it is coking coal, it is overall PCI. Energy means oxygen is also energy. It is the thermal coal is also energy. When you use power, it's thermal coal, that is also energy. When we produce compressed air, that is also energy. Everywhere there's energy, and there if we gap is 40%, it is too much. I visited China in last year 3 times. Not to buy something, but to understand what is happening. So we must learn from the competitors. So I visited couple of blast furnaces, which are neat and clean, best state-of-the-art blast furnaces they have produced and they are running. So their total CO2 generation per ton of steel today is 1.8 ton per ton of steel, whereas we are at 2.6 ton per ton of steel. You can imagine, same route, sinter plant, blast furnace, iron ore base, pellet, and then finally BOF shop and rolling mills. So they are at 1.8 ton per ton of CO2, and we are like to like cases, we are at 2.6 ton per ton of CO2. 2.8 ton CO2 per ton of steel. It's a huge difference. Then I asked them, what is next? The next is we will bring it down to 1.6 or maybe below 1.5. That is our aim. How? 1, through artificial intelligence. 2, by increasing the productivity per man per year, per worker per year, man or woman, doesn't matter. They are looking today 10,000 ton per person per year. Whereas where we are, India is only 1,000 ton per person per year. This is where the difference is. That it doesn't mean that we have more number of people or they have less number of people. That means that they have brought the ecosystem to a level where the automation will play a very vital role, and the concept of the black storage they have initiated. What is the black storage? There is a big dome, big yard, covered yard, coal, iron ore, pellets, everything stored inside, and there is no man. It's a black store. That is called as a black store. There is no light even. There are lights. If you wish to switch on the lights, you can. But otherwise, the complete automation is working. The iron ore, coal, coke, any other product, pellets, etc., everything picked up, comes on the conveyor. Automatically weighing system takes place. Then it takes to the bins, from bins to blast furnace or wherever they want to use. So that is called the concept of the black yards. Here what we do, since we do not have automation, we have forklift driver, we have loader, dumper, people, a fleet of equipments inside, outside. This is where we are creating more CO2. Coming back on the rolling side, I told you steel making, now rolling side. The rolling side again, none of the companies out of the working in China, the best companies, they have now motors without VFID. Even 10 megawatt motor is with VFID, variable frequency drives. So that helps them in saving the power. Water. Most of the cooling water, de-dusting cooling, the slag cooling, earlier it used to be in India, today also, it is through the clarifiers, concentrators, clarifiers, water cooling, water quenching. They have removed it. No water. Only dry de-dusting. Only dry de-dusting. Again, in India, we consume, for a 3 million ton plant, we consume 2000 cubic meter water per ton of steel. How much they consume? You'll be surprised. 770, the country average 770 cubic meter per hour is the water consumption. 1/3 of India. Consequential damages. When we have 3 times of water, we do not follow the policy of zero liquid discharge, ZLD. We throw everything in the river. Whatever comes out of factory goes to the river. If the factory is within the municipality area, it goes to the sewage system and then chokes, everything is becomes messy. So this is how we are operating, and how these Chinese people are operating, or Japanese are operating, or Koreans are operating. It is 180-degree apart, North and South Pole. The consequential damages are, most of the people, those who are galvanizers in the country, cold rollers, galvanizers, they don't have the acid regeneration plants. And somebody is having acid regeneration plant, they don't run it. When they don't run it, they also have standby ETP plant. So whenever some central pollution control team comes or somebody comes, they show that we have a acid regeneration plant. Otherwise, everything goes to the ETP. They put some lime into it, no caustic lye, no filter press is working, and finally, no cake is disposed to a right place, and then it goes to the river. Recently, we caught government caught some vehicles in northern India, that the people are telling that we are buying the waste and spent acid, liquor. They'll bring their tankers. And they will bring the tanker, they will load the tanker in the evening, say about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You will issue them a gate pass, invoice, everything, maybe a notional money. And smartly, the driver and the helper, what they do, they open the tap a little bit and they travel on the highway. And in 2 hours' time, they will make it empty. Or they will find a right place like a pond or river or nala. They will place their vehicle there and then they will drain it off. So ultimately, what are we doing? Who is responsible for that? Is the truck driver or the helper or we? I think industry is responsible for this. We hardly care about environment. I'm not blaming anybody. I blame myself. We hardly think that what are we doing in this nation? We produce in the country, we have a refining capacity of 280 million ton oil refineries today. And we have more than 400 million ton of cement capacity. We have 165 million ton of steel making capacity. These 3 figures, if we catch, then we'll find there are no synergies in between. The steel plant people, they generate slag, blast furnace slag. They also generate fly ash through the power plants. The cement people, they don't consume it 100%. Somebody in the vicinity, they consume, otherwise no. Otherwise, they prefer to use clinker. So there should be a relationship in between steel and cement, so that the waste of somebody is treated as raw material for someone. They are not doing, because they say that it is very expensive to transport 500 kilometers, 600 kilometers. The policy paralysis is there. We have to find out some policy from the government side or from the industry side, that how to make availability of the slag or blast furnace slag or the fly ash to the cement plants. With 250 to 280 million ton of crude oil refineries in the country, perhaps the second largest in the world. The largest is China, of course. They are at about 480, 490 million. But 260, 280 is also not small. It is too much. We generate about 25 million ton pet coke. Now there is no synergy in between pet coke producer, there is the refinery, they have the cokeries, and the blast furnace and the coke oven people. So pet coke they sell to somebody here and there, but the steel industry is not allowed to use pet coke more than 10%. ISA, Indian Steel Alliance, have been discussing with the government of India that pet coke is a product which can be easily used and it can replace the imported coking coal. Why don't you allow us to use the pet coke? Again, the policy problem. Yes, we are working on this. I have been personally talking to Minister of Steel for the last 6-7 years that please allow us to use it. There was a circulation order was taken out in 2022 that up to 10% of the total quantity of coking coal you import, you can use pet coke. Why not 90%? Because today we are importing 78 million ton coking coal in the country per year. And that 25 to 30 million ton pet coke can immediately 1:1 replace the import of good hard coking coal which is coming from Australia or from anywhere in the world. So you imagine the cokery has already created CO2. Cokery has already done whatever damage they wanted to do. Cokery means the oil refinery. And then they came out with a product called pet coke. Now we bring coal, coking coal, we convert coal into coke and again create CO2. This is what we have to address. So why I am telling you all these things, because everybody may not be directly involved or directly responsible for the talks, what I am talking, but the ideas and suggestions I am giving you, these are the points which are going to reduce our carbon footprint, CO2 footprint from 2.6 ton CO2 per ton of steel to 1.8 and then finally maybe 1.6 or 1.5. Coming back on hydrogen. Again, the talk of the world, hydrogen. Hydrogen is a wonderful product. It is not recently found out. I think it is there in the universe since ages. Hydrogen is nothing new. And the usage of hydrogen were also people knowing. But finally, sometimes somebody thought that hydrogen is the only mantra which can reduce the CO2. The problem is there are three things. One is machining. The other is grinding. The third is honing. Machining is a rough machining. When you do any part, steel, making any product, we do the machining. Then we do the grinding. And then finally we do the honing, polishing, honing. So machining we are not doing and we are looking at honing. Machining is from 2.6 ton to 1.6 ton. What China is already achieved. Let us first do that. How can we do from 2.6 ton CO2 generation to 1.6 ton? So we are, instead of doing machining, we are reaching to honing. How can we bring down this CO2 to a level of 500 kg per ton of steel making? That is half a ton. That is honing. So there has to be 3 steps. These 3 steps mean machining, grinding and honing. But we want to reach to honing. There's nothing against hydrogen. Hydrogen is good. Very good product, but very difficult to handle. Very difficult to store. Very difficult to transport. Very difficult to provide the safety of the people, man, machine, those who are working near to the hydrogen. It doesn't mean that we can't handle. We can handle. India has the capability to handle the hydrogen plants, hydrogen generation, and the gases at large. The point here is what hydrogen will do. First of all, it cannot be directly pumped into the blast furnaces because hydrogen is having a cooling effect. Whenever hydrogen is put into a blast furnace, it doesn't burn. Rather, it gives us a cooling effect or chilling effect, unless it has, it is a syngas. A syngas is hydrogen and CO. You can always do the injection of syngas easily into blast furnaces having 56 to 60% of hydrogen and 27 to 28% of carbon monoxide. And maybe in traces, maybe something like CH4 or nitrogen, and it traces of oxygen. That's all. That is possible. But where the hydrogen can be used? The hydrogen can be used in steel making only at one location, that is called DRI, sponge iron. When we speak sponge iron, then there are two processes. One is SRN kiln, developed in 1929. First time this was for the Fe sand in South Africa, in Latin America, that on the beach sand, on the beach, there used to be sand, still is there in Australia and South Africa. And people used to make it, pelletize it, and then heating through the SRN, that is rotary kilns. The process was earlier developed by SRN, that was the process owner. Finally came to Lurgi, Germany, and Lurgi has developed it in a more professional way. It reaches everywhere in the world and mostly in India. So India is using these kilns since 1975. And we are still having so many kilns we have, right from 50 tons per hour. Now it is gone as high as 1,200 tons per hour. TD, but tons per day, 50 ton per day to 1,200 ton per day, not hour. So what is how do we do it? We bring iron ore or pellets. We bring coal, which is clean coal, maybe less than 30% ash, 28% ash. FC, fixed carbon, 38 to 40%. And we convert iron ore, we reduce through the process, through the reducing process, we reduce oxygen and we make a sponge iron or DRI. Now, this is a process where the hydrogen cannot be put, cannot be injected, because hydrogen has to be injected minimum at 10 to 12 bar. And this process does not allow, because it is always rotating. From one side, it is the raw materials is coming, the other side, we are taking out DRI and going to cooling. There is no inbuilt cooling, it is a horizontal shaft. Then the situation came that, okay, let us forget this particular part of the life. So today in country, we produce 26 million ton of DRI. Out of that, 18 million ton is produced through rotary kilns. So rotary kilns are away. So balance 8 million, what to do? The 8 million, we have the vertical shaft. Whether it is Midrex process or HYL process, there are only two processes in the world. Yes, there we can use hydrogen. But where from the hydrogen will come? The first question. And at what price the hydrogen will come? So the hydrogen will come through the water electrolysis method. And if you want to make green hydrogen, then it has to come through solar, wind, or through the hydroelectric dams. So none of these three electricity is available commercially today in the country. And the question is, everybody says that steel industry generates 7% CO2. That's okay. But we forget that 22% CO2 is generated by the people. This hotel, our houses, our cars. So we are not attacking that 22%, we are attacking steel 7%. That is a big problem. We are attacking in the wrong direction. Not everybody uses in their house a solar power. Not everybody uses a battery backup with solar so that at night also you can run your plant. You can use it in your house. Maybe only 0.1, 0.2% people are using solar. Rest all are using the thermal power, NTPC power, or some other company, private power company, through thermal power. So that means we all are generating more and more CO2. There is another problem. So we are attacking 7%, not attacking 22%. Why we are attacking 7%? Because there is a commercial angle into it. Hydrogen people, hydrogen plant supplier, they will say, yes, I'll give you hydrogen. Then the DRI plant people say, yes, DRI is the best product, you should have DRI. What happens after DRI? DRI you have to put into electric arc furnace. Again, the electricity is not there. When there is no electricity available to produce steel through the electricity route, through the electric arc furnace, then where from the CO2 will be reduced? Again, you will be using NTPC power or Jindal power or anybody's power or Adani's power. That is again coal-based power. So how can we reduce? Scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, put together, you will not be less than 2, 2.2. What is the answer? The answer is we have to find out only one thing, that we should control the waste. That's the only answer available today in front of us. Number one, we should control the damage to the nation by what we are doing today, by spoiling the rivers, by breaking the mountains. This is what we should do. We should try to conserve, reserve, preserve energy. If we can't do, then hydrogen is not a solution. Hydrogen is honing. That is stage 3, not today. We in Jindal Steel, we have one plant, DRI, vertical DRI plant. And we have 14 horizontal shaft. So one plant, vertical DRI, because there is no natural gas here, so we put up in 2011-12, we started one coal gasification plant. So coal to syngas, having 56% nitrogen, 28% carbon monoxide, and convert using it as a gas for the DRI. It's okay, working. Now we are looking how to inject hydrogen into it. But where from the hydrogen will come? Then again we reach to the same level. Okay, let us make hydrogen from coal. So when you make hydrogen from coal, you are back to 1. Same problem. Because there is no hydroelectric dam available nearby which can supply the electricity. There is no nuclear power plant which can supply the electricity. There is no solar which can give us or wind which can give us a RTC. There is round the clock the electricity to produce hydrogen. And we do not have any facility today to liquefy the hydrogen and then regenerate hydrogen at night. Even if we do, then the cost comes to about $4 per kg. Now $4 per kg means what? When we compare it with the total today's cost, either through coal or through syngas, we consume gas of 3,000 rupees per ton to make DRI. When we go to $4 per kg of hydrogen, this goes to 9,000 to 10,000 rupees per ton of DRI making, sponge iron making. Again, you are outpriced, you cannot use it. But it's a very interesting technological case. We must understand that how beautiful is the case. Scientifically, it is excellent product. In the whole world, there was one small company, still that company is existing. They made one prototype, 1 ton per day of the DRI plant through hydrogen. That is in Sweden. Now, based on that, another company came that is called H2GS Steel. The name was H2GS. Hydrogen to steel. H2 hydrogen as steel. H2 steel. They came. It is an American company. Some of the European funds, they came in again in Sweden. They started this plant. Finally, they reached to a level that we can't make. We have to have natural gas because the system, the equipments are not available. I visited that plant. It is under construction now. The another company came, Salzgitter. I also visited that plant about 6 months back. So because they started this plant because government of Germany, they offered them $2 billion as a subsidy. That you make this project. We are going to give you $2 billion. $2 billion in Indian rupees to the 17,000 crore. In 17,000 crore, we can make 3 million ton steel plant. So $2 billion government of Germany has given them that you try it out. Hydrogen based. It is under construction now. Let us see at what price they will get the hydrogen. I asked them from where you get the hydrogen. They said, well, we'll import. Where from you will import? I think we'll import from maybe Egypt, maybe Nigeria, maybe Australia, maybe. But there is only maybe. We are putting a plant in Oman, perhaps world's largest plant, green steel plant, 5 million ton, 3 DRI, 2.5 million ton each, and 2 electric arc furnace of 300 ton each. So 7.5 million ton will be DRI. 80% is the recovery. When you make DRI to steel, it will come near to the 6 million ton. Something scrap, etc. will add. And we aim that we'll reach to 600 kg of CO2 per ton of making steel. But when we signed the contract with government of Oman, at that time there was a company which was to come to make hydrogen. That was Hydrogen Oman. The problem is that company has not yet come. We are already halfway. First module is already at 65-70 meters. The total height is 150 meters. Now what to do? We again discuss with the government. The hydrogen is not ready. What to do? Okay, we'll give you some relaxation. Till 2035, you use natural gas. But you promise that after 2035, you will use hydrogen. Told, yes, we can. But if it is available, where from it will be available? Who will supply the hydrogen to us? There is another issue. Now we are working that, okay, till 2035, we will do natural gas. So again, same. It reached to the same level where we started. Columbus is Columbus. It reached to the world after making round. Columbus reached somewhere else. Okay. So the point here is why I am telling all these things. This is not secret. It's open. What I am speaking is on social media, on the internet. It is ChatGPT. You write on ChatGPT, they will give you the complete information. So it is not as easy as we think. But what is the easiest? Easiest is that why do we need so much of light here when we have light out from outside? And why do we have the focused light there when we can see each other without the light? This is what we should do. So there's an Indian age-old story. There was a businessman, shopkeeper. So the person goes to him, his villager. लाला जी, हिंदी में बताऊंगा. आपके पास इतना पैसे कैसे आया? आपने इतना पैसे कैसे कमाया? तो उस टाइम क्या था, एक केरोसिन ऑयल का दीपक जलता था, लाइट लैंप. और बोलता, अच्छा ये मेरे से पूछना है? बोला हाँ. ओके, लेट्स स्विच ऑफ दिस लैंप. उसने फूंक मारा, उसको बंद कर दिया. तो बोला अब पूछो सवाल. बोला नहीं, मेरे को मालूम हो गया, अब मैं नहीं पूछूंगा कोई सवाल. कि जब तुम इतना भी तेल बचा सकते हो मेरे से, क्योंकि बात करने के लिए तो तेल की जरूरत नहीं है, जब इतना भी थोड़ा सा ऑयल बचा सकते हो, तुम, आई गॉट द आंसर. द आंसर इज सेविंग, cost reduction. If we do that, then we have achieved our goal. There was a question that whether the downstream industry can play some role in decarbonization. Oh yes, too big a role. Galvanizing, cold rolling, galvanizing, galvalume, ZAM, you name the products. Everywhere, what we do? We consume energy, we consume acid, we consume chemicals. Where from these come? Again, CO2. We generate CO2. Basically, in our life, the CO2 has become part of us like oxygen. You go to any guest house, hotel, you cannot stay because the room is so chilled at 18 degrees. So you have to switch it off. The lobbies are full of the low temperature air conditioners. The people, we are very peculiar people. At night we sleep, AC on, and then we take a blanket. This is something very serious. This was not a case earlier. You take even the children, whether my family, your family, everybody, because we are in the same group. So we cooled it down to a level of maybe 18-20 degrees. Nowadays government says, no, 5-star, you should make at least 24 degrees. Okay, some people understand what is 24 degrees. But if they're 24 degrees, it is a problem. Because neither you can take a blanket and nor you can absorb the cold. So then you have to put tick, 18 degrees or 20 degrees. And then have a big blanket. And then sleep till morning. Now, what is this? What are we doing? I remember in good old days, we used to keep switch off the lights, each room. Our family taught us that no light, is switch off. Otherwise, there'll be big bill. Who will pay? So our habit was switch it off, switch it off, switch it off. Today, what is happening? Nobody matters. More light, it's better. When you go to metro cities, you go to Europe, you go to America, you go to China, Japan, even Korea, you'll find some of the iconic buildings. Nobody's inside. Even at midnight, all lights on. But they want to show this is how beautiful the building is, architect is. So who is creating CO2? The another issue. The vegetarian and non-vegetarian. It is another problem. Non-vegetarian means more CO2. Because then it is not that all of a sudden some pork has come, pig has come, or some goat has come. Means more CO2. We cut them, eat them, cut them, eat them, more CO2. When we cut, eat them, more CO2. So non-vegetarian, they eat more, they create more CO2 directly, indirectly. It's not only greenhouse gas. People say that, okay, this is coming from the animals. But where from the animals are coming? It's like a factory. It's like a crop. It's farming. People say farming, pig farming or any other farming, whatever. So the life, we have to see as an individual that how much CO2 I generate. If we create that CO2, finally we'll tackle the issue. So I taken your much longer time. Some people might be feeling bored. The point is, first thing is how to cut down your extravaganza. The second is how can we discipline ourselves. The third is how can we conserve, preserve, reserve energy. Energy doesn't mean only the electricity. Water is energy, air is energy, oxygen is energy, mountains are energy. Mountains is energy. If there's no mountain, no rains. No mountain, no vegetation. No mountain, no cold breeze will blow. So we keep breaking them. And then we have to see that waste of somebody is used as a raw material for someone. If we do that, this complete value chain, the last component of carbon, C, in the complete chain, then we recover whatever the energy is left in the last molecule. If we do that, then we can definitely control the climate. If we can reduce our water consumption in steel plants as 2000 cubic meter per hour to 770 like China or maybe low, then we have done a great social job, not only for the nation, but for the world. Another point I must tell you, if you Google, you'll find in 1921, the CO2 level in our total atmosphere universe was about 0.032. You can Google it now, maybe some figures here and there. And today it's 0.45. So from 0.032 to 0.45. It has not reached even 0.5%. It will never reach to 1%, the CO2 in the universe. Never. This research has been done by St. Petersburg University already. You can find on ChatGPT or Google. They say that, okay, we want to reduce the temperature of the universe by 1.5 degree. Why? Because there is a climate change. Nobody is telling climate disaster. What is climate change? There's a big difference. Climate is changing, I agree. How the climate is changing? Mr. Trump says it's a bullshit. People have been using climate change, climate change, climate change. I don't worry. Putin also says it is a bullshit. So which part of the world is more concerned about the climate change? It doesn't mean that we should damage the climate. No, we should not. Climate change means the countries, those who are desert today will become green tomorrow. And the countries, those who are green today will become desert tomorrow. That is climate change. This is what going to happen. These are the research done by many people in the world. Saudi Arabia is full of rain. UAE is full of rain. Latin America is getting dry. There were no air conditioners in Europe. Now each house is having air conditioner. हमको क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है 1 डिग्री 2 डिग्री में कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ रहा है हम तो चल रहे हैं अपना we should try to control our extravaganza we can control this 1.5 degree also I'm not telling anybody that we should damage the world but we should also think and we should understand very clearly there is always a cost economic ratio for everything we are a developing economy we are on takeoff stage we should not make any policy impediment for the nation. We must try to reduce CO2 through our best of the ability and engineering skill than just by asking hydrogen. Hydrogen is not the solution. ArcelorMittal CEO, he has written about 3 months back, we can't do hydrogen. ThyssenKrupp CEO, please see on the Google, we can't do with hydrogen. Big River Steel, US, we can't do the hydrogen. No steel company has today made any steel made out of hydrogen. I tell you one more good point now. Up till now, some people might feel it negative. Positive. If any company in the world can survive, sustain with the usage of hydrogen making steel, India can also do this. This is what we have to do. But before that, my humble request to you all technocrats, leaders in the industry, you influence maybe 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 1 lakh people. You are the person, if you are convinced, then please try to do the machining first, grinding later, and finally honing. This is what I can tell you. So thank you very much for listening me. Maybe wrong, maybe right. I leave on you. But this is what my feeling from the core of my heart. I wanted to tell you. Any question, any data, any information you need, I feel I have gathered a lot. The best is reduce, reduce, reduce. And then bring hydrogen slowly, gradually. And then we make the total green steel maybe by 2060. Government of India has taken the leeway up to 2070. Europe has taken 2050. Other countries have taken aim 2040. America has taken nothing. So we have to find out that by 2070, what our Prime Minister in Paris Protocol, he has agreed 10 years back, we must honor that by 2070, we should be a total green country. So, or you can say the neutral CO2. This is possible. But one more thing, we have to have some CO2 in the universe. There cannot be CO2 free universe in the world. Otherwise, all the sea animals, whether it is fish or crocodiles or anything, they will die. Nothing will happen. So the point is, it is a problem, but doesn't mean that is a disaster already happened. No, disaster is within ourselves. So if we start controlling ourselves, we can bring down 40% reduction in the energy saving, energy consumption. If we do that, then we will be reaching at about 1.6 ton CO2 per ton of making steel through the blast furnaces route. And if it is electric arc furnace route, we can even touch less than 0.8 ton of CO2 per ton of steel. So my views are not to hurt anybody or to offend anyone. Please excuse me if somebody is not feeling well with my arguments, but I am open for a debate, challenge anywhere. I'm the person who says that don't grow too much. Don't make banks NPAs again. Earn and invest. Mr. Naveen Jindal, Honorable Chairman of JSPL, he gave a slogan 4 years back, E&I. Earn and invest. No loans. Touch wood, today we are a debt-free company. There's no debt. We had 45,000 crores of debt, 2015 to 2019. We brought down to 8,000 crores and we have fixed deposit more than 10,000 crores. Nullified. His mantra is only one. No loan. Zero loan. Only loan you need only for the LC opening, this working capital, but that much of reserves you should have. and we have. Earn and invest. We are not in the race that somebody says there will be 50 million ton plant. So another person says there will be 100 million ton plant. Somebody comes 35 million ton plant. No. We are happy. Whatever money today we have, we are ready to spend, but will not borrow. We don't want to create again a situation in steel industry. I always advise everybody, don't follow the people going to hell. If you put on Google, you'll find don't follow me, I'm going to hell. So you'll find so many articles on this. It's a complete book written by somebody. Don't follow me, I'm going to hell. So please don't follow the people, those who are going to hell. Wait. Produce whatever is required. Don't make surplus steel. And then don't beg America, please buy from us. Europe, please buy from us. Japan never buys, China never buys, Korea never buys. Produce and make more and more machineries. Try to bring research institutes in the country, design institutes in the country. There is no design institute today. Honorable Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru ji, he started Mekon. But Mekon is not making manufacturing steel plants. But if you see in China, more than 65 design institutes making only steel plants. More than 20 design institutes making only gases, whether hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, whatever. More than 20 research plants making only cement plant equipment. Where are we? We are nowhere. Let us try to find out where are we and where should we be and what should we do. The mantra is only one. Don't produce and sell them. Find wants and create them. What is required by the people, that is marketing. We must make that. Just making produce, and then there is no customer. Today, last 2 minutes. Today, the country's capacity for the hot rolled coils out of 165 million ton capacity, hot rolled coils are 78 million ton. In next 3-4 years, 5 years, this will become 90 million ton hot rolled coils. Who is the buyer? 90 million ton. Then what happens? Then we say, oh, China is sending the material, put duty, import duty. Russia is sending, put import duty, because we cannot sell. Why can't we sell? Because they are more competitive than us. That is the point. I'm openly telling you. We are not competitive as a steel industry, but they are more competitive. So they can sell at a lower price, they can afford lower price. We feel it is a lower price, but it's not lower price, it's the right price. We must not forget this. This is the international right price. So that we should try to achieve. With 90 million ton of hot rolled coils and no downstream, it's a problem. But if we start making after 90 million, start making 40 million ton, we are using in making equipments, construction equipment, building material, trucks, transport, excavators, loaders, dumpers. It is pity that today 90% of the cranes, mobile cranes, are being imported in the country. It's pity. Where are we? I think a long journey, long distance to be traveled. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much. A big thanks to Mr. Vyas Sharma, our keynote speaker, for not only gracing us with his presence, but also for his thought-provoking speeches. Before we continue with the panel discussion, I have a short announcement to make. Mr. T. Kumaresan, Senior Vice President and Head, Minerals and Metals, Larsen & Toubro, has requested to leave early since he has a flight to catch. However, as you all know, we have the Steelies India 2025 awards coming up soon after this session. And Mr. Kumaresan is a recipient of one of our awards. So I would request my team to please bring Mr. Kumaresan's award so that we can present it to him now. I would also request Brigadier Arun Ganguly, Secretary General and Director, Indian Institute of Metals, to please present the award to Mr. T. Kumaresan. Can we have a big round of applause The category for his award is providing technology and infrastructure support for steel projects. Thank you so much, Mr. T. Kumaresan, Senior Vice President and Head, Minerals and Metals, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us despite your tight schedule. And thank you for your speech in the panel discussion. Before we continue, before I hand over to Mr. Rajesh Kumar to continue the panel discussion, I would like to thank a few people without whom this event would not have been possible. Our title sponsor, YogiG DG, our gold sponsors, Massroll Pro, our silver sponsors, JSW Steel Coated Products and Jindal Steel and Power Limited, our silver partners, Larsen & Toubro Limited and Flowchar, our roll grinder partner, Maxis Motion Controls, our dinner sponsor, Calfreeza India, our coated product partner, GTZ India, our refractory partner, RHI Magnesita, our delegate kit sponsor, Megatherm Induction, and our co-sponsor, Fifthstein. Thank you all for making this event possible. Now I would request Mr. Rajesh Kumar to please continue the panel discussion.
Thank you, Sharma sir, for such a enlightening view on every aspect. The speech was really multidimensional and we able to learn a lot from it. Thank you again, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Barun J. Rana to introduce himself and his company, his technology.
Good morning, esteemed guests, industry leaders, and fellow innovators. It's an honor to stand before you today at this conference on green steel, technology, market, and applications in flat and coated products. First, I'd like to take a moment to wish our esteemed organizer, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, a speedy and full recovery following his recent health challenge. His dedication to advancing the steel industry through knowledge and collaboration has brought us all together to shape a sustainable future. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for this remarkable platform. Now, the theme of green steel is a clarion call to reimagine steel production and processing as a vital material for infrastructure and innovation. Steel must align with net zero goals while meeting demands for the flat and coated products. This conference unites technology, markets, and applications to explore solutions like renewable energy and reduce the environmental impact of processing coated products. It is the awareness that we must reduce the carbon emissions which will lead us to our goal. We need to track and process the energy data and other carbon emission factors and assign them to individual processes and products. This is exactly what YogiG DG Group has done on its cold rolling mills. We created the awareness to save water and energy, which has led to cut of over 598 ton of carbon emissions and savings of over 53.8 lakh liters of water on each cold rolling mill per annum. Yes, it is possible to decarbonize the steel industry. In fact, it is easier than other areas such as transportation. I say this because the steel industry is pretty much localized in certain geographical locations across the world. It may not be immediately possible to achieve net zero carbon emissions, but reducing the carbon footprint significantly by simple awareness and will to protect the environment. Widely efficient processing lines enable such innovations, proving steel producers can achieve sustainability and profitability hand in hand. Yogiji DG has thrived under the Make in India initiative, but today I want to emphasize about design and Make in India. Design orientation is not a magic bullet, but it's a powerful tool that can significantly strengthen Make in India. By prioritizing design, Indian manufacturers can move up the manufacturing value chain and begin to create truly innovative and globally competitive products. Now, this shift in the mindset from Make in India to design and Make in India, that is the key to unlocking the nation's full manufacturing potential. There are a lot of challenges that we face for our indigenously designed and manufactured equipment. It is not as openly acceptable as it should be. We have noticed that the acceptability of Make in India is very high at promoter level, but it loses its steam at the plant level personnel. They are still stuck in the old mindset of importing technology from overseas, not having faith in the Indian technical capabilities. We welcome all of you to visit our facility and see our state-of-the-art CNC machines, our raw material that we use, and how we ensure quality. We, the YD Group, have proven otherwise, and slowly we have created trust in the doubtful minds. In the past decade, we have supplied over 50 cold rolling mills and more than 120 tension reels, all designed and manufactured in India. Not only for new mills, but we have also replaced old tension reels in existing mills from other suppliers. Now, we understand that some equipment users have had bad experiences in the past, but one cannot treat all with the same yardstick. The user should fairly evaluate our credentials with an open mind. The tendency to blindly trust so-called branded OEMs with their one-fits-all equipment over our process know-how, practical shop floor experience-backed designed equipment, that is what is killing the design and Make in India thought. We have observed through several cases that the process know-how with old companies is diminishing. Most of the people who had the expertise now have retired, which has created a big process know-how vacuum in these companies. At YD Group, electrical and mechanical is under one umbrella, who work closely to optimize the equipment performance and save cost. Whereas for other OEMs, the automation is typically outsourced and both departments work in isolation, focusing on their individual supply. Now, as engineers, it is our responsibility to optimize and reduce cost, of course, without compromising quality. As Tat Senzimir once said, simple things work simply better. This is the philosophy behind our design, and we fight for it. We face a lot of resistance each day to prove ourselves and to change this old age mindset. But I guess that is the cost that one must have to pay to become the favorite in the field among the competition. I will end the speech on a quote by Christian Horner, the team principal of Red Bull team in Formula One racing, that perfectly explains the challenges we face as indigenous technology supplier today. It goes like this. Winning is very addictive. That is why it is very hard when suddenly, boom, you are not the favorite anymore. At Yogiji DG, we are driven to stay favorites by designing and delivering optimum green solutions for a sustainable future for our customers and the society in whole. Thank you. पेपर यहाँ था
Thank you, Mr. Rana. Now, I come back onto the discussion point. India is producing 22% more emission with compared to the global average. This is a real matter of concern. During downstream, if you see, recently, I am not going to name, but I visited a plant. They were rolling bar mill, that was a bar mill. And the discharge was 1170 degrees centigrade. They were discharging billets at 1170 degrees centigrade. I am afraid for carbon steel, do we need that discharge? The same product can be rolled at 1060 or 70. But when we look, when I tried to know the reasons, it came to know the mill people is saying the bite load is increasing close to 90%. So they need complete plastic material to roll. Now, isn't it a concern of operational excellence? To accelerate our production to higher level, doesn't we need to train our operational leadership to a content that don't keep only your head safe? Because you want complete plastic material so that you run the mill very easily. But you are not concerned about the outcome of that extra energy, extra emission. Any reduction of 50 degrees centigrade inside the furnace is going to save 3% of the fuel and consequently the emission level. But we are not running a plant as a unit. We are just looking into our area. So furnace is 80% energy prone in reheating furnaces. When I tell you they consumes 80% of the energy whatever required for a mill. So now I come to Mr. Abhijit that, sir, at FIBS, what are we thinking on green steel or hydrogen uses inside the furnace? FIBS has recently done some exercises, some research. They have implemented some new burners on hydrogen, based on hydrogen, because if we step up, then certainly 80% energy is used in the furnace when it comes to the mill. So we want to know about your idea, please.
First, I must thank you for this opportunity, and I am also, along with others, are praying for the speedy recovery of Mr. Mukherjee. Yeah, referring to your question, I will go back a little bit, a step behind. When we are talking about that, how we are reducing the carbon emissions, we are actually talking a lot about hydrogen. But as Sarma Sahab told, we categorize the 100% if then we say who can contribute to the carbon reduction much. Interestingly, the material efficiency shows that we can reduce the carbon efficiency 40%. Technological advantage can give you 23%. CCUS can give 16%, where hydrogen can give 23%. So it's not only hydrogen. We actually look at the upstream also on the material efficiency side, which we are really nowadays looking at the DRI and other pelletizing portion. But that if we can really do, the downstream can get contribution, can reduce if the upstream can really take care of the 40% on that. Coming to the technological advantage, if we look at it, that what is the immediate requirement and what is the long-term requirement? Today, looking at the asset life cycle, it's very, very impossible. And I mean, it's a challenging task to convert completely your system into a green value chain. You cannot. Today, BOF, BA fruit You cannot change it rapidly. You cannot bring the complete renewable energy into the system because it is not possible. We know that how much energy is required. Just to give you an example, one hydrogen-based steel manufacturing required 4 terawatt. Okay, we don't have that much of support. Now our energy mix only 7%. When we'll reach about 45% of our energy mix, and with an investment of our 75,000 crore, probably we'll be in a position to support. But today, we are not. So what we are doing actually, we are trying that with the existing system, can we do something? Like the first one is that, can we increase the efficiency of the furnace? So it can be done. Use of recuperator. Use of the oxygen enrichment. We are doing that oxygen enrichment. Through a lancing, we are increasing the oxygen enrichment so that we can increase the efficiency. Digitization is one of the major step forward to really increase the efficiency on that. It is the immediate actions which we are trying to do, and we have got a success on that. In the medium-term solution, use of hydrogen. Now what we are doing, we are replacing all the burners with hydrogen application. Today, whatever the mixed gas burners are there, they are capable of taking the hydrogen as a fuel. Initially, it was 60%. Today, we in a position to replace by 100%. In future, that will be our aim, to use hydrogen as many as possible. But the question is, which hydrogen? Where from we'll get? Today, I am still dependent on the SMR technology for a gray hydrogen. Tomorrow, maybe blue hydrogen, if we have a CCUS in place. But what about others? Can we get a green hydrogen? It's difficult because, as all our senior expert has told, what are the costs involved into that? Today, we are really struggling into market. I can give you a small example. Today, we are growing as a CAGR rate of 8%. But who is the maximum consumer? It's a construction steel, 40%. And where from it is coming? It is coming from the small mills. And where from they are getting these things? They are getting from the coal waste. Now, if we go to change this one, like all the steels in Chandigarh or any other area, we need at least $13 billion to change their project. Today, when I'm going to sell a market, I'm a consumer, I'm not ready to take your price, rather than I'm going to take it from China. Though you are not in a position to sell, how will you increase your cost curve? You cannot increase your cost curve. Today, there are so many senior leaders, but everybody knows when a safeguard duty was proposed for 12%, so many people was raising the hand that how the small scale industry will live. Almost 3,000 mills will die if we really can't take a protective measure. So we have to manage all together. It is a kind of situations which we have to facing today. So our aim is that we are trying to be associated with each steel mill producers, trying to see that what is the minimum process we can do at a first step. It's not like radical changes is impossible. Nobody can do that. Small step can really contribute to the energy level. Maybe with an increasing the oxygen lancing, means oxygen usage, replacing the hydrogen burners, and maybe in gradually we can go for more digitization where we can increase the energy efficiency. Today, PAT is contributing almost quite a lot because of the Perform Act, and trade has given a huge amount of savings. We are aiming towards that if we can really save something on that ground, it will be really give a step forward for us. So gradual, but maybe with a certain objective. It's not immediate. We cannot do. We know, all industry leaders know that we cannot do this one. We are going step forward quasi-strategically so that we can reach our goal. So that is our effort. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Mr. Abhijit. Now, we have committed that by 2070, India will be zero in carbon emissions. But did we really accounted our secondary steel producers? What are the problems they are having? If you see the list of Niti Aayog, it is only considering the major steel producers in India. But secondary steel producers may have their own issues, own problems. So I would like to invite Mr. Brajesh Nahar to put some light on this aspect. Please.
Good afternoon. Today is the World Environment Day, and this conference, it is happening on the first day, and expert all over India, they are assembled here. So it is going to be a super occasion that out of this conference, at the end of this conference, I think we'll be carrying a lot of good idea through which we can convert our processing into a green steel. Now let us come to the today's topic, that is the green steel technology, market and application in a flat and coated product. So I'll be touching upon only secondary steel. Lot of things it has been spoken on the carbon capturing, hydrogen usage for the primary sector. And a lot of if and buts it has been raised by the previous speaker for the decarbonization in that sector. I am from APL Apollo. We believe in going for a Nai Soch, that is for the next generation building solution, which is resulting into the build better and build faster with the application of steel. Whatever product we are manufacturing, we are trying that the product, it should replace the conventional product as a green steel. I would highlight this is a total steel life cycle is there. It's just I'll mention that steel recycling. We talk about 3R. First is the reduction, second is the reuse, and third is the recycling. So nowadays the fashion is that yes, we should go for the recycling so that we can reduce the carbon capturing. At APL Apollo, we believe in going for the decarbonization, sustainability, and the infrastructure development. That is how I'll just narrate on the. These are the things which are there in our industry. Number one, the product which we are manufacturing, that is the chokhat, single door, double door, 4-door, then the planks are there. This is completely replacing the use of wooden in India. And hence, so far, around 250,000 trees every year we are able to save on account of this thing. Then as far as the energy is there, we have already installed 56 megawatt of solar plant, and the maximum need of our requirement we are meeting with the solar plant. At the same time, whatever inbound transportation and internal movement of steel is there, we are making use of electrical vehicles, having the capacity of almost 100 metric ton, 30 vehicles are there. So completely this movement, it has been transformed from the fossil fuel use of vehicle to the electrical vehicle. Then the green cover, the complete plant, almost 33% it is green. And we are every year, we are going for the tree plantation using the special technique of Miyamaki, wherein the less space you can put lot of new plants. Every year we are putting almost, we have got the target of putting 5,000 trees every year planted in our area. Water harvesting, Mr. Sharma told about that. The water is going to be the scarce commodity or scarce element. So we have already installed 14 crore liter of rainwater harvesting pond inside the plant. So whatever the requirement of the plant from the water point of view, that we are meeting mostly from that ponds. We are going to manufacture one more pond so that 100% of total water requirement we can meet through the internal resources only. Then our many plants are zero discharge. Mr. Sharma told about that zero discharge. As a responsible steel producer, it is our duty that whatever things we are producing, it should be treated inside. Number one, we should try to reduce, recycle, and reuse. And that is the concept we are carrying at our plant. These very important things are there. In the steel building, since we are making the pipe from the as low as 8 mm, 8 mm to 1000 mm into 40 mm bigger pipe, nobody else is making that pipe in India. Hence, we are trying to reduce the carbon emission by increasing the use of pipe as compared to the concrete structure. And you can see these are the various benefits which we are getting out of this. Infinite recycling is there, easy to prefabricate, high volume to weight ratio, lighter, stronger structure allow gains in the vertical spaces. The right hand side, the graph, you will see that there is a tremendous reduction in the carbon emission when we replace steel with the concrete filled tubes. So you can see the two dotted line, there is a difference. At the same time, the strength, the steel intensity, it is more in the steel as compared to concrete. As per the research indicate that if we are utilizing the steel structure in place of concrete, then at least 60% of the carbon emission, it can be reduced. So that is why we are working on this direction, and we will make already 1000 mm, 40 mm pipe, which can be utilized for the infrastructure development. And this is very new concept which we are introducing, that is the purlin. We are going for the color coating. We have got the thicker color coating lines are there, out of which we are producing the purlins, the material, the coil for the purlins, and people they are happily, and then it is widely accepted all over India that purlin, it should be replaced from galvanized to color coating, so that in all respect, whether the durability is there, aesthetic is there, or the life is there, you can increase the total life of the structure. As a company, we believe in the environment, social governance also. We take care of our people from the safety point of view. Then environmental sustainability, which I have already discussed, and many more things are there. Employee good relationship, everything is there. And on the right hand side, you can see the company has been awarded as a sustainable company with 86% percentile. These are the other things are there, which I have discussed, that electrical vehicles are there. We've got the charging station in the, and last year we almost 10-acre land, we put the greeneries. And then you can see the extreme right is the pond, 2 pond, having the 14 crores liter of water reservoir out of the rainwater harvesting. If you see the plant, it is all over located in India. Hence the transportation, which is very important cost, we are able to reduce because the plant are situated in all the 4 directions. Hence we can cater to the need of each and every customer throughout the India. And these are the coated product which we are manufacturing. Capacity of only Raipur plant is almost 1 million ton, 50% flat product, 50% is the tubular product, and which that 1000 and to 40 mm pipe manufacturing, it is almost the commissioning is completed. We are yet to start the commercial production. Now, if you see the development which are there in India in the next 6 years, you can see the development is taking place in the road, railways, urban infra, other infra, then energy and the transport sector. You can see the data. We are going to have almost doubling of our capacity. Why tubular product? Now I'm coming to the tubular product. Why tubular product is construction is better than anything else? Because the speed, quality, cost, and environment, all four factors are met. Hence, the tubular product is the one way to get all four: build better, build faster. That is our tagline. Say no to the wood. You can see now. I'll just demonstrate few of the application of steel, coated steel, wherein we are replacing the completely woods. The left hand side is the plank, second is the, you can see the complete steel structure, coated steel structure is there in the total building structure. Then single door, double door, four door, handrails, and narrow planks. You can see the application also. So this is where we are concentrating more, and we are trying to reduce the use of wooden and other things. These are other applications are the four-door application and the taper stopper, brand ambassador of our company. And these are other application. You can see I have just shown the figure of application of coated product. And these are the product which we are manufacturing. If you see the top last product, that is the coated steel, wood finish coated steel. So what we are doing, we are promoting that completely the surface, it should be of the sheet and inside the steel structure, and that can totally eliminate the use of wood. This is another concept where we are promoting that roof, no metal roofing. No roof required, only you just install the solar panel that will act as a roofing, and you will get the benefit of solar out of it. This is the new application which we are promoting is the whatever structure of solar is there, that can be replaced with the color coating, and the life is more, and corrosion because of the galvanized or galvalume, which is there every 10 years you need to replace it. It is going to give a good life. These are the product, because we believe in going for the branding. These are the products for the coated steel which you have put into the market, and these are the product which we are manufacturing, flat product. And way forward we are going for many things which I have already discussed with you, that we are going for 5S, we are going for world-class manufacturing practices. And these are the awards given by the various companies to us for excelling in the branding, for excelling into sustainability. And these are the few product brochures are there. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nahar. Now, so we need to improve our research, our development regarding to not only for hydrogen, but also for equipment in India. We cannot be only depending on European and Chinese technologies for everything, whatever we are producing. All the mills, all the furnaces, all the blast furnaces, all the major equipment, whatever India is having, 90% are from outside. So now I would like to invite Dr. Dhiren Panda from Executive Vice President R&D JSW Steel about his views on upcoming R&D activities from JSW side. Please welcome.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Nirmalya ji for inviting me. I was probably one of the last invited person last week. And unfortunately, the bad news came on Sunday. Hopefully he's doing well, and it's good to see him. The pictures that I've seen, he is smiling, and I hope he recovers very fast. In any case, there was a lot of thought-provoking talk this morning, especially related to where India stands and where the world is going, and how a country like US, which produces only 15% or less, consumes even less, is able to kind of drive the discussion on steel and steel tariffs. So there's a lot of change going on, and we at JSW Steel think that India is going to be the epicenter of all the changes that we're going to see in the iron and steel industry for the next at least 25 years, if not longer. And I'll just briefly explain to you what our thought process on basically decarbonization of steel is essentially decarbonization of iron making. Steel portion is, if you look at it over a total of 2.4 tons of CO2 per tons of crude steel, steel making side is comparatively negligible. Most of it is in the iron making side, which is essentially the pellet making, the coke, the blast furnace. And if you look at the point sources, again, the blast furnace is the main culprit because it's mostly 40 to 50% of the total. So our blast furnaces are running at maybe 0.8 to a little bit over 1 ton of CO2 per ton of crude steel, if you just looked at the blast furnace as a reactor itself. So whatever the World Steel Association projects that we are going to be at 2.5 billion tons, let's say, give or take a 0.1 billion ton this way or that way by 2045, almost 40 to 50% is going to be scrap based, which is going to be mostly electric. It'll already have a lower footprint. It'll be definitely less than 0.4 footprint of tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel. So we will leave that aside because we are only focused on the other 50 to 60%, which will be the iron ore based. And at JSW, we think the expansion, the rate at which India is growing, from a capital investment perspective, from increasing the capacity perspective, the BOF process is going to be the driver, at least in the short term. And then all these technologies, probably one or two of them are going to come to the forefront by 2030, 35. That will kind of drive a slow change away from the blast furnace BOF, purely from an iron ore perspective. So coming back to the physical and the chemical aspect of what the research is going to be. The world is going to transition from carbon all the way to hydrogen. That's a given. That's going to happen. It's going to happen at a certain rate. So what we have done is we have divided it up into 4 distinct brackets. And I'll just give you what we at JSW are doing for each perspective. So let's say we are using carbon, which is essentially the blast furnace, which is driven by coke and PCI, where the percentage, if you compare the carbon to hydrogen ratio, is definitely greater than 10 to 1 from a just atomic ratio perspective. There, the first and foremost thing is to do essentially change the nature of power consumption to solar or hydro. Basically get rid of thermal and go to renewables. And on that, I think when at Vijayanagar, we are going to be at about 24 million ton capacity in about 5 to 6 years, our estimated power consumption is going to be at the rate of about 1800 megawatt of installed capacity. We think right now we are at about a 900 plus megawatt of solar and wind. We're going to be doubling that pretty soon. So the drive is, if you are purely on the pure carbon side of things, the lowest hanging fruit is to kind of change the form of energy to renewable. And that's where we have committed by 2030 that we are going to bring it down to 1.95. That's our target. That is a stated target. And that's why we have got financing with sustainability linked bonds that we are going to reach 1.95. Internally, we think we are going to be close to more like 1.7, 1.72. So that's our target. Then, of course, on the carbon side, because it is overwhelmingly CO2, you have very little hydrogen in the system, in the gas mix. The other thing to do is to kind of start looking at a carbon capture. Now, we also think that adding capacity, if you look at CapEx, you're going to be building these blast furnaces at about a 5 million ton capacity size range, roughly about 5,300, 5,400 normal meter, capacity. So all these blast furnaces are going to produce at 10,000 tons per day or more. So that you're looking at, if you just do a multiplication factor of 2, you're looking at 20,000 tons per day of CO2 generated from each of these blast furnaces. And that's a huge scale. So what we are doing there is we are going to install a CO2 capture. We are in the FEED study right now. We are looking at a technology called Cyclone CC, which is a very compact, because as these plants that you're going to set for a 5 million ton blast furnace, it will take to the nearest, I would say about 100 acres, let's say, of all the material handling capacity. And if you try to capture all the CO2, you need a lot more land. So the driver here is to make it very compact, make it modular, and make sure that you can add this in the vertical fashion. And that's why we have picked up this technology. We are going to be probably looking at installing this in the next couple of years to a 300 tons per day. Now, 300 tons per day is only a 1 to 100 for one blast furnace scale. So you can imagine when we go to scaling it up, what kind of challenge we are going to have. So, of course, the challenges are there, but we think that's probably one of the key drivers that is going to drive towards getting us the solution. So going along this journey, the next one is going to be where the carbon to hydrogen ratio becomes a little bit closer. Means you're still overwhelmingly carbon, but hydrogen is a little bit more into the system. And that's where the DRI shaft, vertical shafts come in. We have a plant, about a 1.2 tons per year capacity. There, the ratio of carbon to hydrogen is roughly about, hydrogen is 40% and carbon is the other percent if you count CO plus CO2. There we have decided what is going to happen if we start increasing the hydrogen. Towards that, we are just about to commission in another couple of months a hydrogen electrolyzer, about a 25 megawatt capacity, which is going to give us about a 5,000 normal meter cube per hour of hydrogen. We expect, this is the great beginning, we expect that hydrogen in the gas stream going from 22% to 24%. Now only 2% more, mind you, but the volume is going to tell us what is the nature of the reaction and how this is what research is about on a large scale. So that's what we are doing, where the carbon to hydrogen ratios are on negatively towards hydrogen, but more prone towards carbon. Now, to give you perspective, that 25 megawatt electrolyzer, we are going to expand it to 100 megawatts by 2030, which will give us 20,000 normal meter cube per hour. And then we plan to inject it into the blast furnace. And like we said, the large size blast furnace, 5,000 normal meter cube per hour plus blast furnaces are the way to go. So we hope to see a savings of about 8 to 10 kg of coke when we start injecting it. But when we are ready to inject it in about 18 to 24 months, that will be the first blast furnace that is running continuously on hydrogen. And I think the trick is to get the hydrogen at about a 12 bar pressure. And our electrolyzer provides it at about a 14 bar pressure. So that's the other thing. So from a pressure perspective, it is low because people are dealing with hydrogen at 100 bar plus. But from a process perspective, it is what you need. So the first two targets, CO2 capture, hydrogen generation, injecting it into a hydrogen lean gas, trying to get the reactors going. Then comes the third step, where now you are hydrogen rich, but carbon also is in the system. That's where all these new DRI processes that are coming, Midrex and Tenova, what they say is now you have to start building reactors that operate under high pressure. Because once you start getting more and more hydrogen into the system, your reactors have to be more pressurized. So, and the same thing happens with the blast furnace also. The newer blast furnaces, if you look at it, the top pressure runs at about 3 bar. Our newest blast furnace can operate 3 bar, whereas the older, smaller blast furnaces can only go up to a little bit over 1 bar. So all these reactors have to be pressurized. So that's the third step. When we go to hydrogen rich, and as you know, we have announced at Salav, a facility that is going to be 4 million ton installed capacity. So that goes through the first, second, third stage. Then comes the fourth stage, which is pure hydrogen. Pure hydrogen, as we said, cost is roughly about, for us on our electrolyzers, we are looking at OPEX of about 320 rupees per kg. Once we scale it up, just to give you an example, what is possible in a scale up. Our 25 megawatt electrolyzer will have 4 stacks. Means these are stacks which individually make the hydrogen. Then each stack is going to generate 1,250 normal meter cube per hour, will consume about 6.25 megawatt of power. That's what you need roughly. And each unit is going to run on about 55 units of power per kilo of hydrogen. That's where the cost is. Stegra, which is the steel making that is doing it in Sweden, they have announced that they are going to use 720 megawatt electrolyzer capacity. So the stack, they will have 36 stacks of 20 megawatt each. So you can see already since the time we ordered to the time now, already the scale up of the stacks are going 3 times. So we have a 6.25 megawatt, they are going to have 20 megawatt. And the news is that these things can even be stacked more and more. So the capex is going to come down quite significantly. For a 25 megawatt, we are spending about 175 crore. So the next 75 megawatt should come down significantly, maybe around the 350 to 400 crore. So the changes, just like in the solar PV industry, where the cost is coming down, I think the hydrogen market from a capex perspective, because of the scale up, I mean, you're going from 6.25, 20 is already in place. Maybe the next size is going to be 25 or 40 megawatt stacks. So as the stacks grow in size, then we can probably see a huge reduction in capex. Then comes the power. Already MNRE and they are talking about the power side of the equation. So if you look at 55 units per power at 3 rupees a unit, which you can generate on solar and wind, you're looking at 160 rupees, 170 rupees already in the power itself. Forget about the water and things like that. So now there has to be subsidy from the power side, which Stegra is getting is less than 1 cent a kilowatt hour, because essentially power is literally for free for them. That means the capex is going to be already $1 a kg or less for them. So that's the trick in the pure hydrogen. So we are working towards that. Hopefully in our 75 megawatt, when we install in 2 to 3 years, we are going to be probably installing in the range of 20 megawatt stacks. And then we can see how the capex and the efficiency goes up of those stacks. The last one, which I would like to say is, we all know that if we can convert the iron making side to completely electric, then you got the molten oxide electrolysis, which Boston Metal is doing. They're close to commissioning a plant in Brazil, which will produce tantalum, niobium, and tin. We are in discussions with them. The challenge there is the size of the cell. The largest cell that you have today from basically these things run at 10 volts, you have about a 600 kiloamp in aluminum. So aluminum Bahrain has a 600 kiloamp cell. But for when we discuss with Boston Metal, we think the size that you'll need at least is double. So maybe a 1.2 million amp cell to be designed. And now they have a 100,000 amp cell that has already got 6 electrodes running. So you can imagine when you scale it up to 12 times another scale, who knows how many electrodes you will have to have in that one cell. So there is a scale-up challenge. The temperature 1600 degrees Celsius plus, that's another challenge. But the process produces beautiful, I mean, you don't have to make iron. In this one unit, you can literally make steel. So you can skip all the entire BOF process and everything, and you can go straight to the ladle metallurgy and alloy. So you can save a huge amount of capex from the blast furnace because it is going to directly make steel, at least from what we have seen from the process. The other one is the low temperature, which is the basically aqueous electrolyte. And aqueous electrolyte, we are working with a company called Electra. I don't know how many of you have heard them. They're based out of Utah. And we have already sent them iron ore from Odisha, iron ore from Karnataka. And also the biggest challenge for us when we do beneficiation is the tailings. They are able to successfully process everything. However, on that side also the product means you have to have a downstream product. Either it has to be a alumina gel or silica gel that you have to sell at value, because these things are going to be zero waste process. And that's the trend, which hopefully by 2040, which we said along the path, this will be the 5th one, which will come up with a electrified process where everything is zero waste. So all in all, I think the research track, a lot of work is going on. Answers are going to be there. They're going to be, the challenges are going to be scale up. Challenges are going to be, subsidies from the government in somewhat kind of, assisting in the capex. And also as well as in the OPEX side, the cost of power is going to be one of the biggest challenges. Thank you. And glad to be here. Looking forward to a very good, fruitful session. Thank you.
Again, coming to the emissions, if we look at the color coating lines or zinc lines where we are coating the steel strips, still Indian government or any fraternity is not having not having a direct guideline to control the VOC. There are many VOC which we are emitting to the atmosphere. I would like to invite Mr. Pug, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association, to put some light on metal coating industry. Please.
Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very emotional moment. I remember beginning of this year, my good friend Nirmali Mukherjee spoke to me and invited me as a speaker to talk about green steel and coated products. And enough has been said about green steel, starting from V.R. Sharma, Sridhar, Kumaresan, and everyone, Yogi Ji, DG. So everyone has talked enough about green steel. Now, before I talk about coated metals, Nirmalia, I know him from 1990 when I was the founder director of Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association. And also I was the past president of the Indian Institute of Metals. So we used to have regular connections either way. And whenever he spoke to me, I would always say, if it is your invitation, I wouldn't take even a minute to say yes, and that's how I'm here. And also, both Nirmalia and myself, we have an understanding. Whenever he organizes a program, he would have my logo, ILZDA there, ILZDA. And whenever I have my program, Steel and Metallurgy will always be a partner. It was there last month in Nagpur, a big international conference on galvanizing, where Nirmalia was there, hale and hearty, drinking and talking, and it was really nice to see him. But I'm very happy that he's recovering, and all our cumulative wishes have made him recover. It might take a few weeks for him to be normal. Let's give him enough strength. Let's give him enough courage to overcome this. Now, coming to coated metals, you must be wondering, what is this coated metals all about? It's all zinc coated or zinc alloy coated. You all know galvanizing started in Howrah in 1960s. Galvanized iron buckets, GI buckets. Howrah was known for GI bucket, which was going all around the country, GI buckets. Today, we are doing galvanizing using zinc for corrosion protection for any number of products, not only steel sheets, steel structurals used for telecom towers, transmission line towers, and also for infrastructure like highways. The crash barriers and guardrails which you see all along when you drive, they are all hot dip galvanized. Galvanized wires for barbed wire and fencing, etc. The beauty is zinc has got excellent corrosion resistance property. For all the materials in the periodic table, each metal has got a specific advantage. Steel is known for its excellent strength. Aluminum and magnesium is known for its lightweight characteristics. They are used in auto components, etc. for lightweight characteristics. Copper is known for high thermal and electrical conductivity. Zinc is the only material in the periodic table in the world showing excellent corrosion resistance. Now, corrosion is a major natural hazard. We talk about climate change. We talk about many other issues, environment protection, net zero regime, etc. Nobody pays enough attention to corrosion losses in this country. This country loses around 3 to 4% of its GDP every year due to corrosion losses. It will be $1 billion, $1 million. It's a very serious issue because once a steel gets corroded, it loses its strength. Just imagine Howrah Bridge, the first one or the second one. If it had corroded what would have happened? Bridges collapse, you have seen in many parts of the world. Even while constructing the bridges have collapsed in Hyderabad and some other places due to corrosion or poor workmanship. And corrosion is a very serious subject, and any steel exposed in the atmosphere, I'm again repeating, any steel exposed in the atmosphere should be galvanized and corrosion protected, because you are extending the life of the structure for several decades. Galvanized steel, I'm having a presentation in the afternoon. Galvanized steel gives a maintenance-free protection for 50, 60, 70 years in a normal rural atmosphere. In a marine atmosphere, it will be much less. In an industrial atmosphere, it will be much less. But you also have, you could do galvanizing, and over the zinc coating, you also give a paint coating. A paint coating, galvanized coating, underneath is the steel, duplex coated steel. That gives indefinite protection for maybe 100 years. Painted, galvanized, and zinc steel below that. Now, talking about galvanized steel, I remember 75 Rourkela steel plant started the first continuous galvanizing line, Senzimir line. That was the first one. Then came the good old Hindustan Steel, or SAIL now. Bokaro steel plant came. That was the second one. In 80s, around that period, number of thin gauge galvanized sheet units came. You would have known, many seniors will know. Nippon Denro, Ispat, Sipta, Lloyds, many companies came for thin gauge sheet galvanizing, so that they're lighter and they can be taken to mountainous regions like North India, J&K, Darjeeling, maybe many other places. You can't move heavy steel items up the hill. So you want to have lightweight for structures in those areas. That's how many of them came, thin gauge sheet galvanizing. Today, India produces galvanized sheets in large number. My estimate of the capacity in galvanizing, coating, or put together is around 10 million tons of capacity, mainly for galvanizing. You call it GI, somebody calls it GPGC, galvanized plain or galvanized corrugated. So that's there. Then came Galvalume in this country, which is an aluminum zinc with a little bit of silicon, Galvalume line. When you fly in the aircraft, you just look down below, you will see blue sheets everywhere, all over the country. They are all Galvalume and painted. That's a blue coat. You can give various brown, various colors you can give. So Galvalume came much later. We have plenty of Galvalume capacity. Then there was another product, I think some of you metallurgists must be knowing, Galfan, galvanizing fantastic. This was developed by International Lead Zinc Research Organization, UAS, and Galfan came as a product, but unfortunately it has not picked up the moment as we visualized. There are very few Galfan lines. So galvanizing, Galvalume, then came your annealing, which Tata Steel is doing. When the sheets are emerging from the zinc bath, it goes through an annealing chamber, annealed online, annealed inline. That is the galvannealed product that has got excellent corrosion resistance and paintability. Galvannealing steel there's not much of a pre-zinc layer. It's more of an iron zinc alloy layer on top. Paint adhesion is very good, and galvannealing is an excellent material for appliances, washing machines, air conditioner cabinets, or many other appliances where it can be used very successfully. Then came, Sharmaji also spoke about ZAM, magnesium, role of magnesium in zinc and aluminum line. ZAM, zinc, aluminum, magnesium. You call it MagZinc, or somebody calls it ZAM. These are all brand names. Essentially, it is zinc, aluminum, and magnesium. And this has been produced by JSW. They have started very recently. So India has got everything. Galvanizing, Galvalume, MagZinc, which is a new product. So different players are making different products, and India has got a huge untapped market potential for coated products, because our automotive industry is growing. Construction sector is growing. Appliance sector is also growing. Infrastructure, again, it's a growth momentum there. So all these areas, coated sheets will find a huge opportunity. At times, I used to see JPC data, Joint Plan Committee data. Sometimes we were importing some amount of coated sheets and we were exporting much more to other countries. Maybe the import was coming from third world countries or whatever. So India itself, today we are the second largest producer of steel in the world. Fortunately, you are producing so much steel. You are also having plenty of zinc production in the country. Hindustan Zinc is the only zinc producer. Last year, they produced around 8,27,000 tons of zinc. So you have steel, you have zinc, you have the capability for all the online experience and infrastructure. India is putting lots and lots of money. Energy, highways, railways, telecom, name anything, Sagarmala, Bharatmala, all of them. Plenty of money is being put in infrastructure. So there's a huge opportunity for coated metals in this country. Maybe in future we may not be exporting much. All of them will be consumed. The guy in the village rural market knows. He knows GI. That's all he knows. But he knows it lasts longer. Any structure. In fact, I used to see in UK when I was there for some time, maybe in the 80s, from the house calls would come from ladies. I have a steel gate in my garden. Can somebody pick it up and galvanize and send it? So the galvanizer would send a truck. The steel gates will be picked up, galvanized and brought there. So the awareness is there among the people. Galvanizing zinc coating gives long life, long maintenance-free protection. And this one, I should tell you, the zinc, why it is so good, excellent corrosion resistant. All coatings give protection, whether it is paint, electroplating, sprayed coating, every coating gives barrier protection, preventing atmospheric attack. Zinc has got a value-added property, which I would like all of you to remember. It has got sacrificial protection property. People would call it cathodic protection. What does the sacrificial protection mean? That property is there only with zinc. That's why it's an excellent material. Suppose in a galvanized material, there is a small area which is uncoated, bare spot. The surrounding zinc will electrochemically protect the uncoated area. Electrochemical property. Galvanic series, kindly have a look at that. So this sacrificial protection property is given by zinc. But having said that, this the ungalvanized area, we don't send it to the market just like that. There are recommended touch-up methods as per ASTM specification, as per BS specification. There are recommended touch-up methods. If there's an uncoated area, you apply a zinc-rich paint. Zinc-rich paint, not any paint. Just remember, zinc-containing paint, and dried film will have 98% zinc protecting that area, or you can spray zinc on that galvanized area, or there are solder sticks which can be heated. You put it on the spot and then it melts and zinc spreads. So you got recommended touch-ups. Again, I'm saying recommended touch-ups. BS specification is there, ASTM specification is there. So this is why zinc is a preferred material of choice for corrosion protection. 13.2 million tons of zinc being produced in the world, about 65% goes for corrosion protection. In India, 8,25,000 or whatever we are producing in Hindustan Zinc, and most of it, 50, 55, 60% is all going for galvanizing. 75, 80% zinc goes for galvanized protection in this country. So that's the beauty about zinc. That's the beauty about coated material. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I have my presentation in the afternoon. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pug. We are slightly running late. Since to improve Indian steel with a dream which we have seen in 2047, skill development operational excellence development will be an important aspect. I would like to invite Mr. Susim Banerjee, Director, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council, to show the framework what we are going to adopt for decarbonization and achieving the nation target. Please.
Respected Mr. Sharma, my fellow panelists, distinguished ladies, gentlemen. We are come almost at the end of this session. There are two things I want to mention. First is all our good wishes and pray to Nirmalu, whom I have an association for the last almost 3 decades. We want his speedy recovery so that he can come and arrange this type of program once again with a smiling face. The second point is Mr. Sharma has given a very holistic and almost he has covered the whole gamut of, the steel development, not skill, development of steel industry in India. And I have only one specific point which, if time permits, I will answer to this or we will discuss about it after I end my short resume, brief summary of skill development. See, nowadays there is a lot of activities that are going on in the industry so far as to produce low carbon steel. Each industry in their own way, they are taking it up, whether you can call it as retrofitting of the existing facilities or even setting up low carbon emission steel plants with limited capacities, or integrating biomass use for the blast furnace, and last of all CCUS, which is currently this is a craze for setting up CCUS, but it needs full facilities for chemical absorption. That is also add to the cost. So things are pretty uncertain about zero emission, which Sharmaji has said maybe 2070, another 45 years. But each industry, it is not only each of us, but each industry also has to plan for a low carbon emission technologies, processes, improvements in the system in whatever way they want. Now, the point is about the green steel. Ministry of Steel has come out with the taxonomy, the definition, as well as they have indicated a very particular point in one of their task force report that 25% of green steel will be used by the government sponsored infrastructure projects. Now, this statement, maybe in another 10 years time, this means that the use of green steel, which will definitely enhance the price of the product, will be compensated by the government in their infrastructure projects. Now, to what extent? There is a global steel study that has just come out, which says that low carbon emission steel, if it is used, then automobile sector cost will go up by 0.5%, construction sector cost will go up by 2.1%, and white goods, which is a major user of steel, will go up by 1.5%. But these all will come down as soon as the lower emission based steel is available. So in order to give focus to this, as all of you know, in 2023, National Green Hydrogen Mission with about 20,000 crore was set up by the government, and their whole purpose was to subsidize the production of green hydrogen of 5 million ton in the country by 2030. And various progress is also being done. And this will give 6 lakh people additional employment. So that is a very much good news for all of us who are engaged in the skill development. Now, out of this 20,000 crore, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, that is MNRE, has been given 455 crores for hard to abate sector, that is steel. So 455 crore subsidies or help, financial help is available. And they have now announced the 2 pilot projects. It will be very interesting. And the pilot projects were announced in the 2024 June, July, and they have applied, and 5 industries were picked up as successful bidders. One is SAIL for their Bokaro steel plant at Jharkhand. One is JSW at Vijayanagar in their big mega blast furnace they will be using. The third one is JSPL at their Angul plant when they are going in for substantial expansion, and maybe it is a EAF unit which they are having. AMNS at Hazira, Gujarat, and Matrix Gas in Gujarat, and Simplex Castings at Maharashtra. So these are the 5 or 6 units. They are now executing or developing these pilot projects, which as per the MECON has been selected as the coordinator for this. And as per their estimate, by 2026 end or early 2027, maybe mid 27, these plants will come out. And then what are those 2 pilot projects? First is injection of green hydrogen in for blast furnace. And there is a limited use, as you all know, maybe 20%, 25%, 30%. And then use of green hydrogen for making DRI in rotary clean vertical shaft furnace. So these are the 2 projects where the first one, it will reduce coal or coke consumption, and the second one, maybe natural gas consumption will come down, with replaced by hydrogen. So these are the 2 projects which are shaping up. Now, you will be happy to know that Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council was inducted by MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and they told us that now these projects will come and may come up in a good shape in another 1.5 years' time. So you please develop what will be the type of skilling that will be required, so that you can conduct the training program prior to that, so that employees which will be handling these projects, they are quite aware of the type of skill, so that these companies will be getting the help of skilled manpower by the time they commence their commercial production. So accordingly, we discussed with experts, and one of the major experts was Mr. V.R. Sharma. We took his view, and accordingly 5, we call it as job role or the occupation area, which we have identified. First is process engineer for hydrogen injection in blast furnace. Then upper bustle operator for hydrogen injection in the blast furnace. The third one is process engineer for production of DRI in rotary clean vertical shaft furnace. And then, as all of you know, hydrogen is a very hazardous material. So handling of hydrogen and storage and transportation, for which we need a safety engineer. So we have already developed the contents and curriculum for a safety engineer for handling green hydrogen and transportation of green hydrogen inside the plant, because green hydrogen will be procured from the units for which National Green Hydrogen Mission has given the permission, and they are various stages of progression. So when these units come, we'll have to procure green hydrogen to the extent of your requirement, but basic handling will have to be done inside the plant. And the last one is the process engineer for water treatment for hydrogen production, because 1 or 2 plants may be eyeing for hydrogen production also. So these are the basic things, already contents and curriculum for these 5 job roles we have prepared through the help of the experts, and this we are submitting to within 10 days time, we are submitting to National Council of Vocational Education of Training, because they are the final authority to approve these job roles, on which then it will be uploaded in the Skill India digital hub portal, and then there we can start the training and certification, in which I will need the support and help from all the industries, because you must come forward to nominate your people for this type of training. By that time, we can complete the training, the projects will be ready, so that it will be a great thing for us to help this. Now, this is so far as the skill development is concerned. Now, please excuse me, the last point I want to mention, Mr. Sharma has hit the point which I was also busy with it. About 6 years back, Ministry of Steel has organized a very big seminar in Orissa, calling all the capital goods players. And capital goods and engineering sector, they comprise about 20% of our steel consumption. So it is not that, we can wish away that Indian steel will be supplied to them. We are very much concerned. Maybe the price is a factor. But now, say, with this abnormal tariff that the US government has said, newspaper report says that India's $1.4 trillion exports are in jeopardy. But it is all engineering goods exports that India does to USA, starting from auto components, hand tools, and there are various items which Sharma ji has also mentioned. But then the policy would be that since huge capacities have already been created, and capital goods, they must participate in the global value chain. This is the fact that was told to them in Odisha conclave, and all of them agreed that they will participate in the global value chain. That means the outside countries will also put demand on them. They will supply the steel, and they will make it and export it. But this supply of steel, they can now get it from Indian home ground. Maybe price is a factor that can always be negotiated. So what I am saying, that capital goods exports and engineering exports will be a part and parcel of the growth of Indian steel industry, and they must work for it. So with these words, I come to the end. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for your views. Now I would like to invite Brigadier Arun Ganguly, Secretary General and Director of Indian Institute of Metals, to explain about the roadmap of IIM on this decarbonization and green steel. Please, Brigadier Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected dignitaries on the dais, and those dignitaries and the delegates of the dais, gratitude and thanks for giving a patient hearing to my small speech. It gives me a warmth and a great pleasure to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers and to Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee. I pray for his speedy recovery, for extending such a warm invitation. It is a privilege to be part of this extreme gathering, and I am grateful for the opportunity to connect, share, and learn among such distinguished guests and the dignitaries. Coming to the topic of the conference, it is true that we are moving towards a more sustainable future. The steel industry is under increasing pressure to reduce its carbon footprint. Traditional steel production relies heavily on coal, making it one of the highest emitters of CO2. A green steel technology offers a revolutionary solution by replacing the coal with the clean energy sources, especially hydrogen, in the steel making process. This shift not only significantly reduces the green gas emission, but also sets a new benchmark for the responsible industrial practices. Green steel is more than an innovation. It is a commitment to the climate responsibility, energy transition, and sustainable growth. The journey has begun, And with global collaboration and investment, the green steel technology can become a backbone of a cleaner industrial future. Since there are experts who are here, I'm sure you will be hearing them today and tomorrow. I will restrict my speech to the Indian Institute of Metals, which short we call it IIM. And this is a 79 years of a distinguished professional body which got incorporated in 1947 in the field of metallurgy and material science through its industry academia partnership, which can tap into the contemporary industry trends, technologies, and exemplary methodology, while industry collaborators can tap into pioneer research work and the desire or skilled graduates. The remarkable expansion of the Indian Institute of Metals from the modest membership of 42 in the year 1947, where it got incorporated in the city Calcutta. It is today have an encouraging 11,000 members in the current year, which is a testament of IIM's unwavering commitment to fostering a vibrant community of metallurgists and materials scientists, contributing to the overall development of Indian metallurgical and material science segment. You might find it interesting to know the IIM has organized more than 90 events, including national and international conferences, seminars, technical talks, student seminars, student quiz in the preceding financial year through its 47 chapters across the nation, including 2 in Kolkata and Howrah, that I am Kolkata chapter and I am Howrah chapter. The knowledge shared by the speakers, the questions raised by the audience, and the perspective offered have not only deepened our understanding, but also provided a valuable learning practices, insight, and the fresh viewpoint that will stay with the audience for long after the session ends. The apex body of the IIM is currently led by Mr. Sajan Jindal. He is the president of IIM for the council year 24-25 and also chairman of the JSW group of the industries. And he has taken few major initiatives by fostering collaborations with various sectors to achieve the same. I would like to highlight few of the initiatives the IIM has taken in this council year with an objective for a focus and encourage the younger demographic. The membership subscriptions of all the student members, which includes BTech, MTech, and the PhD students, they've all been exempted from membership for the 3 years. The IIM has instituted the best student affiliate chapter, which is in connection with the map to the regular chapters, and they have been given the award along with the best regular chapters for the activities and for their participation in the IIM activities. We have also strengthened the international collaborations by introducing an exchange program with our brother institutions like ASM International, JIMM, GDBMB, TMS, Asia Steel, etc. Then we are also reskilling the human resource to cope with the changes in the industrial scenario. In another activity with IIM is undertaken with the virtually enabled short-term courses on various topics of interest. Most important is the IIM has restructured the complete IIM awards from the year 2025. And as I speak, in a couple of days, the IIM portal will be going online, and I'll request those who are interested, they may nominate themselves for these awards. These are the awards in addition to the National Metallurgist Awards, which IIM has been giving in collaboration with the Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Then we have also done the digitalization of various spaces and facets of transformation of the business processes. Through these activities, IIM aims to cultivate a vibrant ecosystem that attracts, nurtures, and empowers the next generation of metallurgists, material scientists, and innovators. The IIM thrives on your participation and the contribution. We urge you to become an active members of IIM, to contribute to the technical committees and share your expertise in the advance of the field of metallurgy. Your involvement will be pivotal in shaping the future trajectory of the Indian Institute of Metals. Let's ponder upon the Institute's vision and come together to build a community of scientists, engineers, and technologists that will take India to a global leadership in minerals and metallurgical and material sciences and engineering, and be the premier advocate for material and manufacturing innovations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Brigadier Sir. By this, I close this session. It was really a wonderful session. Many views, many detailed explanation came for decarb and green steel. Now I hand over the session to the anchor to proceed further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have some big round of applause for all our panelists for such an enriching session? And I would like to invite Mr. Ankit Mukherjee to please hand over the token of honor, appreciation from our end, the memento to our panelists. Starting with Mr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, the MD, Kalfristra India Private Limited. Can we have some big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Zindal Advisory Services, JSP Group. Big round of applause, please. To Mr. L. Puglendi, sir, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. Big round of applause, please. To Dr. Dhiren Panda, Executive Vice President, R&D, JSW Steel Limited. Big round of applause. To Mr. Varun J. Rana, COO, Yojiji DG Limited. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Shushim Banerjee, Director, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Brajesh Nahar, COO, APL Apollo Tubes. Thank you so much, sir. Big round of applause, please. To Mr. Abhijit Gupta, President, Business Development of India, FIGHT India. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much. To Brigadier Arun Ganguly, sir, Secretary General and Director, Indian Institute of Metals. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much to all the panelists. We are totally enriched by a beautiful panel discussion. We break for a tea and coffee break just for 15 minutes, and Jen will be back with the awards. Very interesting sector coming up. Please enjoy your tea, everybody. Thank you.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference. Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference. Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please take down your seats.
Automotive.
We'll be starting with the Stilies India 2025 awards. So a warm request to all of you to please come back and take down your seats.
India.
Guests who are outside the banquet hall, requesting all of you to please come back and take down your seats. We are about to start the Stilies India 2025 awards.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry.
A warm request to all our guests to please take down your seats.
HDG.
We'll be starting with the Stilies India 2025 awards. A warm request to all of you to please take down your seats.
Strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet...
I request all of you to please take down your seats. We are about to begin the Stilies India 2025 awards. Once again, please take down your seats, everybody.
And the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe,
Requesting all of you to kindly settle down.
expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the next session. So all of you, please take down your seats. A warm request to all of you to please take down your seats.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges.
Requesting all of you to please take down your seats.
Our products are
We are about to begin the Steel is India 2025 Awards.
Expertise and hands-on support.
A warm request to all of you to please take down your seats. Gentlemen, we're about to start the award session. I request all of you to please take down your seats. We are waiting for your warm presence. So all of you who are still outside the banquet hall, at the end of the banquet hall, please take down your seats. Since we are already running late, so we would like to begin right now. So requesting all of you to please take down your seats so that we can abide by time right now. Requesting all of you to please take down your seats. We are about to begin the Steel is India 2025 Awards. I request all of you to please take down the seats. I request all our guests to please take down your seats. We are beginning the award section. We now move to a very special part of today's program, the Stillies India 2025 Awards. These awards are not just about honoring professional excellence, they are a tribute to vision, innovation, and meaningful contribution to the steel industry. They celebrate those who are not only leading companies, but leading change, helping the sector evolve towards smarter technologies, sustainable practices, and national development. In an industry as dynamic and impactful as ours, recognizing this individual is not only an honor, it is a responsibility. Their leadership inspires progress. Their work sets benchmarks, and their stories remind us of what is possible when expertise meets commitment. To give away the awards, I would like to invite once again on the stage Brigadier Arun Ganguly, sir, Secretary General Director, Indian Institutes of Health. Can we be a big round of applause, please? Everybody, can we have a big round of applause? Welcome, sir, once again. We'll be starting with the first awardee, and none other than goes to Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Jindal Advisory Services, JSP Group. Yes, the category being for his outstanding contribution towards decarbonization initiative through coal gasification. Can we have some applauses, please? Everybody, even from the back. Many congratulations to Mr. V.R. Sharma for his outstanding contribution towards decarbonization initiative through coal gasification. Sir, before you leave, we would like to hear something from you, please.
Thank you, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Though I have spoken, I taken a lot of time in the morning session. But in case any question anybody wants to ask, I can take 2-3 questions. But one thing is for sure, there is an opportunity everywhere. If you see the river and see the kind of flow, this river is going to enter somewhere in the sea. So all the way the monsoon or you can say the molecules, water molecules are carried by air, travel to 3,000 kilometers to Himalayas. They rain over there, pure water comes, and it comes back to sea. This is something strange, that 70 to 80% of our water, rainwater, that goes back to the sea. So I think there is a lot to be done in the world. Sea or sea lives, they do not need the fresh water. We as human beings, we need fresh water. For agriculture, we need fresh water. For drinking, we need fresh water. But when water goes from the sea in the form of steam or water molecules or air or humidity and comes back again into sea, this is ridiculous. So there is a lot to be done. This is one example. So is called the other area. The waste is to be controlled. Before jumping into hydrogen or the total green steel, we have to see how to make low emission steel. That's the first stage. Let us do the machining. Then we do the grinding. And then we do the honing. And thank you very much for giving me this award. I'm really honored. I wish I could get it from Dada, Mr. Mukherjee. Nirmala is not there. But hopefully in next year's meet, we all will be together. So let us pray for his early and speedy recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Well, now we move on to the next award. Industry Leader of the Year for championing the Green Steel Initiative goes to Mr. S.K. Verma, Chairman and Managing Director of Mecon Limited. But sir is not there. On his behalf, I would like to request Mr. Barun Kumar Vera, the General Manager of Mecon Limited, to please come and take the award. Can we have some big round of applause goes to Mr. S.K. Verma, Chairman and Managing Director, Mecon Limited, and the category being the Industry Leader of the Year for championing the Green Steel Initiative. Big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Would you like to share something with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. My chairman, Mr. S.K. Bharma, could not attend because of some immediate engagement with the ministry. On his behalf, I am B.K. Bera, Chief General Manager, who is heading our Calcutta office, is here. And I must thank all of you, especially the panelists who has given a very good insight for the Green Steel Initiative. And Mecon as a whole is also, as you are aware, we are the partner with Ministry of Steel and has been taking a lot of initiatives to do good for the environment-friendly situation in steel industry. In fact, the National Hydrogen Program, which is there, 455 crores, which has been allotted in this regard, is being handled by Mecon. And we have been able to finalize the leaders of the industry like JSW, JSPL, and another 4 or 5 players. We will be taking initiative in injecting hydrogen for the steel industry. And we all know that in any case, there is no going back on this. And we have to get a transition from the present polluting environment to a green environment. Thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. We move on to the next award. Innovation and efficient utilization of zinc in hot dip galvanizing goes to Mr. Arun Mishra, whole-time director and CEO Vedanta Hindustan Zinc Limited. On behalf of sir, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Murthy, the Chief of Sales and Marketing, to please come and take the award. Category. This is the innovation and efficient utilization of zinc in hot dip galvanizing goes to Mr. Arun Mishra, whole-time director and CEO Vedanta Hindustan Zinc Limited. We'd like to hear something from the team. Anybody wants to share something on behalf of Mr. Arun Mishra?
Hi, we are sorry he could not join us today, but he has been pioneer in Hindustan Zinc for enabling sustainability and disruption within the galvanizing segment. So I believe we have a presentation on the later half of the event to share how HZL has moved from, a zinc manufacturing company to a sustainable company with our SBTi targets and TNFD reports. So we have come a long way declaring our targets for sustainability and creating a very, positive environment of sustainable zinc as a product for future.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We move on to the next award. Yes. R&D efforts at JSW Steel towards decarbonization initiatives goes to Dr. Dhiren Panda, Executive Vice President R&D, JSW Steel Limited. Can we have some big round of applause, everybody? Congratulations, sir. We are truly honored to give away this token of honor awards to you. R&D efforts at JSW Steel towards decarbonization initiatives goes to Dr. Dhiren Panda, Executive Vice President R&D, JSW Steel Limited. So we want to hear from you, please.
I think I took a lot of time discussing about R&D in my previous talk. But like sir said, we have to, a long journey starts with the first small step. It's good to see that all the companies here are so driven towards sustainable goals and things like that. We'll take these baby steps. And I forgot to thank the Ministry of Steel and MNRE for giving us all the support. Actually, they are paying almost 40 to 50% of our capex needed to start injecting hydrogen into the DRI and blast furnace. So I should thank them. And that goes to show that the entire ecosystem is geared up towards sustainable goals. And definitely next 25 years, we are going to get to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We move on to the next award. Yes, it is a Young Entrepreneur of the Year for Green Steel Initiatives in Cold Rolling and Galvanizing. Goes to Mr. Asim Gill, Vice President of Yojiji DG Limited. Big round of applause. Young Entrepreneur of the Year for Green Steel Initiatives in Cold Rolling and Galvanizing goes to Mr. Ashim Gill, Vice President, Yojiji DG Limited. Congratulations, sir. Would like to hear from you, please.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to pray for a speedy recovery for Mr. Nirmalya. So let us all pray for his speedy recovery. And he is our royal tiger. So I'm pretty confident that he's gonna come back stronger than ever. And we are going to see him soon organize these events. Thank you, Steel and Metallurgy Group, for honoring me with this award. And I have a presentation in the evening session. So I'd like you all to, pay attention to my presentation, and yes, I'll be talking about it later. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Moving on to the next award. Reduction of carbon footprint in the steel industry via green induction furnace goes to Mr. Shatadri Chandro, CFO and Director, Megatherm Induction Limited. And on his behalf, I would like to request Mr. Vikas Varsinia, Director, to please come and take the award. Can we have some applause, please? Yes, the award for reduction of carbon footprint in the steel industry via green induction furnace goes to Mr. Shatadri Chandro, CFO and Director, Megatherm Induction Limited. Congratulations. Sir, we could share something.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's really quite unfortunate that we are not meeting Mr. Nirmalya. He is a very good friend of mine. But I would like to say that we always used to see Ankit on online only. Please come, please come. And this time we are ekdam rubaru ho rahe hain iske saath mein. Otherwise, all the time he is mostly on the online and managing the people. So yes, we manufacture induction furnaces by reducing the power consumption. Basically, going to make it greener environment. As rightly pointed out by Mr. V.R. Sharma, I say we have to go back. We have to simplify our life by using the car, by switching, by utilizing the air conditioners, and whatever way we can do it. Not only by switching off the lights and all that, but there are various things which we are consuming the energy a lot. And virtually it is a wastage. And that if it can be utilized in the productive way, then we are definitely contributing to the environment. And fortunately, it's an Environment Day also today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We move on to the next award. Energy Conservation in Steel Industry goes to Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfrisa India Private Limited. Can we have some big round of applause? Many, many congratulations, sir. We are so honored to hand over this award to you. Energy Conservation in Steel Industry goes to Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfrisa India Private Limited. Big round of applause. And definitely, sir, we want to hear from you.
So again, good afternoon, everybody. Calfrisa is my company. I am Managing Director of Calfrisa and Director of all international sales worldwide.
Calfrisa is a company who make heat exchangers, recuperators, preheaters, incinerators, RTOs. We have many product profile which directly links with energy management and emission control. And or saying very proudly that we are the largest manufacturers of heat exchangers and recuperators in the world. We are having installations worldwide in ArcelorMittal, in Jindal, in Tata, in JSW, even in Bowis Steel. We are also supplying preheaters to all the gold smelters in the world where zincs are processed. I thank Steel and Metallurgy Group organizing committees for selecting me for this award. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We move on to the next award, Promotion of Pre-Coated Steel in India. Yes, goes to Dr. Shubh Gautam, Chief Technical Architect, American Pre-Coat Steel. On behalf of sir, I would like to invite Sharmishta Sharma, Director, Corporate Office, to please come and take this award. Can we have some big round of applause, please? The award for the promotion of pre-coated steel in India goes to Dr. Shubh Gautam, Chief Technical Architect, American Pre-Coat Steel. Congratulations. Big round of applause. Ma'am would like to hear something from you.
Well, it's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of Dr. Shubh Gautam. His relentless pursuit of excellence in American Pre-Coat has kept us very, positive and very. We are really proud of his achievements. I thank the Steel and Metallurgy and all the committee members for this award on his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. We move on to the next award. Promotion of galvanizing industry in India, effective and technological innovations in use of zinc for hot dip galvanizing goes to Mr. L. Puglendi, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. Can we have some big round of applause, please? Promotion of galvanizing industry in India, effective and technological innovations in use of zinc for hot dip galvanizing goes to Mr. L. Puglendi, sir. I think he left, so definitely we'll deliver the award to him. Okay, we move on to the next category. Contribution in green steel initiatives at Vilai Steel Plant goes to, he's also right now not there with us, Mr. M. Ravi, ex-CEO, SAIL Vilai Steel Plant. Sir is not there, but definitely we'll give away the award to him, so we can have a big round of applause for him. Next award, promotion in application of coated products for construction and infrastructure goes to Mr. Brajesh Nahar, COO, APL Apollo Tubes. Can we have some big round of applause, please? Award for promotion in application of coated products for construction and infrastructure goes to Mr. Brajesh Nahar, COO, APL Apollo Tubes. Congratulations, sir. We are so honored to hand over this award to you. Sir, we would like to hear a few words from you.
Thank you, organizer, for selecting our company and me for this award. Thank you, Mr. Nirmalya, he's not there. In fact, APL Apollo is excelling in the tube. Now, last 2 years, we have been doing business in the flat product also, and a lot of expansion. And we have already, I have presented that a lot of initiative it has been taken to produce the steel, which is green steel. Many product of our company is, you can say it is a green steel, especially in various cross sections of pipe, the coated product. And recently we have launched that is Purlin, that is especially utilized for the construction industry, color coated purlins, and many more product it is there in the anvil. Thank you, organizer, for choosing me.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We move on to the last award, Innovation in Roll Grinding Technology for Reduction Cost of the Roll Consumption. Goes to Mr. Lakshmi Narayana Acharya, Managing Director, Maxis Motion Controls Private Limited. Can we have some big round of applause, please? This is the award for Innovation in Roll Grinding Technology for Reduction Cost of Roll Consumption. Goes to Mr. Lakshmi Narayana Acharya, MD, Maxis Motion Control Private Limited. We are absolutely honored to hand over this award. This honor to you, sir. Congratulations. We'd like to hear from you, sir.
Thanks for the award. Thanks for all the support. Sir, you mentioned that we should be doing machining and then grinding and honing. I come from that industry. So we are already there in grinding. This award goes to my company. My colleague is here, Ganesh Iyer, and we always take pride in being ordinary people doing extraordinary things. So roll grinding is something, a very special technology, because very few companies have this worldwide, mainly dominated by Europeans. And we started entirely on our own. And we have probably saved maybe more than 150 crores of imports till now into the country in the last 15 years. But I take pride in saying that every plant, every machine we touch has to perform to the fullest potential it can. And that is our goal, and we more or less achieve that. Now, we have also started producing our own grinders, new roll grinders. Now, this is something you said, sir, that a capital goods industry. And I call the company as child of the industry. You know, companies like SMEs like us always get support from industries. We got support from Tata Steel, JSPL, JSW, AMNS, everybody. And with the new machine, we need the same support. And as we did before, we will give our fullest potential output, and we'll prove that we are worth the effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Well, this was with the award section. A big round of applause can we all applause together for Brigadier Arun Ganguly, sir, for such support. Thank you so much, sir. Well, thank you and congratulations once again to all our esteemed award recipients. Your achievements reflect the innovation, leadership, and purpose that are driving the future of our industry. Now, we continue our journey through this important day. It's time to turn our attention to one of the most pressing challenges and opportunities in the steel sector, decarbonization. Our next session is a high-level panel discussion focused on the problems, pathways, and possibilities involved in decarbonizing flat and coated steel products. From industrial emissions to supply chain transformation, this conversation will explore what it really takes to reduce our environmental impact, not just in theory, but in practice across operations, policy, and technology. Would like to invite firstly Mr. Shushim Banerjee, Director, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Scale Council, as a moderator of this session. Can we have some big round of applause? Sir, welcome you. We'd like to invite our panelist, Mr. Saurav Kundu, Chief Sustainable Officer, Tata Steel. Welcome, sir. On the panel, please. We'd like to invite Mr. Anil Mittal, COO, Godavari Power and Ispat. Welcome, sir. Welcome in the panel. We'd like to invite Mr. Ratna Prasad Atluri, COO, Evanith Steel. Welcome, sir, on the panel. Big round of applause, please. Would like to invite Mr. Arun Kumar Savalka, Managing Director, GTZ Private Limited. Welcome, sir, on the panel. Would like to invite Meryl Alvin Ins, International Sales and Process Engineer, AD International BVD Netherlands. Welcome on the dais, please. Would like to invite Salim Rehmani, founder and CMD, Faisal Roofing Solution Private Limited on the dais. A big round of applause for all our panelists, our moderator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting the first panel discussion on problems in decarbonization of flat and coated products. In the morning inaugural session, you must have had a fairly good idea of what is the status of decarbonization and also the status of flat and coated products in India, as well as some of the global aspects of both these scenario. Now, this panel will throw light specifically of decarbonization issues and the problems faced by the flat and coated product industry in following decarbonization technology in their own plants. So, okay. So first speaker. Okay. So since we are already running very late, I will first call, first of all, congratulations to all the panel members. And I would request you to, limit your presentation, say about 7-8 minutes, so that if there is any question at the end of the session, we can have some time to reply to them. So our first speaker, I will invite Mr. Saurabh Kundu. He is the Chief Sustainable Officer, Tata Steel.
So should I go
Yeah,
there or should I
yeah,
talk?
you can speak from there. I just sorry for the interruption. There is one more panelist in this session, Mr. Satish Lavekar, AVP JSW Coated Products. Satish ji, can we please have you on stage? Yeah. Sir, my apologies for the mistake, sir. Please.
So it will be easier for me if I go there and speak.
Yeah, you can speak.
Okay, so I'll just begin. My slides are coming slowly. So first, let me begin by, wishing a very speedy recovery to Mr. Mukherjee. I spoke with him just about a week back, and he was all right. Very unfortunate, but it's good to know that he's coming back and he's going to be back in action very soon. Also, let me say Happy World Environment Day to all of you, and it's a good coincidence that you are gathering here discussing carbon like that today. So generally this is a half an hour speech, but I'll squeeze it, and I'll try to be sustainable in terms of time as well. So I have a chart over there displayed, and this chart is all about how steel industry decarbonizes. There is nothing beyond this basically. So if you see that there are two green squares where I am trying to display what are the strategic pathway to reduce the emissions. So there are only two ways, and these two ways are carbon direct avoidance, where we use non-fossil fuels, and there is another one which is CCU or CCUS. Now the second one is, of course, we are discussing a lot nowadays, but it's probably a very difficult thing to achieve. It requires many effort, and there are problems which I'll discuss as well. Now, to achieve this, to follow these two pathways, there are approximately 5 different enablers. So the first enabler is, of course, green power. We are also hearing about this. The second one is green hydrogen. The third one is biomass, biochar, and of course, scrap. Now, all of these are there in different amounts with us, but none of them are going to, there is no panacea. There is no single one which will solve our problem. So probably we need to be very careful on which one to use and which one to not use. So everybody is talking about hydrogen. Of course, in Tata Steel, you have already, had a trial of injection of hydrogen some time back. And it was the largest trial in terms of injection of hydrogen. Often the question comes why we are not following it up. So I'll describe why we are not following that up in the next page. There is one more thing which needs to be understood, that we often forget, we often do not discuss about biomass. But in India, biomass is an excellent resource, is an excellent enabler to decarbonization. And if we use it more, it will be better for us because it is available in plenty. Of course, the supply chain is a problem. And biomass gives two things to us. It can actually give hydrogen, which will be completely green. It can also give us biochar, which in India, in Tata Steel, we are using a lot. We are injecting biochar into blast furnaces. We are using it in our DRI plant as well. And yesterday I was talking to Mr. Kashiva. So one of the enablers to these DRI producers across India could be to use biochar in a manner, by replacing coal to some extent, and that will give one-to-one replacement of CO2. Now, the other point which came up about electric. So electricity is important. Green electricity is going to give us a lot of push into the decarbonization route. There is also discussion happened on Boston Metal, for instance. So there is one thing that we need to remember, that if we make hydrogen actually is being made from electricity. So there is an efficiency loss, and then hydrogen is used in the decarbonization or as a fuel. So there is another efficiency loss. So it will be always better to use directly electricity. It is a good thing to do. But there are challenges. For instance, right now Boston Metal has a energy input of about 5 megawatt hour per ton of steel. In any efficient plant today, this energy that we spend is about 5 to 6 megawatt hours. So not that a lot of gain in terms of energy happens there, but what happens is, of course, it can be made green because it is electricity. So I'll go to the next one, and then see, there is a problem, and this is what is described here. Okay. So there are few ways of making steel, which is known to us: blast furnace, CCU, and so on and so forth. If you see this chart, you'll see that although we talk about CCU, and CCU of course can be attached with blast furnace route and make the emission zero, but it requires double the space that is required today for a BF route. None of the steel plant had that space. So whether the CCU could be a route, it is only CCU by the way, whether CCU could be a route to go in the future, we need to understand this. In terms of CCS, yes, it's a good proposition. It's very costly though. And in India, the geography is not so much favorable as of now. So we need to understand how to tackle that problem. Hydrogen, of course, and of course, if you do that, then our capex increases by threefold and almost fourfold actually, and the OPEX increases by 80%. So we have to be sure that somebody else also bear that cost. Now here, I don't know how many users of steel is there. I think many. So everybody has to bear the costs in this path to decarbonization. Now, EAF hydrogen is a good proposition, of course, but it also requires a lot of hydrogen. And that basically increases the cost by almost 200%, the capex. The OPEX also increases by 50 to 60%. So one has to think about that also. It's my personal opinion that the hydrogen probably is going to come last. So the five enablers that you have shown, so electricity, char, biomass, etc., need to be taken care of, need to be taken very seriously before we go into the hydrogen pathway. There is of course scrap. As you know, Tata Steel there are many companies who use the scrap in the steel making. Tata Steel is also going to use. We are going to have a plant in Ludhiana. Now there are problems there as well. The supply chain of scrap, as you know, it's not so much so well defined here in India, and we actually spend about our per capita consumption is about 70 to 80 kg. So where from the scrap will come? So that is why the point is that we have to do a mix and match approach in next 2 to 3 decades, at least 2 decades, and after that probably things will start becoming better and better for us. I'll go to the third point, and that is my last point. So, in the meantime, what is to be done? So there are we spoke about cost, we spoke about hydrogen, we spoke about other things. What is the next? What you can do immediately? So there are ways. In fact, if you see this slide carefully, there are possibilities to give extra addition of scrap for particular grades where the grading of grades is necessary for a company. For instance, if Tata Motors or Hyundai want to decarbonize a couple of their models, and they actually choose which grades they need to buy at a very low carbon level, then those particular grades can be added or specially taken care of by addition of scrap. It happens in Europe. It is nothing new. There are brands made around this, and we should actually embark in that journey. The other thing which has come up recently is the World Steel Association has come up with a concept called COC, or the chain of custody method. What does it tell us? It tells us that the company like ours, steel makers, can do other projects till the time you have a lot of hydrogen. You can do other projects, you save carbon, and you can actually store that carbon in carbon bank. So about a year back, Tata Steel has come up with a carbon bank concept. We have about 50,000 odd carbon in that bank. And now this process actually gives us opportunity to use that carbon to allocate certificates to the product that we sell to our customers. In fact, JSW recently has also come up with something called Green Edge, which is their brand. And as far as I understand, JSW also has a carbon bank. So see, we are going in that path. So what happens here, what requires here is that the people, the customers also come forward, because this way is the way to go gradually to the greener pathways or the green development in this steel sector, because there's nothing going to happen very quickly. There's nothing going to happen very suddenly. So that is not there, but we have to do a baby steps, and we have to go forward with such concepts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kundu. The next speaker, I would call Mr. Anil Mittal, CEO, Godaburi Power and Ispat. Okay. So can I request Ratna Prasad Atluri, CEO, Evinod Steel?
Good afternoon. I again miss Nirmalya, whom I got in contact during COVID period when he was organizing the online seminars. That is how I got invited to this seminar. I don't want to repeat, so much has been discussed in the morning. I think I would say two of the best reports I've read on green steel is one is recently released by Ministry of Steel. The another one is by CEEW. Basically, we have a lot of information and a lot of confusion as well. How do we calculate? How do you categorize? And so, as Mr. V.R. Sharma told us in the morning, the baby steps should start.
I also feel strongly that energy efficiency is the first step, which fortunately in India started in the downstream from the mill onwards, or rather from the steel making onwards. A lot of efforts have been done by many steel plants in India. At least I have the opportunity to work in CSP, where we have seen the mill energy almost from 350 mccal per ton. It has come down to 80 to 90 in CSP. Means the reheating furnace itself has drastically reduced. So is the case of power, where the power consumption also has reduced. Similarly, in steel, I have worked in various steel plants, in converters also, where the scrap consumption used to be barely 10 to 14%. Now, at least when I worked in abroad, in Algoma and all, where we could take it up to 20-22%. But in India, I think in the arc furnaces, which have converted to the EAF, we are able to push it up to 18 to 19%. Of course, that is mostly DRI, because the scrap is still prohibitively costly for our Indian economics. But when you see about CO2 as a whole, I take every step matters. And when you come back to the iron making portion, the fuel consumption, we are learning from other big players like JSW and Tata. They are able to achieve 500, 520. In the mini steel sector, mini blast furnaces, we are able to achieve about 530 to 540. And again, various energy conservation systems, when we see a lot of things we are able to implement because they are economically viable. So even if there is a payback period of 2 to 3 years is there, definitely whether it is a big steel plant and mini steel plants, we can take it up. But the economics are driving it. I do not know what will be the extra cost of green steel that will come in picture, but how it will be, how the market will evolve, it is only speculation. Though the government is telling there will be a premium for the green steel and all. I think it's a big thing to watch, because the ministries, they have very clearly said, all of us are facing the same problem, but all of us are not in the same boat. Each of the units have different. My company has come back from NCLT. This the company has been closed because we could not operate. The new management has taken over. So we are trying to focus with minimum investment, how we can make ourselves viable in the market, and then at the same time improve ourselves to go to this thing. So I just will not take much time. I'll share only few slides. This is again from the Ministry of Steel, which gives a very good picture of where do we stand with respect to the world. In fact, knowledge is something we are sharing today. Again, knowledge without action is meaningless. So here I would like to say one more thing. Many times we reinvent the wheel. The transparency amongst the steel industry is one of the poorest, because I have also worked abroad, but where a professor from university is taking up a project where 10 to 15 steel companies work together to achieve it. Whereas in India, we need to reinvent the same thing, even though I do not know how much transparency we have today, because I rarely get the opportunity to get the operating problems about the other steel plants. Whereas if the ministry is working, definitely it will be worthwhile to know where we are succeeding, where we are failing, so that it will be worthwhile, because we cannot afford to invest again and again for the same things. So this is what the trajectory which all of us wish. But the first two parts, the one is the energy efficiency, and there is the auxiliary fuels or whatever it is. These two things, I take it as doable to a certain extent. This is all the wish list. I would not go to, yeah. This is where do we stand? Again, this is what we have calculated. Ours may be wrong, but this is again, if we go by the energy calculations, what we have been following for the PAT, the same thing we have used for CO2. This is where we stand, and we want to achieve the same thing we are comparing with others. I think these are the numbers which if they are transparently shared, like the way we have been sharing with the PAT, we will get better understanding of where we stand and where we can go. This is just a small comparison. Yeah, these are the most of the technologies which are already matured and which are available in the industry. Interestingly, even in a mini blast furnace like 450 cubic meter and 650 cubic meter, dry GCP and TRT has given us a lot of benefit in our company. I've already mentioned about scrap utilization in the steel making. Rolling, in fact, in the present company, we still have a long way to go. These are the technologies, best available technologies which are available from 20 years, but very slow to implement in our country. Another point which is of interest to most of the mini steel plants is the beneficiation. Beneficiation of the iron ore, I think very few companies are doing in India, because majority of us are surviving by sinter plant. It has been a challenge for us to improve the sinter quality with the available iron ore. So we tried to use about 20% concentrate in our sinter plant, and then we are trying to improve the Fe in the sinter. Same thing, this banking is an issue. Again, it is state to state, it is varying. The renewable energy, how to get it, how to mitigate it is a challenge for us. Material efficiency, I think this is a very good topic touched upon. This is where the Fe in sinter or the slag in the iron making or slag in steel making. Some numbers I would like to share with you. In the iron making, I have seen the plants operating from 300 kg to almost 420 to 450 kg per ton of iron. In steel making, I have worked where we could make steel with 40 kg, of course not in India, but 350 kg is also being practiced in India. So there is a huge variation in the plants we are running, in the surrounding with the under what pressures we are running at different plants, we have that. So it's a huge learning experience for all of us to see how we can minimize this waste. I think I will leave more for the discussion. I don't want to touch on green, hydrogen or anything. These are the energy action points, what I felt are doable and should be done. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atluri, for a very focused, PPT, which all of us are really appreciating. The next speaker, I will call Mr. Arun Kumar Savalka, Managing Director, GTS India Private Limited.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for this excellent seminar. My company, GTZ, is in the process of manufacturing and applying various finishes on coated steel. We have been in this business from the very beginning of the development of the Indian steel industry's private sector. We started our journey with Rourkela Steel Plant and evolved with the Indian private sector in the steel industry over the years. In the last 40 years of our journey, we have been associated in the areas of pre-treatment of raw flat product steel and the post-treatment and coatings. When we start the process with our products, the steel making process is over. We are dealing with the coated steel. So our area of reduction of carbon, which is the subject of this discussion, is very minimal. However, we have been attempting in our own way to reduce the carbon footprint in the manufacturing of coated steel, especially when we look at the cleaning section of steel plants. To begin with, the temperatures in the cleaning section used to range between 90 to 95 degrees centigrade. And there used to be a huge requirement of cleaners because the quality was inconsistent with the requirement of cleaning of the soil and oil on the surface. Gradually, we have evolved and we have reduced the temperature requirement in the pre-treatment section from 90 degrees to about 65, 70 degrees as on date with our products and developments, thereby saving a lot of energy. Now we have targeted our temperature requirement to 50 degrees, and we are recalibrating our products to meet a more ambitious goal. Ultimately, the focus would be to bring down the temperature where heating may no longer be required in the pre-treatment section, in the cleaning sections of the steel plants, whereby energy consumption would be reduced to zero. Once the steel has been coated, whether with zinc or zinc alloys, then we have products which provide corrosion protection. Because as you all know, zinc or zinc alloys in their natural state are prone to white rust or corrosion. We provide the post-treatment which enables and increases the longevity of the surface coating. In this area also, we have been working towards reducing the PMT of this incoming steel from the coated section, which was considerably high earlier. Also, we are looking at products which require less curing temperature post-treatment. There is also the factor that the solution of these coating chemicals required temperature earlier. We have moved towards ambient temperature and thereby eliminated the cost and energy required for heating the solutions of the coating chemicals. Now, our target is to reduce or eliminate coating curing temperatures to the bare minimum. Presently, we have brought down the temperatures from around about 120 degrees in many cases to about 70 degrees in many cases. And we are looking at a future whereby coating would be entirely cured without the need for forced drying. So our contribution towards decarbonization of steel making is comparatively minimal when you look at steel production from ore to finished steel, but it is important in the overall scheme of things because the coatings that we provide are ultimately increasing the longevity of the coated products that the steel industry sells. Also, the fact remains that there are other issues where we are contributing in terms of green technology, in terms of making the coatings more environment friendly, which of course is not a subject of this panel's discussion, and which my colleagues will be addressing in a presentation which they will be making subsequently during the second half of this meeting. So all in all, I can say while our contribution is small in the overall scheme of things, it is important as it adds the maximum value to the finished steel. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Savalka. Very good presentation, very focused. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Merrill Elvin Ince, International Sales and Process Engineer, AD International.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't mind, I'll talk to you while I'm sitting. Maybe I can save some time walking up, and I know it's almost time for a very late lunch. I am representing the surface treatment part of the steel manufacturer of flat steels. I've been involved in this now for, I could say, almost 25 years, starting up with the development of pretreatment chemicals, focusing on how can we best treat steel not only for corrosion protection, but for added functionality. Not much has happened in the steel industry when I started, until I started, which was in the early 2000s. As much as there was change, it was very slow. I started to notice that change started to happen more rapidly. We were using in those times, which I'm sure you're familiar with, immersion tanks. All systems were, the strip was going into hot immersion chemical systems, passivations, pretreatments, a lot of waste. I still remember standing in a bath of chromic acid, cleaning out the flakes with my boots high in chromic acid flake. And I was one of the most happiest people when someone said we can have no rinse processes. And at that time, we never ever thought that was a dream. How can you have a chemical applied on a strip moving at 120 meters per minute without any rinsing? But it became possible. Technologies such as dip squeegee, spray squeegee, chem coaters became now the norm. Very quickly, we started to move away from chrome and new technologies developed. As a chemical manufacturer, as Sir mentioned, the impact that we make on decarbonization can be done, VOCs, low temperatures, and so on. But we also feel our responsibility is lying in the ability to be able to formulate our chemicals so that it is ready for the new steel that is going to be produced in the market coming up. Steel is changing. Our experts in the morning have been talking about the different steels and how they have evolved from GI to GL to now ZAM. This is constantly changing as we are moving towards different batch furnaces and methods of manufacturing steel. The surface, of course, is changing and the chemistry needs to be changed. Most importantly, sustainable without losing performance. And this is the key. The goal for us is to create the chemicals for the future that are able to provide the performance that we are used to and go further than that to provide the functionality that we need to be able to enter the steel market of tomorrow. We have a presentation planned, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but look forward to discussing that and sharing your thoughts and ideas. I hope it will bring food for thought into how we can be a partner in steel and flat products by being able to help you to have the surface treatment and chemicals ready for your processes, and also help you to shorten and trim your processes so that we can together make the steel that we dream of for the future and be more responsible for the market that is up ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Merrill. This was very good, what you have said. And I think Indian steel industry will definitely keep note of it. And you are right that Ministry of Steel has, taken a lot of decisions. The task forces, they have now that full report has come on green steel. And I hope everybody has gone through that report, which is which gives some way forward for the Indian steel industry. And we had long needed this type of documents which have been compiled by a series of experts in their own field. Now, our last speaker is Mr. Salim Rahmani. He is the founder and CMD of Faisal Roofing Solution Private Limited. And for a change and for a benefit of everybody, he will be speaking in Hindi. So I hope he will appreciate it.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से जो निहायत मेहरबान रहम वाला। अगर आपकी इजाज़त हो, सुबह से ही कंटिन्यू कॉन्फ्रेंस चला है, तो मैं एक छोटी सी शायरी सुना दूँ आप लोगों को, क्योंकि पानी में बाजू में है, तो मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि मौजू भी है, अगर इजाज़त आप लोगों की हो तो। कहते हैं, रख हौसला वो मंजर भी आएगा, रख हौसला वो मंजर भी आएगा, प्यासे के पास चल कर समंदर भी आएगा। थक हार कर न बैठ ऐ मंजिल के मुसाफिर, मंजिल भी मिलेगी और मिलने का मज़ा भी आएगा। आई होप हम सारे लोग सुबह से हैं यहाँ पर, अच्छी सोच अच्छी खोज के तलाश में हैं। मेरा नाम सलीम आई रहमानी है। मैं पिछले लास्ट 34 ईयर से जो है रूफिंग इंडस्ट्रीज़ में हूँ, जो कि इंस्टॉलेशन से स्टार्ट किया था। 14 ईयर्स का मेरा एज था, 5वीं क्लास प्राइमरी स्कूल पढ़ा। देन इसके बाद मैं जो है कि चला आया। जैसे ही 6वीं क्लास में टोंकिल टोंकिल लिटिल स्टार हाउ आई वंडर व्हाट यू आर आया, तो मैं मुंबई चला आया। बट मेहनत किया, इंस्टॉलेशन से लेकर मैंने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक पहुंचा, और आज हमारा 10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर में मुंबई और पूरा पैन इंडिया, इसके अलावा भी हम एक्सपोर्ट ऑल वर्ल्ड में काम कर रहे हैं। कहते हैं ना कि आपकी सोच अच्छी है और खोज अच्छी है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ईश्वर आपको कामयाबी देगा ही देगा। तो वो एक लम्हा है जो रब ने मुझे जो है कि इन सब चीज़ों को सीखने और समझने का एक मौका दिया। बेसिकली इस इंडस्ट्रीज में अगर देखने के लिए जाएंगे, जो मैंने इंस्टॉलेशन किया है, जो कलर कोटेड सीट या एल्युमिनियम सीट को लेकर, तो यहाँ पर सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है कि अच्छा मटेरियल बनाना है। लेकिन अच्छा मटेरियल बनाने के बाद का क्या बात आती है कि आप अगर अच्छा मटेरियल बना रहे हैं, आप आरएमपी बना रहे, एसएमपी बना रहे, एचडीपी बना रहे, पीवीडीएफ बना रहे, सारे मटेरियल के बाद आता है सवाल कि जब ये मटेरियल कॉयल के रूप में बनती है और इसके बाद इंस्टॉल करने की जब इसका नंबर आता है, तो क्या वहाँ पर जो इंस्टॉलर है उसे कोई गाइडलाइन क्या अवेयर किया गया है कि इतनी अच्छी मटेरियल, इतनी अच्छी कोटिंग, इतनी अच्छा माइक्रोन का बनाया हुआ है। तो इसके लिए जो है कहीं ना कहीं मैं चाहूँगा, यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं लगभग कलर कोटेड के कंपनी के लोग, उन्हें जो है कि जिस तरह से मटेरियल देते हैं और टीसी देते हैं, उसी तरह से कहीं ना कहीं हर जगह जगह अवेयर करना चाहिए। छोटे छोटे होता क्या है, बड़ी कंपनी जब होती है तो वहाँ पर एक प्रोसेस होता है, चार्ट होता है, वहाँ पर गाइडलाइन होती है और उस पर काम होता है। लेकिन मटेरियल का अगर 40% या 30% देखेंगे तो उस जगह पे ये यूज होता है जहाँ पर उन तरह काम करने वाले लोग उस स्किल के नहीं होते हैं। तो उन्हें वीडियो के रूप में उन्हें जो है कि उनकी भाषा में, जैसे कि मुझे हिंदी बहुत अच्छा आता है बोलने के लिए, इंग्लिश नहीं, बट उनकी भाषा में, उस भाषा में जो है उस डेटा को देना चाहिए, करना चाहिए, ताकि वो अच्छी तरह समझ सके और गाइडलाइन को फॉलो करे। अब मटेरियल तो लोग ले लेते हैं, लेकिन कई बार देखेंगे आप लोग साइडों पे जाएंगे तो मटेरियल 2-2 महीना 3-3 महीना पड़ा हुआ होता है, और फिर कंप्लेन आता है कि इसका कलर निकल रहा है। कलर क्यों निकल रहा है? क्योंकि जब मटेरियल गया, लेने वाला ना उतना अवेयर है, उसने मटेरियल अच्छा लेने के समय लिया, बट उसने जो है इसके बाद किस तरह वो मटेरियल रखना है, किस तरह उसका देखभाल करना है, ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। और मटेरियल जब वहाँ पर 4-5 साल में ख़राब होता है तो ये होता है कि कंपनी ने मटेरियल सही बना के नहीं दिया। एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम होता है कि सही तरीके से अगर नॉलेज दिया जाए, जो चीज़ें 10 ईयर्स 15 ईयर्स 25 ईयर्स के लिए आज पीवीडीएफ या आप बोलेंगे एसएमपी एचडीपी मटेरियल बन रहा है, अगर इसे सही तरीके से गाइडलाइन दिया जाए, मेरा फोकस है इसी पे कि गाइडलाइन सही होगा, लोगों को अवेयर करेंगे, छोटे छोटे प्रोग्राम करेंगे और लोगों को ये चार्ट देंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं ये चीज़ों में उन आगे अच्छा ही होगा। अब देखिए मटेरियल वहाँ रखा होता है, वहाँ पर अगर न्यू कंपनी है चालू है तो वहाँ पर बहुत सारी क्यूरिंग भी होते रहता है, पानी वहाँ चला जाता है, रात को जो है कि ठंड होती है और दिन के गर्मी में जब गर्म होता है दोनों सीट के बीच में बंडल में पानी होता है तो एक फ्यूम जनरेट होता है। अब वो जनरेट होने की वजह से कहीं ना कहीं उसका तो प्रॉब्लम किसी को तो करेगा। अब वो होता है कभी टॉप कोट कभी बैक कोट, अब बैक कोट 7 to 9 माइक्रोन 5 माइक्रोन का रहता है और टॉप जो है कि 90 to 23 माइक्रोन का, जिस तरह मटेरियल रहे। तो ये जो है कि हमारा बस इतना ही फोकस है कि जो इंस्टॉलर है अगर अच्छा मटेरियल जो कोई भी दे रहा है और ले रहा है उन्हें जो है अवेयर करे कि एक अच्छा इंस्टॉलर के साथ अगर मटेरियल ले रहे तो एक अच्छा स्क्रू भी होना चाहिए। कई बार देखेंगे तो एक ग्राइंडर से ऐसे काट देते हैं, अगर मशीन का कटा हुआ होता है तो वो मशीन का कटा हुआ आपको 10 साल 15 साल वहाँ का टेज पे जंग रस्ट नहीं लगता है, लेकिन अगर वो ग्राइंडर से काट देंगे तो उसका, अब उन्हें भी पता नहीं कि मशीन से कटे हुए मटेरियल का क्या क्यों नहीं होता है और ग्राइंडर काटने से क्या, तो जला देता है ना, जो केमिकल प्रॉपर्टी है उसे कवर करना चाहिए वो जल जाता है। और वहीं से सबसे बड़ा जो है कि चैलेंज आज के समय में ज़्यादातर रिप्लेस अगर सीटें होती है तो वो सबसे बड़ा है कारण ये ओवरलेप, यहाँ से ही ये सीटें जो है कि रिप्लेस होती है। बहरहाल कहने के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है, वक्त की कमी है, बस इतना ही कहूँगा लास्ट में मुखर्जी जी के लिए कि जो आप लोग भी इतने सारे दूर दराज से आए, मैं भी मुंबई से आया, आज वो नहीं रहे उन्हें ज़रूर मिस कर रहे हैं। कहते हैं ना, सबके दिलों की जान बनाया है आपने, सबके दिलों की जान बनाया है आपने, मुश्किल को भी आसान बनाया है आपने, कैसे अता करेंगे मोहब्बत के कर्ज हम, कैसे अता करेंगे मोहब्बत के कर्ज हम, मुखर्जी जी को मुखर्जी जी बनाया है आपने। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सलीम जी। एक्चुअली आपने जो कहा है ये मतलब ये स्किल का काम है, तो मैं आपको प्रॉमिस करता हूँ ये जो गैल्वेनाइजिंग, ये जो कोटेड प्रोडक्ट की जो इंस्टॉलर है, इसको आप एक गाइडलाइन बना के मैं आपको पास भेजूंगा। अगर आप वेट करेंगे तो मैं इसको अप्रूवल लेके इसका ट्रेनिंग दूंगा, ठीक है? और बाकी आपसे भी सलाह लूंगा और कौन कौन जगह में ये हो सकता है, कौशल का विकास होगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू जी। नाउ आई एम सॉरी आई फॉरगॉट टू मेंशन बिकॉज ही हैज कम स्लाइटली लेट, मिस्टर Satish Lavekar. He's AVP JSW Coated Products. Mr. Lavekar, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime already, we are delayed, so I will make it very fast. I am from JSW Steel. So regarding JSW Steel's decarbonization process, Mr. Panda has already explained everything. So I will just stick to the subject matter which was given to us as a problem in decarbonization. So I will not say problem, I will say challenges. So I will just brief into it. So considering today's Environment Day, I would like to start my speech with one beautiful line from Upanishad, which says, Sarva Khalidva Brahma, means whatever exists is a divine, that is water, air, and earth, and we need to protect it. So I think this conference is a step towards it. Regarding the facts, as we know, 85% of the current steel production is through blast furnace and BOF route. Electric arc furnace challenges in Indian scenario, we know, is the scrap availability and of course the electricity. Then a lack of the green hydrogen is the challenge. When we come or when we talk about the coated steel, it again becomes more complex because it involves many energy efficient stages like pickling, annealing, and coating. And when it is about the coated steel, we have to see the entire value chain decarbonization, which is including zinc and aluminum smelters and the paint manufacturing. So when I say challenges, sir, I would like to divide it into 4 buckets. It is policy, technology, economics, and market perception. When I say about policy, so there is no clear policy about carbon footprint and EPD. The PLI scheme boosts about the production, but PLI scheme doesn't speak about the direct impact on the decarbonization or benefit related to it. When it comes to technology, so DRI with green hydrogen, it is in the very initial stage in the Europe. It will take another 8 to 10 years to come to India or maybe on the commercial scale applicable levels. When it comes to economics, everybody talk about it. These green technologies are very costly, and of course, the product related to it are again more costly. So that is the another angle. And when it comes to market perception, the auto and white good industry is nowadays demanding about the green steel or low carbon steel, but still there is no defined policy as such. I think if we work on these 4 buckets, policy, technology, economic, and market perception, it will give us a proper way ahead to work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavekar. Very small and concise focus on the topic. Now, with this, we have come to the end of this panel discussion on problems in decarbonization of flat and coated products. If the audience have got any question to any of these speakers for 1 or 2 minutes, then yeah.
The presentation, it shows that Sinterplant and SMS both are having 0.29 kg per ton of steel, I think. So how it is possible a Sinterplant and the SMS is having a similar kind of CO2 consumption? If you can go back to your presentation, you can
This
see.
is basically the fluxes in the steel making. Yeah, logically should be less. What you said is right. But in sinter plant, our energy is very less. Maybe that means we are using about 48 kgs. And
Coke
it-
breeze.
Anthracite coal plus coke breeze, both together. That's
Okay. But in
And
SMS?
Fluxes are high in central plant, I do agree with you. But in melt shop, our fluxes are still high. The slag rate is very little bit higher than the normal, almost to the tune of 170 to 180 kgs.
So it is actually a really,
Huh?
0.29 for both the cases, Interplan and SMS.
I think I will cross check the numbers. Basically, the CO2 is the one we are looking at.
Yes.
It. Yeah. And of course, we are also using a lot of carburizers.
Okay.
If I exclude that, maybe it will come very close.
Thank you, sir.
I think
This was the question.
mix of the material in the sintering plant that will have some.
But still it is matching with SMS.
What is
It's
it
a
is
really
right. Yeah.
alarming.
Yeah, you are
should be
right.
Somewhat more.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I think by that we come to the end of this panel discussion. You will all agree this was a very interesting presentation. Had there been so much time available, they could have further elaborated. But I think you have got the gist of it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Big round of applause for our moderator as well as the panelists. Kindly stay back. I request Ankit sir to please join and hand over the token of honor memento to our honorable moderator of the session as well as the panelist, starting with Mr. Shushim Banerjee, sir, Director, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Steel Council. Can we have some big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Saurav Kundu, Chief Sustainable Officer, Tata Steel. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Anil Mittal, COO. To Mr. Satish Lavekar, AVP, JSW Coated Products. Big round of applause, please. Can we have some louder applause, please? To Mr. Ratna Prasad Atluri, COO, Evenith Steel. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Arun Kumar Savalka, Managing Director, GTZ India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. To Merrill Alvin Inc., International Sales and Process Engineer, AD International BV, the Netherlands. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. To Mr. Salim Rehmani, founder and CMD, Faisal Roofing Solutions Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We will now break for lunch. My apologies for the delay. We will come back here in 45 minutes. So for lunch, we will be going to the stateroom. So if you go out and take a left, take the jetty to the main building, and then take another left. There you will find the stateroom, or I'll be going myself, so you can follow me. And then we will have our lunch and come back here in 45 minutes. Thank you so much, everyone.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference.
Every day begins with chemistry. From the first sip of tea to the stainless steel appliances in our kitchens, from the toothpaste we use to the fuel that powers our commute, chemicals shape the world around us. And behind many of these innovations stands a name trusted for decades, GTZ Chemical Industry. GTZ began its journey in 1936 as the Indian arm of the US-based trading house Getz Brothers and Company. Over the years, GTZ grew into a pioneer of progress. In 1985, GTZ joined hands with WITCO Corporation USA, a Fortune 500 company and global leader in specialty chemicals. This strategic alliance propelled GTZ into the realm of metal finishing chemicals, a field in which it continues to provide world-class solutions. Key industries. GTZ operates across two core sectors. One, steel and metal industries, delivering high-performance chemical solutions that enhance durability, efficiency, and sustainability in industrial processes. Two, organic and sustainable solutions, enabling eco-conscious advancements from organic farming to green manufacturing, reducing environmental impact while promoting sustainable excellence. From raw materials to final products, GTZ solutions are trusted by manufacturers, producers, and industries across the globe. GTZ infrastructure and global presence. GTZ's chemical excellence extends beyond borders. With exports to over 30 countries including France, Germany, South Africa, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and more, we ensure seamless delivery and reliable global support. In India, GTZ operates state-of-the-art facilities located across the nation. At the heart of GTZ is our commitment to innovation. Our R&D wings are equipped with cutting-edge technology, driving product development and quality control. From specialty coatings to active pharmaceutical ingredients, GTZ sets benchmarks in precision and safety. Through strategic partnerships, we amplify our impact, fostering long-term collaborations that drive shared success. Strategically located hubs enable large-scale production, storage, and distribution, strengthening our supply chain both domestically and internationally. GTZ is not just a chemical company. It's a community. Our people are our strength, from scientists to field technicians, from business leaders to logistics teams. Each one plays a role in delivering excellence. But innovation is matched by responsibility. Our products meet stringent environmental and health standards. We invest in green practices and support initiatives for cleaner air, safer production, and long-term sustainability. Backed by legacy, driven by innovation, committed to sustainability, GTZ continues to shape the future through the power of chemistry. GTZ, innovating today, transforming tomorrow.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference.
Every day begins with chemistry. From the first sip of tea to the stainless steel appliances in our kitchens, from the toothpaste we use to the fuel that powers our commute, chemicals shape the world around us. And behind many of these innovations stands a name trusted for decades, GTZ Chemical Industry. GTZ began its journey in 1936 as the Indian arm of the US-based trading house Getz Brothers and Company. Over the years, GTZ grew into a pioneer of progress. In 1985, GTZ joined hands with WITCO Corporation USA, a Fortune 500 company and global leader in specialty chemicals. This strategic alliance propelled GTZ into the realm of metal finishing chemicals, a field in which it continues to provide world-class solutions. Key industries. GTZ operates across two core sectors. One, steel and metal industries, delivering high-performance chemical solutions that enhance durability, efficiency, and sustainability in industrial processes. Two, organic and sustainable solutions, enabling eco-conscious advancements from organic farming to green manufacturing, reducing environmental impact while promoting sustainable excellence. From raw materials to final products, GTZ solutions are trusted by manufacturers, producers, and industries across the globe. GTZ infrastructure and global presence. GTZ's chemical excellence extends beyond borders. With exports to over 30 countries including France, Germany, South Africa, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and more, we ensure seamless delivery and reliable global support. In India, GTZ operates state-of-the-art facilities located across the nation. At the heart of GTZ is our commitment to innovation. Our R&D wings are equipped with cutting-edge technology, driving product development and quality control. From specialty coatings to active pharmaceutical ingredients, GTZ sets benchmarks in precision and safety. Through strategic partnerships, we amplify our impact, fostering long-term collaborations that drive shared success. Strategically located hubs enable large-scale production, storage, and distribution, strengthening our supply chain both domestically and internationally. GTZ is not just a chemical company. It's a community. Our people are our strength, from scientists to field technicians, from business leaders to logistics teams. Each one plays a role in delivering excellence. But innovation is matched by responsibility. Our products meet stringent environmental and health standards. We invest in green practices and support initiatives for cleaner air, safer production, and long-term sustainability. Backed by legacy, driven by innovation, committed to sustainability, GTZ continues to shape the future through the power of chemistry. GTZ, innovating today, transforming tomorrow.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference.
Every day begins with chemistry. From the first sip of tea to the stainless steel appliances in our kitchens, from the toothpaste we use to the fuel that powers our commute, chemicals shape the world around us. And behind many of these innovations stands a name trusted for decades, GTZ Chemical Industry. GTZ began its journey in 1936 as the Indian arm of the US-based trading house Getz Brothers and Company. Over the years, GTZ grew into a pioneer of progress. In 1985, GTZ joined hands with WITCO Corporation USA, a Fortune 500 company and global leader in specialty chemicals. This strategic alliance propelled GTZ into the realm of metal finishing chemicals, a field in which it continues to provide world-class solutions. Key industries. GTZ operates across two core sectors. One, steel and metal industries, delivering high-performance chemical solutions that enhance durability, efficiency, and sustainability in industrial processes. 2. Organic and sustainable solutions, enabling eco-conscious advancements from organic farming to green manufacturing, reducing environmental impact while promoting sustainable excellence. From raw materials to final products, GTZ solutions are trusted by manufacturers, producers, and industries across the globe. GTZ infrastructure and global presence. GTZ's chemical excellence extends beyond borders. With exports to over 30 countries including France, Germany, South Africa, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and more, we ensure seamless delivery and reliable global support. In India, GTZ operates state-of-the-art facilities located across the nation. At the heart of GTZ is our commitment to innovation. Our R&D wings are equipped with cutting-edge technology, driving product development and quality control. From specialty coatings to active pharmaceutical ingredients, GTZ sets benchmarks in precision and safety. Through strategic partnerships, we amplify our impact, fostering long-term collaborations that drive shared success. Strategically located hubs enable large-scale production, storage, and distribution, strengthening our supply chain both domestically and internationally. GTZ is not just a chemical company. It's a community. Our people are our strength, from scientists to field technicians, from business leaders to logistics teams. Each one plays a role in delivering excellence. But innovation is matched by responsibility. Our products meet stringent environmental and health standards. We invest in green practices and support initiatives for cleaner air, safer production, and long-term sustainability. Backed by legacy, driven by innovation, committed to sustainability, GTZ continues to shape the future through the power of chemistry. GTZ, innovating today, transforming tomorrow.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference.
Every day begins with chemistry. From the first sip of tea to the stainless steel appliances in our kitchens, from the toothpaste we use to the fuel that powers our commute, chemicals shape the world around us. And behind many of these innovations stands a name trusted for decades, GTZ Chemical Industry. GTZ began its journey in 1936 as the Indian arm of the US-based trading house Getz Brothers and Company. Over the years, GTZ grew into a pioneer of progress. In 1985, GTZ joined hands with WITCO Corporation USA, a Fortune 500 company and global leader in specialty chemicals. This strategic alliance propelled GTZ into the realm of metal finishing chemicals, a field in which it continues to provide world-class solutions. Key industries. GTZ operates across two core sectors. One, steel and metal industries, delivering high-performance chemical solutions that enhance durability, efficiency, and sustainability in industrial processes. Two, organic and sustainable solutions, enabling eco-conscious advancements from organic farming to green manufacturing, reducing environmental impact while promoting sustainable excellence. From raw materials to final products, GTZ solutions are trusted by manufacturers, producers, and industries across the globe. GTZ infrastructure and global presence. GTZ's chemical excellence extends beyond borders. With exports to over 30 countries including France, Germany, South Africa, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and more, we ensure seamless delivery and reliable global support. In India, GTZ operates state-of-the-art facilities located across the nation. At the heart of GTZ is our commitment to innovation. Our R&D wings are equipped with cutting-edge technology, driving product development and quality control. From specialty coatings to active pharmaceutical ingredients, GTZ sets benchmarks in precision and safety. Through strategic partnerships, we amplify our impact, fostering long-term collaborations that drive shared success. Strategically located hubs enable large-scale production, storage, and distribution, strengthening our supply chain both domestically and internationally. GTZ is not just a chemical company. It's a community. Our people are our strength, from scientists to field technicians, from business leaders to logistics teams. Each one plays a role in delivering excellence. But innovation is matched by responsibility. Our products meet stringent environmental and health standards. We invest in green practices and support initiatives for cleaner air, safer production, and long-term sustainability. Backed by legacy, driven by innovation, committed to sustainability, GTZ continues to shape the future through the power of chemistry. GTZ, innovating today, transforming tomorrow.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative. We meet stringent safety and compliance standards. All products manufactured meet REACH and RoHS standard. Our global network ensures close proximity to customers across all continents. We serve regions including Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Americas. Through strong partnerships with distributors and a dedicated technical support team in Europe, we ensure consistent service and expertise worldwide used by key players in the industry. At AD, innovation is part of our DNA. Our strong focus on research and development ensures that our chemistry meets both current and future demands. We offer tailor-made chemical solutions adapted to your specific line requirements, always compliant with REACH, RoHS, and other regulations. Our products are used in a wide variety of industries, from white goods and automotive to construction and architectural panels. Whether you work with galvanizing or aluminizing lines, we offer chemistry solutions that match your sector's specific challenges. In India, our products are distributed by Flowchart India Private Limited. With the support of AD's technical team, we ensure local expertise and hands-on support. Together, we make the difference.
Every day begins with chemistry. From the first sip of tea to the stainless steel appliances in our kitchens, from the toothpaste we use to the fuel that powers our commute, chemicals shape the world around us. And behind many of these innovations stands a name trusted for decades, GTZ Chemical Industry. GTZ began its journey in 1936 as the Indian arm of the US-based trading house Getz Brothers and Company. Over the years, GTZ grew into a pioneer of progress. In 1985, GTZ joined hands with WITCO Corporation USA, a Fortune 500 company and global leader in specialty chemicals. This strategic alliance propelled GTZ into the realm of metal finishing chemicals, a field in which it continues to provide world-class solutions. Key industries. GTZ operates across two core sectors. One, steel and metal industries, delivering high-performance chemical solutions that enhance durability, efficiency, and sustainability in industrial processes. Two, organic and sustainable solutions, enabling eco-conscious advancements from organic farming to green manufacturing, reducing environmental impact while promoting sustainable excellence. From raw materials to final products, GTZ solutions are trusted by manufacturers, producers, and industries across the globe. GTZ infrastructure and global presence. GTZ's chemical excellence extends beyond borders. With exports to over 30 countries including France, Germany, South Africa, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and more, we ensure seamless delivery and reliable global support. In India, GTZ operates state-of-the-art facilities located across the nation. At the heart of GTZ is our commitment to innovation. Our R&D wings are equipped with cutting-edge technology, driving product development and quality control. From specialty coatings to active pharmaceutical ingredients, GTZ sets benchmarks in precision and safety. Through strategic partnerships, we amplify our impact, fostering long-term collaborations that drive shared success. Strategically located hubs enable large-scale production, storage, and distribution, strengthening our supply chain both domestically and internationally. GTZ is not just a chemical company. It's a community. Our people are our strength, from scientists to field technicians, from business leaders to logistics teams. Each one plays a role in delivering excellence. But innovation is matched by responsibility. Our products meet stringent environmental and health standards. We invest in green practices and support initiatives for cleaner air, safer production, and long-term sustainability. Backed by legacy, driven by innovation, committed to sustainability, GTZ continues to shape the future through the power of chemistry. GTZ, innovating today, transforming tomorrow.
Welcome to AD International. We develop, manufacture, and supply innovative chemical solutions for metal surface treatment. With over 50 years of experience, we're committed to delivering future-proof solutions, raising the bar in quality, sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are active in the coil industry, aluminum finishing, general industry, and general galvanizing, HDG. Coil Coating Technologies is part of AD International, founded in 1974. Our production facility is strategically located in the Netherlands, close to major European ports. Covering 30,000 square meters, the plant is certified to ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards, and adheres to the Responsible Care Initiative.
Welcome back, everybody. Post-lunch, I request all others who are still outside the banquet to please come inside and take down the seat. We'll be starting the technical session 1 right now. As session chairman, I would like to invite Mr. Mohit Kapoor on the stage. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Sustainability and Innovation Advisor to All India Induction Furnaces Association. Once again, big round of applause for our session chairman, Mr. Mohit Kapoor. As panelist, I would like to invite Mr. Nalin Goel, Deputy Head, International Marketing and Sales. Welcome, sir, on the dais, please. I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfrisa India Private Limited. Welcome, sir, on the dais. Would like to invite Mr. Prasad Karnig, Head Coated Products, AMNS India. Welcome, sir, on the dais. Would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Manoka, Lanzatic. Would like to invite Mr. Arup Majumdar from 5 Stain. Welcome, everybody, on the dais. So, as session moderator, I would like to request Mr. Mohit Kapoor to please start the session. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First session after lunch, that too a delayed lunch, is quite a tough ask. But I believe me as a moderator and you people, my fellow panelists and all the delegates belonging to the steel industry can take this load. So first of all, best wishes to Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, my dada, who is recovering very fast, and heartening to see that he has handed over his company in able hands. So Pradipta and Ankit are, along with the team, managing this show very well. And I believe everybody who is sitting here will send this message to him that these two youngsters have done wonders. So just to make it a bit more interactive after all those kachodis and masala kulchas, I would like to have certain questions from you. And I'll request each one of you to kindly raise your hand if whatever I'm saying resonates in your thoughts. Decarbonization, does it resonate to you? Net zero transition, carbon emission reduction, environmental responsibilities. These are all very nicely framed words and phrases that obviously we need for this current generation. But trust me, decarbonization or environmental responsibility is not a Western adopted idea for us. Our country has been doing this since generations and since time immortal. There is no other tradition or no other civilization on this earth who is known to, revered to, and sometimes in last few years, due to ignorance and adamancy, mocked for worshipping even nature. We are the ones who have been worshipping mountains, plants, vegetation, rivers, everything. और आज जब please I'll have take the liberty of speaking in Hindi. कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं जो अपनी भाषा में अच्छे से समझ में आती हैं, and thankfully कलकत्ता में भी हिंदी पे बैन नहीं लगा है. That's heartening. है ना? नहीं लगने देंगे सर. Don't worry sir. India is rising now. In last 4 days in May month, हमने लैंडस्केप चेंज कर दिया, परसेप्शन का भी और जियोपॉलिटिक्स का भी. सो बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी जो हम लोग ना समझ नहीं पाते हैं. ये सब नई चीजें हमको बता दी गई, हमको सुनाई दे रहा है. हम लोगों के अलावा तो किसी ने आज तक किया ही नहीं जो नेचर को माना हो. नेचर को गॉड मान के हम लोग चलते आ रहे हैं. तो ये सब चीजें हमारे लिए नई नहीं है. तो वी डोंट हैव टू लर्न इट, वी जस्ट हैव टू रिवाइव इट एंड रीगेन इट. See, I'll take the cue from, because unfortunately I had to miss my presentation, which was supposed to be in the last session because of time constraint. It was focused on specialty steel and decarbonization both. And it's good that Mr. V.R. Sharma, who is sort of a guru for most of youngsters like me, he has spoken a lot about it. See, I'll say this specialty steel, the topic of my presentation was strength with sustainability, forging India's future with specialty steel towards Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. Specialty steel is not just a product. It is actually a strategic enabler for India's ambitions in defense sector, maritime dominance, space technology, and what was discussed in length, capital goods production, technology production, as well as a robust and resilient infrastructure. Value addition, which we have to do in steel, can be justified in very few basic examples. 10 रुपए 15 रुपए किलो जो ओर माइन करते हैं, उसको क्रूड स्टील बना के हम लोग 50 से 60 रुपए बेच रहे हैं. उसको हम लोग कितने करोड़ में बेच सकते हैं, उसका कोई एंड नहीं है. एंड व्हाट लिटिल एफर्ट्स एंड विजनरी लीडरशिप एंड एफर्ट्स एंड स्ट्रेस टेकन बाय रिसर्चर्स कैन बी डन, वो पिछले महीने में 4 दिन में 6 से 7 मई की रात से 10 से 11 मई की रात के बीच में हमें दिख गया है. हम लोगों ने अगर एक टाइम पे मेहनत करी ब्रह्मोस पे इन्वेस्ट करने की, टाइम एंड एफर्ट एंड पैसा, डिस्पाइट वी आर नॉट एन ऑयल रिच कंपनी जिसके पास पैसा बहुत था, नॉट एन ऑयल रिच कंट्री. हम लोगों ने तेजस में पैसा लगाया या सुखोई में पैसा लगाया, इंटरनल डेवलपमेंट में तेजस में लगाया. एंड ट्रस्ट मी, एनीथिंग कैन बी टेकन केयर बाय any establishment in media, but if Indian government and Modi is so powerful that he can control international stock markets, जहां Chinese, Turkish, Iranian, even Lockheed Martin के shares nose dive करे because of जो 4 दिन हमने करके दिखाया. और जो Indian PSUs थे या weapon manufacturing agencies थे, which were less preferred, barely talked about, उनके shares कहाँ sky rocket जा रहे हैं. और आज दुनिया हमारे पीछे भाग रही है, 17 देश, कि हमको हथियार बेच दो. So just imagine selling crude oil and selling a product. And another heartening thing is, if we take about actual data, right now, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe last year we produced around 140.8 million ton of steel. Out of it, only 9.95 million, less than 2 million metric ton, 2 metric ton steel was specialty steel. But what we have promised and what we are targeting in 2030 is total 300 metric ton. Out of it, it will be 25 metric ton minimum of specialty steel. So wherein total production, we are just increasing by double. In here, we are doubling it by 1250%. So that is heartening to see that yes, we are in the right direction. Close to 30,000 crore Indian currency has already been invested or proposed for PLI scheme into specialty steels. Yes, a lot have been said against, and I'm happy that, because I'm also not a proponent of specifically only green hydrogen, but yes, There are many things which we have to do. Manage scrap, though we are not producing scrap, but at least our government and organizations, institutions and academies must come forward in at least removing the stigma around scrap steel. Let us stop calling it scrap steel. Let us start calling it recycled steel. हम लोग जैसे ही नाम बदलते हैं, चीज का दाम बदल जाता है हिंदुस्तान में. तो स्क्रैप करना शुरू करें. बेस्ट पार्ट क्या है जो मेरे से पहले प्रेडिसेसर सब लोगों ने बोला, we have to change our mentality as a community. We have to change so that जो और चीजें हैं, जैसे स्टील तो 8, 10, 12% ही कार्बन एमिशन कर रहा है, बाकी जो हम अपने घर में कर रहे हैं. And luckily she is not here. In the morning my wife was also here. So I looked behind my shoulder to tell her कि देखो एयर कंडीशन 18-19 पे नहीं करना चाहिए, जैसा मैं कहता हूँ 24-25 पे रहने दिया करो. So we have to change as a community as well. And as I said, decarbonization nothing new for us. It is something which is always been in our culture. So if I say it, sustainability path of India is a good fusion of our wisdom, our heritage, and innovation and technology. So today I would request now to please put on the banner of the particular session. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a mix of highly influential and experienced people full of energy on this particular topic of decarbonization. And when I was reading that topic, rather I was happy. A good fusion of how decarbonization should be there, the approach, and then the furnace thing also there, and the zinc as well. So now I would request all of you as well to please interact and please raise your question after each speaker so that at the end we are not left with less time, so that we can ask certain questions and let this curiosity remain there. Let us interact against. So now I will request Mr. Vijay Murthy, I believe he's here. So Mr. Nalin, who while receiving an award on his behalf spoke very well. So I'm sure that he will deliver an excellent discourse in this meeting as well. So now I would request him to just throw some light on zinc galvanization and sustainability associated with it, and how this industry, with honestly speaking limited resources that we have and limited, I would say, skill development that has happened till date, how this industry should take it forward in short term as well as in long term.
So we had a presentation also on that, but then I'll verbalize what we have been doing at Hindustan Zinc Limited. If we talk about galvanization, it's basically broken into two parts. So if you can see, this is our presentation where, you know, we are completely committed towards a sustainable future and not just, you know, decarbonization. Decarbonization is one of the aspects of how you go sustainable. We are focused on Yeah, thanks. We are focused on a multifaceted approach on how do we go sustainable. We have, you know, we are carbon positive. We are 2.4 times carbon positive in a space where, you know, water is scarce. We are recycling almost 30 lakhs of water a day. So that is something which is a vision which our CEO had, and now we are implementing it. We have zero liquid discharge, 3,000 KL of zero liquid discharge. And now we are inaugurating another 4,000 KL of zero liquid discharge, which was being discussed in the morning also for by somebody from JSW. So what we are looking at today is not just, you know, an approach to make future sustainable. We are making the products which go into our future also sustainable, so that everything that is being used today, everything that is being used will be used in future, has that aspect and thought process which we are discussing today over here. So when we talk about steel, galvanizing in steel segment, we say, you know, we are a very small portion. If you see zinc as a raw material is like what, 3.54% of steel. As cost, we are approx 20-25% of steel product when it is galvanized, depending on how much of it is being used. But what we say is that even that proportion, we want to deliver you a humongous change which can, you know, impact at your decarbonization and sustainable initiatives. Today, when we are thinking of developing a product, we are not thinking of developing a product where there is a marginal reduction in carbon footprint. We are thinking of developing a product which has almost 1/5 of reduction of carbon footprint. We are developing products in lead and zinc which has cut out the entire carbon footprint due to our energy sourcing, due to our raw material utilization, which directly impacts scope 3 of all your products that you will be manufacturing now. So these are the aspects about the company. A lot of people would definitely be knowing Hindustan Zinc, definitely from the share market, as well as from the companies being one of the ratnas of the country. So we are the largest integrated zinc and lead manufacturer. In this aspect, we manufacture zinc, we manufacture lead, silver, we manufacture cadmium, which is a minor metal. And it is very hearty to say that silver, which is 10% of India's requirement, is 100% renewable. So these are our production centers, but just to be concise, I'll move to the sustainable part of our products. So if you see here, we have launched one of our products called EcoZen. This product has less than 1000 kgs of carbon footprint for per ton of zinc being manufactured. And today we can proudly say that with our tie-ups with renewable energy suppliers, we can convert almost 15% of our production to this product. We are looking at launching this product in near July, August, that is the next quarter. And this will be something which will be a direct contributor to all the galvanizers who use zinc from us. Similarly, we are, working on various accreditations where if you see, we have REACH, we have EPD, we have declared our TNFDs, we have declared our EPD, we have got an EPD certificate. We are one of the first manufacturers who is SBTi declared for 2050 net zero targets. So the thought process is that whatever we can contribute to the galvanizing segment of India, we want to race ahead of time and we want to contribute in a sustainable manner. So this is the product that we are talking about. Nobody had globally thought of something like this. Still, if we talk about London Metal Exchange, which is the benchmark for a lot of non-ferrous metals, they are still preaching a number of, say, less than 3,500 kgs of CO2 emission per ton of zinc. We have already reached less than 1000 kgs. So this is an approach and thought process. We are saying that we are aligned with the steel industry, and yes, we are aligned with the galvanizing fraternity per se, that we want to contribute to your targets of reducing your carbon footprints and decarbonization in your products.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And it's quite heartening to listen that you have reached the limit of carbon emission, or you have breached that lower limit of carbon emission more than the Western countries who are presumed to be more developed. It's very heartening to see. So now I'll move on to the next gentleman. Who happens to be our co-host for cocktails and dinners as well tonight. Rajesh ji, energy management. And I love the word that has been used, energy management, because what as a country, industry and community we have to do, just manage certain things. First of all, manage ourselves. So sir, what is this energy management approach? Please throw some light on it, sir. Please, sir. The stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I start from the word energy management. So as I expressed during the first session, that energy used in our steel industry are a bit mismanaged. If you compare our energy consumption with our neighbor, we are almost 33% higher. For making the same steel, we are 33% higher. What could be the reason behind it? We are using almost the best technologies of Europe. All the major steel plants are running with European or Russian technologies, with good equipments. We somewhere fail in our skill management. We somewhere fail in educating our team of operation. We still think चल जाएगा, हो जाएगा, ऐसा ही चलता है. I am doing it by last 20 years. You are doing it last 20 years doesn't mean that this is correct way to do it. So I give you examples. Many of us are from who have rolling mills. Just check with your operator. Ask, what is the waste gas temperature when you are releasing it to the atmosphere? I tell you, in average, India have the waste gas temperature after recuperator close to 410 degrees centigrade. How much you need for a natural draft? 160 degrees centigrade. 160 to 170. That is enough. Why you are wasting 200 degrees more? I am a maker of a recuperator, designer of recuperator. When I go and visit some of the customer, it is running well. They don't want to upgrade. Upgradation needs a cost. They don't want to invest. That is an investment. That is not a expense. Cost of the recuperator is recoverable in 4 to 5 years. I explained my views to some of the senior people in Tata Steel, and they understood my concern. We revamped 6 recuperator in Tata Steel for better results. We are getting it. We upgraded the largest installation in India, that is 450 tons per hour at JSW Dolvi, for better results. We are having an R&D team to work on it. If we cannot manage our resources, whatever we are having, then these decarbonization, green steel, hydrogen has nothing to do. We are having resource, we have to use it very wisely. Maximum of our energy is fossil fuel. 75 to 80% fossil fuel, if I am not wrong. If we can save 33%, where the value will go? So this is how, that is why I say it energy management. If we can manage our recent resources wisely, definitely we can save. When you are negotiating with a furnace makers, Firestone, Danieli, Tenova, you make a very stringent line. This is the specific fuel consumption I want. Did you ever check with your operation team what at all you are getting after 3-4 years? No. Maybe my words are strong, but this is the truth. So we need to manage, we need to utilize our resources very wisely. To achieve 500 in 2047, many things need to be taken care. Apart from energy management, we need to make good infrastructure for transportation. Freight corridors need to be developed to carry raw materials, to carry finished products. We need to develop in many aspects, especially the skill management. R&Ds in different leaders like Tata Steel, JSW, JSPL, and who are the major leaders, SAIL, they need to develop R&Ds. They need to develop their internal schooling system. Inside their plant, a schooling system need to be developed to train their operators, to train their managers to get better results. Otherwise, it is not possible, or the things will be very slow. So these are few major hurdles when we think on our dream of 2047. Calfrisa is one of the largest manufacturers of instruments, heat exchangers, recuperators, preheaters. We have R&D teams which work on different lines. I give you one example, like you all have seen the recuperators installed in reheating furnaces. How we predict the life? We go in a major shutdown once in a year, and we go to see the recuperator. And we see the first few rows. First row you can see. Maybe by here and there you can see the second row. What about third? What about fourth? So you cannot see. It is just with your experience you say, no, it looks good, or it is bad, or we can take it in next shutdown. So we developed a tool that is called digital twins. for recuperators. We use some of the feedbacks from furnaces, like what is the waste gas temperature before recuperator, what is the waste gas temperature after recuperator, what is the energy we are recovering from that recuperator, what could be the expected life of that recuperator. So with that database, we calculate and we give you the figures. If your recuperator is performing 20% less, you are getting 20% less combustion air. That means 8 months you run the recuperator, that is the cost of a new recuperator. So why at all you are running with 20% less efficiency? Because it is not broken? Because you are not having a problem? Suppose your recuperator is broken. You are in a peak production, a recuperator is broken. What will you do? First thing, first few weeks, you will not able to know that, okay, few tubes of recuperator are leaking, it is broken. After 3-4 weeks, someone from operation team will say, hey, furnace pressure is going high. Why furnace pressure is so high? Why flames are coming out of the door? Then you will go to check on the damper, which is quite innocent. He has done nothing, but you will go to check on dampers. Then you will find that, okay, damper is okay. Is recuperator leaking? Yes. Then you come to know recuperator is leaking after 6 weeks. Then what will you do? You will go in the morning meeting and you will tell, okay, recuperator is leaking. We should make a plan to change it. And recuperator is not an instrument which is ready always. Even if it is ready, you need to have a shutdown of 3, 4, 5 days to change it. So in order to overcome these problems, we have a technology, digital twins. You can install, you can daily, regularly check the life of your recuperator, how it is deteriorating, how it is performing, and then you can plan your preventive shutdown and maintenance. So I cannot see from here. Just a second, please. Yeah. So this is what I was saying about RTOs. In all the color coding lines in India, I have not seen RTO operating effectively. So this is why government is not making strong rules, because they don't want to hamper the growth of the industry. But it is our responsibility to have the RTOs operational. So we can introduce you the operator RTOs to help you in get rid of VOCs, volatile organic components. Recently, I will not take much time. I know we are running late. I am just showing you a video where in our test furnaces, we have achieved 100% hydrogen combustion. If you see, yeah, these are the pictures taken with 20%, then with 70% hydrogen, with 80% hydrogen, and with 100% hydrogen. I will show you a video. This we have used in incinerators, also in RTOs, and we have installed in some plants in Europe. How can I play this? Can you play this video? This is a video. Can you play it? Yes. No? Yes, you see, it is with, we are running this with 100%. This is 50% propane and 50% H2. This is 60% H2, 70% H2, 80% H2, and you see with 100% H2. This is somewhere I learned old in my last company, Phipps. flameless combustion. This is a flameless combustion. This is the test furnace we have in our Zaragoza plant. And we tested, and we are now with University of Zaragoza, we are developing some real models also for some industries. So gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for not just an energetic but an emotional discourse that you have given. And actually, we need this only because we have to understand that whether it's turning our focus on specialty steel or value-added products, or focusing on saving our capital, our money by any form of decarbonization, it is not just showing our efforts as an industry, it is showing our efforts as a nation. It's a national vision. How to turn raw potential into natural strength will come with these small steps. So now to continue, I'll request Mr. Arup Majumdar ji to please have his views on reheating furnaces towards green operations.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy for this association. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be in this forum with the steel stalwarts who has expertise in their respective areas. So, without wasting time, before I start with my presentation, just I will give an overview what I'm going to speak about. So, if I see the topic, green steel technology, market and application in flat and coated products. So basically, I would like to focus on green steel technology and what we can do in the reheating furnace to reduce the CO2 emissions, right? So let us see, I would try to focus on that area, that how we can reduce the CO2 emission in reheat furnace. So it will be more technical, but I would try to make it interesting and quick. Okay, so just few slides on Fives Group. That is where we are located, our headquarters. And regarding Fives Group, basically we have 4 divisions in Fives Group. The first one is machine tools. So Fives Landis is the company doing grinding and cutting tools, which is coming under the machine tool division. Then the second division is process technology. So under process technology, we have aluminium, Fives Soleus. Maybe who are in the aluminium sector, they know Fives Soleus, they do the complete aluminium production. Then cement, Fives FCB, they are doing the grinding and crushing mill, the pyroprocessing kilns. Energy, so we have a combustion division and we are supplying burners for all industrial applications. And we also do this one for the cryogenics, for the pumps for liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, liquid argon. So that comes under the energy division. Glass and steel division is where I belong. So I have a separate slide on glass and steel. Automated solution, our third division, is basically looking after intralogistics. DHL is one of our big customer who is belongs to this intralogistics. Maintenance, piping, AI, data processing, that is more in the service part of Fives. So this is how Fives is divided into 4 categories. Okay, so if I talk about steel and glass division, what we do in steel and glass division. So the 9 pictures, what you see here, I will start with the first one, process expertise. So in Fives, we have a group, we call it Fives Kiods. They are a group of metallurgists who basically interact with the steel producers to develop new grade of steel, new grade of coating, then that quality ramp up, all sort of process audit from starting from steel making till the downstream. So they are called Fives Kiods. Digital, we have a separate presentation on digital. I will not speak about digital. It's an interesting topic. Service, every organization has a service industry. Reheating furnace, I think you already know about reheating furnace. We have a major base in India and worldwide for all types of reheating furnaces. Cold rolling, proud to say we are one of the leading supplier for the 20 high mills for silicon and stainless worldwide. Coming to strip processing, we do strip processing line for galvanizing the carbon, silicon, and stainless. Especially when you say about carbon, the ultra high strength steel, advanced high strength steel. So our furnace has a special feature to play over there. Coming to tube mill, Fives Auto, they do the tube business. So and also tube finishing, the tube straightening machine comes under Fives Auto. Glass equipment, we have a total glass starting from the melting furnace, then the annealing layer, the conditioning equipment. So this is how FIVS in steel and glass division is divided into 9 groups. And I belong to steel and glass, mainly looking after reheating, cold rolling, and strip processing. Okay, so no more on my company slides. I will come to the technical. Sorry. Okay, so starting with the technical point. So this is our overview. Today, we all know this figure. Today, we are like 2.6 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel. And the aim what we have is to go to 1.2, 50% reduction. But what we have analyzed is we cannot do it in one day. It has to be stepwise. So the first step, which should be a target for 2030, we feel that now we can first work on 10% reduction, which will be mainly dependent on material efficiency and technology performance. I will speak about material efficiency and technology performance. The next 40%, which is again material efficiency and technology performance, but in addition to that, carbon capture, hydrogen, bioenergy, this will also come into picture. So at the end of my presentation, I will focus on what FIVS is doing about hydrogen burner. And in the first part of presentation, why FIVS furnace is different in terms of technology and this material efficiency, right? Okay. This is just to start with the first one, reheating furnace. So roughly for a reheating furnace, let's say a 350 tons per hour reheating furnace, the installed power, the burner power, just as an idea, it's about 150 megawatt. So we all can understand 150 megawatt of electrification in a reheating furnace is not possible. So what we need to do? We need to design a furnace which is more energy efficient and low carbon emission. How we can do that? I will come to that. The next, I will speak about oxygen enrichment. So I will show in a slide that by doing oxygen enrichment, how we can reduce the CO2 emission. And we have reference currently in Europe, 3 references with such oxygen enrichment. And lastly, hydrogen combustion. So today, the burners, what is already in the market, FIVS burners, the latest burner, is capable to take 70% hydrogen. And now we are working on 100% hydrogen. The test is over, and we are going to implement hydrogen burner in one of our furnaces in Europe. Customer is Celsa, where we are going to replace the burner with hydrogen, and we are going to see the result very soon. So there will be a publication for that, but that is where we are now on the hydrogen burner. So first I will speak on the technology performance, right? So when I speak about technology performance, let me just quickly brief how the furnace, our furnace is different in terms of technology. So basically in our furnace, what we do, we control individual row of burner, and to be precise, like every 2.8 meter of furnace length is one zone. So without going into details, imagine a reheating furnace 50 meter long. In 50 meter long furnace, almost 60% of the furnace, which is 30 meter, is having burner. So this 60%, 30 meter of furnace, mainly for a proportional control, is divided into 3 zones: preheating zone, heating zone, soaking zone. So that means each zone is 10 meter. What we do, instead of 10 meter, we are saying we are able to control the heating curve in every 2.8 meter. Why? Because as you see in that, just each row of burner will be having thermocouple on the top, so that we can precisely control each row of burner. Without going into much into technical detail, we can discuss separately on this. So the main difference of this digital furnace with the proportional furnace is we are controlling the furnace zone temperature more precisely for a lesser zone length. So what are the advantage for this? Okay. And another point to mention is whenever we are firing the burner, we are firing the burner at its 100% capacity and as per the heat demand. Like if I come to the next slide, what this slide is trying to say, the graph on your left hand side, if you see this graph, the x-axis is heat demand and y-axis is the burner firing time. So what do we do in digital furnace? Suppose if my heat demand is 60%, let's say for a 60-second cycle time, if my heat demand is 60%, so 60% of 60 seconds, which is 36 seconds, I will keep the burner firing for 36 seconds, but at a maximum capacity, 100%. And for the next 24 seconds, I will off the burner. So what help I am getting out of this? There are 2 help. The first help is we are able to reduce the fuel consumption, number 1, because I am doing heating exactly what is required, not overheating, number 1. And number two is NOx emission. Why I am able to reduce the NOx emission? I will show in one of the graph. If you see the graph on your right hand side, on the x-axis it's burner load, and on the y-axis it's NOx emission. So basically what I am trying to say in this slide, whenever I am firing at 100% capacity with my burner, I am firing for a lesser time. So lesser is the time I am firing a burner, lesser will be the NOx generation. Why? Because the nitrites, the oxides of nitrogen forms at a higher temperature, above 1800, 1700. So lesser the time I fire, lesser will be the NOx generation. And that is how with 100% capacity burner firing, we are able to reduce the NOx emission. So that is one advantage. And the graph on your left hand side is basically to show the blue color line is a graph showing specific fuel consumption with a digital furnace, and the one in purple with a proportional furnace. So what is the difference? If you see from 80% to 100% of the capacity, because no reheating furnace operates always at 100% capacity. If it is a 400 tons per hour, maybe it will be running at a 320, 330 TPH. So basically from 80% or 75 to 100% capacity, when the furnace is fluctuating, that time my heat demand is as per my firing time, is as per the heat demand, for which I get a lenient curve. My fuel consumption slowly it increases. But in case of proportional control, you cannot turn down completely. At least you have to maintain a minimum burner firing, for which from 80% it's almost maximum. So that is where you save on the fuel consumption from 75 to 100%. So basically, this what I just spoke about is regarding the technology performance. So by a different technology furnace design, we can reduce the CO2 emission, like this digital furnace, as I explained, how the burners are working. Next, just to sum up where we can do what. So the first point, as Rajesh ji already explained, the first point is recuperative system. I completely agree, and it's a very important point that the recuperator efficiency has to be good enough so that there is a chance of CO2 reduction. So ideally, we should target, whenever we design a furnace, combustion air temperature not below 650. That should be our target. And for that, if the recuperator is becoming big, let it be big, but you will be gaining for a lifetime. Number one. Number two, digitalization, optimization of furnace performance. This, it's written 3% of the slide, but you can go up to 5%. With the digital furnace operation, as I just explained, you can reduce the CO2 emission up till 5% compared to conventional mode of firing. The third one, hot charging. Hot charging practice is very often in many furnaces, but also it is not there in many furnaces. So more you do hot charge, and you can see the percentage, 7% reduction you can do in CO2. The next, fourth, which is a very interesting topic, is oxygen lancing or oxygen enrichment. What we have seen, that if we are enriching the oxygen percentage up to 40%, we will be able to reduce the CO2% reduction by 20%. So basically, my target is 35% reduction of CO2, and that is how I have divided this 35%. And you can see a major part of 35% is coming from oxygen enrichment. So this is the next step, what all the customers are doing. In Europe, we are receiving many inquiries. Recently, we received an inquiry from JSW also, and this type of inquiries are coming up, and it gives us a hope that yes, all the steel producers, they are thinking how to reduce the CO2, and this is one of the way how we can do that. ECS is also another process where you can produce steam instead of cold water skid cooling in furnace and reduce CO2 emission. Immediate solution for oxygen enrichment. So on the screen, there are 4 options I have given. Why I have encircled the first and second one? Because that is what we are recommending. Number 1 is basically showing that you can do oxygen enrichment, increase the oxygen percentage till 25% in the combustion air header. And by doing that, the NOx will increase because the flame intensifies with the oxygen. And the second one, what we are recommending is, instead of putting a lance in the combustion air header, instead of enriching the combustion air with oxygen, you put a separate lance. This lance can be 1 meter away from the burner, and that is what we propose to do. And if you put that lancing, and you can increase up to 40% of oxygen, this will help us to lower the NOx emission, as well as the flame length. We can adjust the flame length because we are not touching the combustion air line. So the combustion air header will help me to play with the flame length. So this is what we are recommending. And the other two, which is basically oxy-fuel, the fourth one, and the in-between one is putting oxygen lance in the fuel. So these two solutions are expensive because it calls for retrofitting the burner itself. And also the flame will be shorter and intensified, increasing the NOx. So these are the two options we do not recommend. And to start with, we can go with the point number 2, and also point number 1, to increase the this one, reduce the CO2 emission. Okay, so just I will speak on the graph below. So if you just see on the graph below, so basically this furnace is a 300 tons per hour furnace where we have studied and done oxygen lancing in the burners, which is marked with those arrows. And what we have seen that as far as whenever we are increasing the oxygen percentage, then the fuel consumption is coming down. So basically from 288, it has come to near about 235 with up to 40% of oxygen. So the line, the line which is coming down, purple line, is the consumption. So you can see almost like 18 to 20%, the fuel consumption came down with increase of oxygen percentage. So this is one of the way we can do. And to do this, what we need to do is basically we will do an audit. Our expert will visit your furnace. We will do an audit. And as an outcome of the audit, we will propose you that what level of oxygen lancing till what percentage, how many burners needs to be done, and what will be the benefit you will get in terms of fuel consumption. So it will be a two-stage audit and then the project. So I am over with the first part, which was material efficiency and technology performance. Now this is the second part, which is hydrogen. So what we are doing with hydrogen, as I said, hydrogen already, it has been tested in Bar-le-Duc, our test lab. And now we are putting in a hydrogen burner in one of the furnaces in Europe. So basically for hydrogen, there is a challenge. We all know that. There is a safety issue, number one. Number two, the burner design itself will be critical. And also the flame shape, furnace design, and the fourth bullet is very interesting, process. Just to keep in mind, if we are firing hydrogen, what we are doing, we will be producing more steam inside the furnace. So when that steam is produced, then what it happens, it may damage the refractory, more scale, the material, we have to see the property of that steel. So we have to keep, as an OEM, as a furnace OEM, as a designer, we have to keep all those aspects in mind whenever we are doing a design for hydrogen burner. And of course, the last two is very interesting, is the cost of hydrogen versus CO2 tax. So there is no CO2 tax today. I think today is 40 this euro per ton of CO2. There is a number I got for CO2 tax, and hydrogen production is maybe it's 3 euro per kg. So at some point of time, this the carbon tax will increase, and for green hydrogen, the hydrogen price will come down. So I think there will be some break-even point reached where ultimately we have to decide, maybe we need to think about hydrogen. So that is where our role will come to support you for such burners. I think this is the last slide. I will quickly finish with this slide. Sorry for the time taken, but it's too much technical, sorry. Okay, so if you just see, I would just draw your attention towards that purple line, the one which you see at the bottom. So in x-axis, what we are doing, in x-axis, we are increasing the percentage of hydrogen in natural gas. So basically, just to give a number, the calorific value of hydrogen is 1/3 of natural gas. You can see that value on the top. So what happens when I'm starting increasing the percentage of hydrogen in natural gas, the volume of fuel will increase because I have to give more hydrogen instead of natural gas. So the end of the purple line, you see, it has become almost 3.5 times. But what happens? The CO2 reduction. So when the hydrogen has gone to 100% level, slowly you can see the CO2 reduction has also come to, like, it has become a zero CO2 reduction, and we are able to get the fuel consumption at the minimum. So point to mention is this test has been done. So basically, one interesting data I would like to point out. If you see in that zone number 2, so there are 3 zones, 1, 2, and 3. If you see zone number 2, which is ending at 70% hydrogen, That is where we are already today. So today, as I confirm, our burners, the latest generation burner is already capable of 70% hydrogen. Now we are in the third trial. So the mixed gas, any reheating furnace in India, either it's mixed gas or coke oven gas. In mixed gas, the percentage of hydrogen is about 20%. Coke oven gas 50 to 55. So any furnace you are operating with coke oven gas, you are already in phase one. You are already dealing with 50% hydrogen. So next step, we should think of upgrading the burners for this hydrogen compatibility, at least 70%. And third stage is when we'll go with complete 100% hydrogen. Okay, so that's all. This will how our burner will look like with multi-fuel port, and the big one is that combustion air port. So you can give multiple fuel in our burner. We are having many furnaces. We are operating. We are in fact is in operation and under execution in India, where there are 3 to 4 fuels in that burner. So this is how it looks like. And the last 2 slides is basically a test furnace. It's a small furnace, 120 TPH. In fact, this is the furnace which I was referring, where our hydrogen burner will be implemented, 120 TPH furnace. So after the test, what we saw, when we fired hydrogen, when we tested in our simulation hydrogen, the result is on the next slide, just to show this result. So there are 2 pictures. One picture about how the homogenization of temperature in the billet inside the furnace with natural gas fired, and one with the hydrogen fired. So as per the simulation, it almost looks same. The simulation shows that the temperature uniformity, these things are very similar to each other. And also we have tested with one billet that what is the temperature and the head to tail. So it is also matching with the natural gas and hydrogen. So as far as the test and simulation is concerned, we have passed that milestone. That is over, and the results are very satisfactory. So once we have the final result after this installation in CELSA, we'll come to you with the result. So I think that will be a good opportunity to again speak on this topic. This is my last slide. So what is the conclusion of all what I said? The conclusion what I want to draw is there are 2 points. If I want to think about immediate CO2 reduction in a reheating furnace, there are 2 ways. We go with the technology performance. We see how the combustion technology in a reheating furnace is working and how it is different with the proportional, number 1. Number 2, oxygen enrichment or oxygen lancing. And what is the long term? As Sharma sir said in the beginning, we reduce, and then we go to hydrogen. So that is the next one, that once we reduce, then we jump into hydrogen, which is the next topic. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your patience hearing. Any question, please let me know, and I'll be very glad to answer you. Yes.
Can you please pass on the mic to him?
Sorry?
Excuse me, please pass on the mic.
If furnace is LPG fired and we are working with the burner, calorific value of LPG is 11,800 approximately. What should be the ratio of oxygen in our emission gases?
Ratio of oxygen, first of all, air fuel ratio as per the
Not air fuel ratio. I am asking about the waste gases. When we are giving to the chimney, when we are monitoring the NOx, SOx, at that level, what should be the oxygen percentage in flue gases?
Okay, flue gas, oxygen. See, flue gas I have to see, but the NOx, as you said, it will be about 200 milligram per NMQ will be the NOx emission. And oxygen, it will come from the air fuel ratio, because finally with the calorific value, whatever fuel, LPG, COG or MG, as per the air fuel ratio, the air will be selected, and in any way it will be 19 to 20% oxygen in that air.
That is the burner setting. When we set the burner, it's a 20% oxygen.
Yeah.
And other according to calorific value gas.
Right.
After emission, after combustion, what should be the discharge gases, flue gases,
First of
oxygen
all,
percentage and CO2%?
First of all, it should not be
Okay.
unburnt. it should not be, it will be more scaling. So basically oxygen percentage should be as low as possible. Because if you're generating more oxygen means basically there is a incomplete combustion. So the combustion is not good.
No, if there is a no CO2, we will discuss
Yeah,
separately.
CO2 will be definitely there, but problem is the oxygen level should be as minimum as possible, because if it is not so, that means you are giving more combustion air.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
is where the technology will come into performance, that basically how much air you would need, that control.
I think what we are setting, the
Today, how much you are
to
getting?
4%, 2 to 4% oxygen in our flue gases. There is a no CO, 10 to 15 ppm CO.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
think
So I
2
think-
to 4% ideally is maintained for billet furnaces. 2
We
to
are-
4%.
I am asking about annealing furnaces.
Yes, they are also. They are also.
Batch annealing.
Yes. And for HSM also, it is close to 3.5. And as Arup told, I completely agree that we need to keep the oxygen level down. But how FIPS used to handle it, I tell you a bit because I was in commissioning of FIPS, so I know the thing. So how FIPS do that in soaking zone, which is a high temperature zone, the scaling will be high in high temperature zones. So what FIPS do, they keep just a bit less oxygen in the soaking zone to keep down the scale formation. As soon as from soaking zone, waste gas moves towards the heating zone or preheating zone, there are some unburnt gases. So they change the air gas ratio for the next zone with more air to burn the gases, unburned gases. And
Unburned gases.
accordingly, at the end of the furnace, after recuperative zone, you get a better oxygen result. That's why there are 2-3 oxygen analyzers in fixed furnaces
exactly.
to
In fact,
control this.
many furnaces you will see oxygen analyzer only in the recuperative zone, but nowadays customer is asking also in the soaking zone.
Yeah.
So you keep monitoring the oxygen level as Rajesh ji explained, right? Right. So
So
how-
Arupji, thanks a lot for this excellent presentation and the fact that it created an discourse among all the panelists is a very good thing. I hope you are here tomorrow as well,
Yes.
and today late evening, so that any individual questions can further be taken care of.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Arupji. Thank you a lot. So now at the end, a big round for Mr. Arup. I hope this discussion will continue more today. So now I'll invite Mr. Prasad Karnik for new age sustainable coatings on steel. So this basically topic will cover both the things, sustainability as well as value addition in steel.
Hello. Yeah. So at the outset, I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy for giving us the opportunity to talk about AMNS products, which are a next generation product basically. And when at the start of the session, Mr. Mohit has made my job a bit easy. He spoke about Atmanirbhar Bharat and sustainability, why we cannot manufacture the products in India. So what AMNS is doing is basically getting the products which were not available in India, the technology which were not available, and making it available so as to fulfill the dream of our Prime Minister in creating Sashakta Bharat, Vikasit Bharat and Sashakta Bharat, a strong
I'll
India.
just interrupt you, Mr. Karnik, and good wishes for AMNS for recently 2 new grades that you have created,
that
an
is what I'm-
optical and optical.
Yeah, that is what I'm going to cover. So that is the focal point. Again, Mr. Mohit has made my job easy by talking about the products which we are going to introduce. So coming straight away to the presentation, this is about AMNS. It is a 60-40 joint venture between Arsenal Mittal Steel and Nippon Steel, the two big giants of the steel industry. We all know that India has a target of reaching 300 million tons of steel. And all the steel companies are moving in that direction. About AMNS India, like I said, it is 60-40 joint venture. We have steel plant in the western coast of India, Hazira. And can I get a pointer, please? Yeah, and we have our own mines in the eastern part of India, the pelletization plant. In the eastern part, we get our raw material from eastern part. To the western part, we have coated steel plants in Gandhidham, in Hazira, in Khopoli, as well as in Pune. This slide, I think, in the morning, Mr. Pugazinti spoke about the evolution of coatings worldwide. So we had galvanized steel being used till 1970s, and then Galvalume was introduced. Then the researchers brought in Galfan because they wanted a further improvement in the weldability as well as formability. However, Galfam did not perform that well, so further researchers went and developed something known as zinc magnesium alloy coated steel. So this steel was introduced in early 2000. AMNS researched and developed this Magnalis as a part of our portfolio in 2010. Magnalis is truly inspired by nature. It is a green product, and that is the reason we have a tagline for Magnalis: reimagining to protect India's green future. So just we'll dwell into this particular product. A brief background about this product. This product was researched 20 years ago, and it has a proprietary composition, and it is patented product. This product is patented worldwide. This product was launched in Europe in 2010, and now this is the first time it is being deployed outside Europe, in India as well as in Brazil. What is Magnalis? Magnalis is a patented zinc, aluminum, magnesium alloy coated steel developed by ArcelorMittal. This product is developed for providing excellent corrosion resistant in very aggressive environment. So it has got 3% magnesium and 3.5% aluminum. Generally, galvanized steel, we all know, gives us a sacrificial protection. But and then Galvalume gives us a sacrificial versus and barrier protection. But we are here talking about the cuttage protection or the self-healing properties. So this is given by Magnalis. It also gives protection at the weld zones. In the future, in the further slides, we'll talk about how it happens. So if you look at this particular slide here, whenever there is a cuttage of steel which is exposed, the coating, the first part, sorry, not working. The first part which says that the steel edge is exposed and the coating is on top. When this particular steel or when the coating comes in contact with the moisture, rainwater or condensation, the coating starts flowing over the cut edge. That is in the center part, the second diagram which shows that. So you can see the change. The red portion of the rust is getting covered by the coating, and after several weeks, it completely covers as if there is no rust at all. So this particular coating, Magnalis, it actually activates when it comes in contact with water or any condensation. So that is the beauty of this particular coating. How is Magnalis tested, or how it was researched and developed? It was put to rigorous real test sites in rural environment, urban environment, industrial environment, marine environment. And what did the researcher, or what did ArcelorMittal test? The field monitoring test included corrosion rate, that is the weight loss, how much coating is lost, and then what are the visual aspects, the surface aspects of the steel, and the cuttage behavior, which is very important. If you compare Magnalis with what the AZ coating, which is available currently, which was a previous generation coating, that is the reason we call this coating as a next generation or a new age coating. So we can see that when it was exposed to accelerated test, the surface, it actually the AZ coating was completely destroyed by the corrosion. However, the zinc magnesium aluminum coating or the Magnalis coating, it is covering the complete edges or the scribes which are there on the steel surface. Magnalus is now having an Indian standard, so all the projects, all the government projects can use Magnalus. It also has got all, it complies with ASTM as well as the EN standards. Magnalus has been certified, or it has received grants in France, Germany, Sweden, and UK. So the France Corrosion Technique Institute has in fact put the sites, testing sites, and they have certified the performance of Magnalus. Coming to the applications of Magnalus, it is widely used in, like I said, areas of severe corrosion. So we have solar structures which require a warranty of 25 years. We have greenhouses, we have grain silos, we have animal housing, safety barriers. Actually, the safety barriers in Spain there and Germany, they are converted into Magnalus. In India, we are in discussion with Morth also. We are trying to introduce this particular product. Lightning poles, the acoustics walls are there. We have got rainwater accessories which can be manufactured, the floorings which can be manufactured by using Magnalus. As far as solar applications are concerned, the components which can use Magnalus are the purlins, the rafters, the torque tubes. More than 50 gigawatts of projects worldwide have used Magnalus, and they are performing very well. These are some of the projects which have been using Magnalus, which has used Magnalus. Now to the sustainable part of the coating. Magnalus has got very less zinc runoff to the soil as compared to the galvanized product which is available. It is almost 1/4. It also uses less resources. When I mean less resources is the coating, the GSM which is required to provide the corrosion resistance or the corrosion protection as compared to galvanized material is far lower. So that is the reason we see the less resources are required. We are preserving the zinc by using it less. Lastly, Magnalus exhibits lower CO2 emissions. If you look at the graph, aluminium and stainless steel as compared to aluminum stainless steel, it is 1/3 or 1/2. So it emits less of carbon dioxide. And then what does AMNS bring to the table? In the morning, Mr. V.R. Sharma was speaking about VA and VE workshops, VA and VE, value engineering and value addition. So we do that. We have a product which gives you 25 years of warranty. It is an eco-friendly product. And we have got external certifications, not only domestic, but also international. So this is what AMNS brings to the table. This is about the second product, Mr. Mohit, that you are referring to. We just launched it. It is also a new generation color-coated product. So again, there is an evolution. This particular optical product, as the substrate was introduced in 2030, optical was introduced after a lot of research in 2013. It has again got a proprietary composition and it is patented worldwide. This deployment was first done in Europe and first time it is being done in India. So we are trying to, AMNS is trying to get products which are new to India, which have been tried, tested abroad, and helping the country to be successful. So what is optical? Optical is an innovative zinc aluminum alloy coated pre-painted steel. This product is produced by hot dipping the steel strip into a molten bath of zinc, magnesium and aluminum, and then it is pre-painted. It has got excellent formability, high corrosion resistance and external very high durability. This is the schematic thing which we have trying to show that it has got zinc, magnesium alloy, aluminum in the coating. This particular zinc magnesium alloy, actually when it is formed, it is very hard. So there are cracks which are seen in some other zinc magnesium aluminum product, but ArcelorMittal has developed this particular product which has got no cracks. So whenever somebody forms, a roll forming is done, there will not be cracks which will not allow the moisture to attack the coating or the steel surface. So optical, when compared to PPGL, which is widely used, it has got very high durability and it has got very high corrosion protection. It has got very good formability. and it is free of substance of very high concern. Again, it is a green product. How does optical work? Again, when there is a cuttage or a steel exposed and it comes in contact with the oxygen or hydrogen, it starts flowing on the cuttage. It has got the coating has the ability to cover the cuttage, which I mentioned in my previous slide of Magnelis. Optical, when it is tested, not only in the labs, but it is also put to natural exposure. And there also this particular coating works very fine. This is a very important slide because it is shown that after 1,000 hours, there is a delamination at the edges. And that is why, in fact, Mr. Salim Rahmani also was saying that the corrosion starts at the overlaps. With the overlaps, we have the cuttage exposed. And if you look at this graph, optical performs far better than PPGA as well as PPGL coatings after 1,000 hours. This was the site which I was mentioning. The French Corrosion Institute has put optical and Magnelis as in their site, and optical performs very well in C3, C5 marine environments also. And this is the sample which is exposed for of ZM120, which is having 25 microns of polyester coating. And this is exposed for more than 10 years. There is no signs of any corrosion. Like I said, how optical and Magnelis are more sustainable coating, because worldwide every year 5 million tons of zinc ore is extracted for use of galvanizing. Okay, and this resource is becoming more and more scarcer. To preserve this resource, the researchers are taking steps. So Magnelis is a step and optical is a step to preserve this, because we are using less of zinc, and when we are giving an extra life by using less of coating. As far as the offering in India is concerned, we have optical for all segments, and we are targeting 7 years. The optical product which is introduced in market is having a warranty. So if we are targeting at the all segments, when I mean that we have got a product which is having 7 years warranty, we have a product which is having 10 years warranty, we have a product which is having 15 years warranty, and we have a product which is having 25 years warranty. And this warranty is for C4 environment also, like the top end product, Optical Pinnacle, we are offering warranty of 25 years in a C4 or C5 kind of environment. Again, optical we have an Indian standard for optical now. We have got certifications from France, Germany, Spain. Optical has applications in roofing industry, and it is working very well. This is a slide which compares the offering of optical with galvanized as well as PPGL kind of coatings, PPGA. Here you can see in the bottom table that if you have a PPGI with 275 GSM, the equivalent for PPGL is AZ150. However, optical the ZM coating, we are recommending 120 GSM. So there is a drastic reduction. So we have 20 microns of galvanized coating. We have 20 microns of galvalume coating, but optical can be used in 10 microns. So this is where the real sustainability comes in. So finally, I would like to end my presentation by our tagline that at MNS, we believe that each person, banaunga main and banega Bharat. So each person will try to contribute to the making of country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karnik. So आपकी presentation देख के एक चीज ध्यान आ गई, स्वाद नमक स्वाद अनुसार और कोटिंग बजट और जरूरत अनुसार. That's good, sir.
But coating long lasting also.
Definitely, sir. 7 साल भी बहुत हैं.
Yeah.
So I hope such endeavors from maybe from industry leaders obviously are blessed with a research team, technical team, and financial resources. It will at least inspire other industry members to take a leap and breach that mark. Mostly the issue is not in ability, it is in apprehensions. So we started with zinc, then we moved on to energy management, then furnace heating, now sustainable as well as new product. To end this particular nice session, I'll invite Mr. Sanjeev Manocha from LanzaTech, who has joined us virtually, and he'll be giving his discourse on, again, decarbonization initiatives. So, Mr. Manocha, welcome to you. And you can please give a brief about yourself, your company, and then your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Sorry, am I audible? Can you hear me, please?
Can you increase the volume of the system, please?
Increase the volume. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. So I'm Sanjeev Manocha, Global Director for Business Development, working with LanzaTech based out of UK. So I've been asked to give a brief introduction about LanzaTech. What do we do? I believe that most of you know LanzaTech, but just for the benefit those who have not come across LanzaTech, I'll just quickly run through the slide deck just to give you a little bit of overview. So we are into CCU, carbon capture utilization, and we bring biology into the steel industry. So where we take basically the carbon and convert into ethanol using biological technology. So I can just go through the slide deck, and yeah, so there is just a disclaimer. Moving about LanzaTech, who we are. So we have built up around 6 commercial plants around the world. And so we are already, the capacity is about 500,000 tons of CO2 equivalent in the form of CO and CO2 is already being absorbed through the biological process and converting it to ethanol, which is about 300,000 tons of ethanol. And so this is more of, I would say, our company is very rich in the patents and all those stuff. So we have about 1,500 patents and a huge pipeline of the patents to be granted, actually. The ethanol, what we do with this, we have a huge supply chain of that ethanol, what comes out, because it has a low carbon intensity. And that ethanol is sold as a premium ethanol in various segments. And I'll talk through basically in the next couple of slides. So just moving on, just to give you a little bit of back to chemistry, actually. So how does it really work? We work with any sort of feedstock which has carbon monoxide, hydrogen, or CO2, or a combination of these 3 molecules. So if it is only carbon monoxide available, just an example from the coke oven gases or from the blast furnace or from the BOF. So we take that carbon monoxide and through the biological reactions, it gets converted into ethanol, C2H5OH. And of course, there is some byproduct, which is CO2 stoichiometrically. So we capture about 33% carbon through CO. And then the energy efficiency is very high. It's about 73% as compared to conventional use of the flue gases, where you get energy efficiency of 30% or 40% at the most. If you get hydrogen, if you're lucky enough to get hydrogen along with the CO, then of course the conversion rate goes high. And also we produce less sort of, basically we absorb basically most of the carbon actually into the ethanol. So as the hydrogen becomes a little higher further, so we will also absorb CO2, and CO2 plus hydrogen combined together. So it means that 100%, nearly 100% of the carbon is absorbed into ethanol, and there is nothing coming out basically from the flares. And you have about 85% of energy efficiency. So any molecule, any ratio would work actually with LanzaTech technology, and it has been proven also. So just to give you a little bit of snapshot on the technology. So this is the core of the technology. So we take the gases from the blast furnace, from the BOF, from the DRI, for any source basically. We have to do a little bit of compression of these gases, about 8 to 10 bar, and then a small cleanup, and then through the fermentation process, where the gases goes through basically from the bottom and filled with the water and also with the bacteria. And all these gases, basically the carbon is being selected by the bacteria to convert into ethanol from the CO. And energy only comes from the CO molecule or from the hydrogen molecule. We don't put any extra energy over here. So it gets converted into ethanol, then it's purified, distillated, and then it is ready to basically use for various applications. So just adding on, so industrial off gases is one stream, but then also we have solid waste. An example from the biomass, it could be from the municipal solid waste, where there is a lot of carbon and hydrogen embedded. So through the gasification process, the same process can be repeated, and you can use basically to produce the same ethanol. And same, we have also proven that once the economies basically does allow us that we can do the direct air capture, we can take CO2, and if the hydrogen is available at the affordable price. So this has also been proven that the CO2 plus H2, basically electrolysis and direct air capture, can also use the same process. What do we do with the ethanol? Ethanol goes into three major applications. One application is fuels, which can go into marine fuels. It can also go into aviation fuel, and it can also go into road transport fuel, as you know that E10, E15, E20 mandates in India. And sustainable aviation fuel mandates are coming up. And the second application is about the materials. So this ethanol can go into all sort of chemicals, which is like using huge amount of fossil-based carbon. And so this ethanol will replace basically the ethanol which comes from the fossil-based carbon. And all the clothing and all the things, whatever you use in our daily life has got some carbon embedded in that one. And that could also come from basically recycled carbon from the steel mill emissions. And we are working with many, many companies, and I'll show in the next slide actually which companies we are working with. So in a sense, what LanzaTech is trying to do is that we are trying to defossilize. We are trying to create the circular carbon economy, whatever carbon is available from the steel industry or from the cement or ferro, any industry. We take that carbon and give it a second life through those applications. And then once it is waste again, you bring it back again, the surface again. So moving on, so these are the 6 plants. So these are the 6 plants what we have already operating. So we started in 2018, the first plant in China based on the BOF emissions. Then we built up basically 3 more plants in China itself, which is based on the ferroalloy emissions. And the 5th plant is in India, which is in Panipat, which is Indian Oil Corporation, which is in the refinery of gases. And the 6th plant is in ArcelorMittal, Belgium, in Ghent. So this is on the blast furnace gases. So you can see the mix of the gases, what we use actually in our process. So just wanted to give you a little bit of some real numbers, right? It's not a fantasy. It's just reality actually what's happening there. So this is from one of our plant where you can see that in the 3rd year of operation for the first commercial scale plant, this is the sort of the variation in the CO composition. And this is how much basically ethanol we are producing. As you can see, the huge variation on the CO does not impact a lot on the ethanol production. So ethanol production is quite consistent actually, because the bacteria does adjust actually to the gas variation. And this data is from 2020 to 2021 actually. So we have data basically for the last year and this year also. Also, I mean, we are very proud to say that Steel and All was a part of ArcelorMittal's decarbonization strategy. As you can see, actually, so they're sort of smart carbon technology. So they have integrated LanzaTech basically technology as called as Carbalist, and this is Steel and All, which is part of basically their overall decarbonization strategy. And I'll show you a little bit more about this one. So this is the plant which we have built actually for ArcelorMittal Ghent. And so this is like, as you can see that all the sort of the elements basically of this technology are highlighted here. So the blast furnace gas comes in the orange pipeline, and then you have a compressor, and through the compressor, basically it goes to the little PSA unit where we take out the CO2 and we use mainly carbon monoxide to go into the bioreactors. So this is the bioreactors. After this bioreactor, it goes to distillation. Then we have water treatment, digester, cooling tower, and so on and so on. There is one, you can see emergency flare, and this emergency flare is mainly basically just in case something goes wrong, but generally it is not used actually. So the overall carbon footprint from the plant itself is barely 0. So we rather absorb all the carbon what comes out basically from the blast furnace gases. You also see a return pipeline. The return pipeline is basically for the gases which is not used. Any residual energy, whatever is left over, is given back to ArcelorMittal to go back to the power plant. So this is how the plant runs there. So this is a small video clip, and I'll see that if I can play it. This is from ArcelorMittal Ghent. If you can just see that. So this is just to give you a picture of that. This is reality. This is how it is running right now. I'll just quickly move on. All right, just to give you a comfort on that one. And I'll move to the next slide, just not to waste your time. Sorry. So where does ethanol ends up? Basically, as said that it can go into various markets of fuel, it can go into sort of materials, it can go into sort of SAF and everything. So there's a huge market actually to be tapped actually with ethanol, especially for India is very, very important, this market. And also talking about the environmental benefits, as the conference is mainly about sort of carbon emission reduction and all those stuff. So when we compare our ethanol versus the ethanol, which is conventional ethanol coming from the food-based source or from the fossil carbon-based source, so we have very low water use, we have very low land use. It is not just us talking about, this is the independent audit report basically done on our plants. And this is how we have come up, basically the overall GHG footprint is very, very low actually with LanzaTech technology. So these are the products, just to give you a little bit of idea. So I have just picked up a slide actually on sort of highlighting 3 of the major products. The ethanol has been chosen basically with H&M. So they launched a series basically called Move series, where the clothing basically is made basically from all the low carbon intensity ethanol coming from the steel mill emissions. Adidas has also done the same thing. They have taken our ethanol. You can see the tag also. They have attached a tag where they talk about story about LanzaTech. And same for Krag Hoppers, they make fleeces. Basically, we're using LanzaTech sort of ethanol. This is another one which we feel very proud of, the perfume we use in our daily lives. So this is Gucci, the perfume actually from Coty. So they take our ethanol, low carbon intensity ethanol, and this is filled in this bottle. And so this is perfume, and this is 100% made out of LanzaTech ethanol. And the bottle is sold in most of the countries, actually, like in London, it's sold at $350, basically this bottle. The third application, which I talk about, the sustainable aviation fuel. So this is similar thing. So once we produce ethanol from LanzaTech technology using any sort of waste coming from the industrial emissions or from the solid waste, municipal waste, that ethanol basically goes through the separate process. And this is owned by our sister company called LanzaJet, where we produce this, where we convert this ethanol into sort of sustainable aviation fuel. Part of this, there is always a renewable diesel, which has a very low carbon intensity again. And as you know, that the sustainable aviation fuel market is growing exponentially right now. Yeah, so this is all I had to share today, but happy to take any questions now or a bit later, whatever is convenient for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manocha. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come close to the end of this session, I would like to say that we as a country and industry are at the crossroad of economic growth as well as environmental responsibilities. So it is not just a climate imperative, but a global edge if we focus our synergies into creating value-added products, as well as taking care of all the forms of sustainability, whether it is initiatives like decarbonization or basically what Mr. Rajesh said, just managing our stuff by taking care of the operational efficiency, incorporating certain IoT-based solutions for digital twins and predictive maintenance, which will not just help us remove the chances of closure of your plants or higher cost of repairs, but also it removes any remote chances of depleting quality of your production as well. So it is high time that we do it as a nation, because it will not just show our resilience, it will show our national vision as well of creating raw potential that we have in terms of resources, manpower, population, supportive administration, government and research academia's collaboration. It will also help us to become a national strength. So it is high time that we take care of all these things. And I hope most of you who have opted not to go for tea break have been glued to the screen and listening to all these inputs will take very positive input from here. And even tomorrow we'll have such discourses. So thanks a lot to the steel and metallurgy team for bringing us all together. And let us hope that we will create such a synergies that will not just become an Atmanirbhar or Viksit Bharat. We'll again regain our position of being a Vishwaguru as a geopolitical, economic, industrial power, as well as a climate conscious community. Because that is something आज हम लोग इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं और आज से 30 साल बाद हमारी आने वाली जनरेशन बैग के अंदर ऑक्सीजन प्लांट लेके घूमे, उसका कोई फायदा नहीं जी. And you produce a thing, you have partners to join. ये 6-7 मई की आधी रात से 10-11 मई की आधी रात को less than 100 hours में हमने दिखा दिया. A thing which was deemed unfit for India. We were the largest importer of weapon system, and now world is running behind to purchase our weapon system and offer us their weapon system. So that is a testament. मेहनत करके हम दिखाएंगे, इच्छा शक्ति दिखाएंगे, तो word will, the synergies will flow us. They will follow to us and will be actually विश्व गुरु. जैसे सर ने लिखा, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत. So it is imperative that every one of us give our best, and I'm sure that the blocks, building blocks of Viksit Bharat are already in place. We just have to ensure to take another leap. Don't miss a chance. Don't be lethargic, so that we can achieve what we have dreamt of. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Big round of applause for our session chairman as well as our panelists. I would like to request Mr. Pradipto Sengupta, sir, from DGMPR to please hand over the token of honor appreciation memento to our honorable chairperson and panelists, starting with our chairperson, Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Sustainability and Innovation Advisor to All India Induction Furnaces Association. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Nalin Goel, Deputy Head, International Marketing and Steel Cells. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfrisa India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Prasad Karnik, Head Coated Products, AMNS India. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Arup Majumdar, Pipes Stain. Can we have some applause, please? Requesting all of you to please stay back for a group photo. The session chairman and all the panelists together. So please join. Indeed, a very enriching session, exchange of knowledge. On this note, we directly move on to the technical session 2. Technical session 2, as session chairman, I would like to invite Dr. Orgho Majumdar, Director, School of Mines, Qazi Nazrul University. Sir, please come on the stage to grace as a session chairman. As panelist, I would like to invite Mr. L. Pugazanthi, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. Can we have some applause, please? Would like to invite Mr. Asim Gill, Vice President, Yojiji DG Limited. Big round of applause, please, for our panelists. Would like to invite Mr. Nirmal Kumar Mukherjee, GM Marketing, and Dr. Vidyut Kumar Manna, VP, R&D, GTS India Private Limited. Big round of applause, please. Would like to invite Medal Alvin Inc. from International Sales and Process Engineer, AD International BV, the Netherlands, and Sailesh Pathak, Manager Marketing, Flowchar India Private Limited. Welcome, sir, on the dais. Can we have 2 more chairs, please? Would like to invite Mr. Vikas Varsenia, Director, Megatherm Induction Limited. Can we have some applauses for all panelists, please, everybody? Can we have 2 other chairs, please? Also would like to invite Mr. Salim Rehmani, Founder and CMD, Faisal Roofing Solution Private Limited. Mr. Salim Rehmani, Founder and CMD, Faisal Roofing Solutions Private Limited. Welcome, sir. I would like to request our session chairman, Dr. Orgho Majumdar, sir, to please start the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think this session is between you and the dinner party. We are 1 hour late, so we have 7-8 speakers. So if I allot them at least 10 minutes, it becomes 1.5 hours. So are you agreeing with that? Or shall we go for 8 minutes? it's better, if we can stick ourselves to 8 minutes, so it becomes around. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, a small announcement, but very important one, trust me. So dinner starts from 6:30 or 7 onwards. So please, after this session, it's ready for you. So, sir, please continue.
Yes, thank you. So I would request all the speaker to stick to 8 minutes, and please stick to that time. Okay, so without much ado, may I call upon Vikash Varsne, COO Megathum Induction Limited. He has to leave early, so he has requested us to go for given him a chance to speak first. So please go ahead, sir. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for honoring me, for accepting my request. Okay, can anyone play my presentation? Okay. Okay, yes. So good afternoon, everybody. I'll quickly run through my presentation. The topic is reducing carbon footprint via green furnace. Okay, left, right. So we named our induction furnace as a green furnace, which has come out recently. This is just a picture of a mini steel plant. So almost the world is producing 500 million ton of steel via scrap route. So capacities of induction furnaces are in the range of 100,000 tons per annum to 2 million ton. Nowadays, you all know that induction furnace route or arc furnace route, they are using sponge iron. So it has become a sort of a primary steel. They are producing DRI, then captive power, then steel melt shop, and then downstream rolling mills. Nowadays, hot charging is also there. See, virtually, roughly, we are producing around 200 million ton or say 165 million ton, but the capacity is up to this level. And out of that, blast furnace is producing 87 million ton. Induction furnace route is producing almost 50%, say touching 75 million ton. And arc furnace is 43 million ton. I mean, a lot of seniors are sitting. Those were the days when induction furnace was not considered as a steel producer. Nowadays, India is the pioneer in this thing. We are producing this technology, the production of steel via induction furnace route has become very popular in the world. So these are the main routes like arc furnace, LRF, then caster. In between is the induction furnace, LRF, and caster. Now, if you want to produce a good quality steel, you can have induction furnace, then low power arc furnace, or AOD. And then via the caster, it goes to the rolling mill. So for the certain grades of steel, via IMF route, we found that it is much better than the electric arc furnace. Like the capex of the project is much less, operational cost is also less skilled manpower required. The gestation period of the project is much less. Environmental impact is also much less in comparison to electric arc furnace because it is achieving a temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius, whereas it is a continuous heating in induction furnace and whatever the desired temperature, say 1600 or 1650 you can do. Similarly, the harmonics impact is also much less on the electric power stations. This is just the basic comparison we have made between electric arc furnace and induction furnace about the refractory electrodes, oxygen content, alloying, dust and all that. So we found that the operation cost is comparatively much less. If we see the CO2 equivalent emissions, this is also in the blast furnace, as we were discussing since morning, which is much higher, or 2.78. Then scrap-based EAF is 0.5. Scrap-based IMF is 0.3, which is comparatively much lesser than any other route. Then if you are using coal-based DRI or coal-based induction furnace, then becomes compatible to that. Here also we have compared the data for the CO2 emissions. In the scrap-based IMF, it is much less, but if you are using If the green hydrogen-based DRI-MF comes, then it becomes 0.55, which is also comparatively much lesser than what the conventional way of this. Harmonics, as we demonstrated, are much less than the IF. In certain installations, there are no harmonic filters required in our induction furnace route. Now about the green furnace, which we have come out recently, which is quite user-friendly as well as environmental friendly. So till now, we have sold almost 500 plus green furnaces. We have modified 200 plus induction furnaces earlier. The power consumption is much less. And via that route, the units saved are almost 2 billion units. So almost 700,000 tons of steel carbon equivalent is being saved by using these green furnaces. The power consumption earlier was around 545. Nowadays, we are giving around 455. So there is a saving of 90 to 100 units, which we have shown over here, that in what are the changes we have done, what are the modifications we have done to make the furnace more energy efficient. Like the nano cable, the transmission is much less. This is just the principle of induction, that if you apply the alternating current, then the core is getting heated up, or whatever the scrap or anything if you are putting in the induction furnace. These are the major two topologies, like the series and parallel inverter. This is the comparison we have done, and what the latest design we have come out that is showing here is the green furnace, the red one, which we have shown. This is the combination of series and parallel circuits. So it gives a much better advantages. This is just the case studies, what we have done. So people were in the scrap belt, people were achieving around 600, came down to 520, 30. Earlier in this, with the sponge iron, it was 640, 50, it has come down to 560, 70. And only 98% scrap yield is around 487 kWh per ton. Similarly, in the DRI belt also, almost 80, 90, 100 units are being saved, depending upon the yield of the DRI and the scrap. This is again is for the small furnaces. We have made a containerized and a modular design. In case of billet heating also, you can save the carbon emission by using the induction billet heater, so that the scaling is less and the quality is better. This is how the heater works, we have shown. We have done the Industry 4 automation in our induction furnaces, which is showing all the remote access data, automatic diagnostic systems, latest features of SCADA's display and everything. In the rolling mill also, we are doing this Industry 4 automation. It was just brief about the Megathon. We started from very small scale of 800 square feet. Now this is our fourth factory, which is almost at the land of 15 acres. These are our various product ranges: induction online millet heater, induction melting furnaces, ladle furnaces, transformers, continuous casting machines. This is our factory in Kharagpur. This is the recent one. We started almost in 2016. These all in-house we are doing. Start from copper extrusion to steel fabrication. The heart of the equipment is this electronic panel. Or this is the final assembly, and the electronic cards also we manufacture our own. All copper components are used. We are using the CNC machines, steel fabrication, then making of cylinders. We have the plasma cutting machine. Transformers we are making for the. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I think within the time limit, I have done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was below 8 minutes. So without much ado, may I call upon one of my respected sir, L. Pugalendi sir, Executive Director, Indian Lead Zinc Development Association. I have been associated with him maybe from 2000, and I'm blessed to be with him. Thank you, sir, being here. Sir, your time is 8 minutes only. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm there once again in front of all of you. And I'm going to talk about zinc-coated steel sheets and overview in India. Can you put the presentation on? And this presentation, I was planning to give more details as I mentioned this morning. And anyway, now I got 8 minutes. I have to ram through the slides. Let it come there. I told you this morning that zinc is an excellent material. There it is on the screen. This is one material which is known for its excellent corrosion resistance, and it's used for a variety of coatings. You can see hot dip galvanizing, structural galvanizing, pipe galvanizing, wire galvanizing, etc. Continuous galvanizing for sheet galvanizing, and all the others, the new products that you're seeing. Electro galvanizing, not much in the world. Zinc electroplating, zinc spraying, thermal spraying of zinc wire or zinc dust. Zinc anodes for sacrificial protection, like you will have in the sea atmosphere to protect pipelines and ships, etc. Zinc dust, zinc silicate, and zinc oxide primers, which are all used in the paint industry. So these are the typical coatings. You can also see at the bottom, the different coatings give different coating ranges, 60 to 80 for zinc plating, spraying. You have the, if you want thickest zinc coating, zinc spraying is the answer. Batch galvanizing, general galvanizing, that's about 300, 900 for all the telecom towers, railway electrification towers and all that. Continuous galvanizing, where you have wiping technology, the coating weight is much less, 40 to 240. And a typical continuous galvanizing line will look like that. I think most of you will be aware. Otherwise, during the day tomorrow, maybe this evening, I'm always there. And you've got variety of zinc-coated steel products. Conventional galvanized steel, which is galvanized iron or galvanized corrugated sheets, either it can be spangled, flowery appearance, or it can be zero spangle also. And galvannealed, I mentioned this morning, when the sheets are coming, it passes through an annealing furnace. We heard earlier also in the presentation. Galvalume, that is the composition. Galfan, not much in the world now. Mag Zinc, Prasad Karnik, ArcelorMittal, you spoke about his product, Magnelis, Optigal, etc. Electro galvanized is also there, color-coated, pre-painted, galvanized iron, hot roll galvan, that's the family there. And you can see the coating chemistry here. Galvanizing is mainly zinc with a little bit of aluminum for having a very thin iron alloy layer. Galvannealing, that is the bath composition there. Galvalume 55, aluminum 43.5 zinc and 1.5 silicon. That's Galvalume. And Galfan, again, not to talk much about that. Zinc, aluminum, magnesium, that is the typical composition. And this is a product which is coming up in the world. I was telling JSW and even ArcelorMittal, they are offering this product. Now, Galvalume got all the applications there, which I think you can have a look. Galvannealed steel, again, as I told you, it has got excellent protection property from galvanizing and also from annealing. This is harder and more brittle than galvanized steel and used in a variety of applications, automotive, construction, appliance, etc. And ArcelorMittal spoke about this. This is a particular brand name of JSW, and they have got Magnelis, they call it. I'm sure there will be many more coming up in this category. The only problem with this product is magnesium resource in the world is very limited. Zinc, aluminum, you got plenty in the world. Where do you go for magnesium extraction? Maybe you have to go for the seawater nodules, etc. So that's one big issue there, but otherwise zinc cam or zinc will pick up. And that's a typical line there. It's similar to the continuous galvanizing line. And the advantages here, because magnesium presence, aluminum also is there. It's a very lightweight coating, and it has got excellent corrosion resistance and reduced the repair cost, life cycle cost, is the cheapest coating there. And again, you can see the benefits of ZAM. It is 10 to 20 times better in terms of corrosion resistance and 5 to 8 times better than Galfan. And this got excellent formability and for painting, etc. It's an excellent material. Now I'll come to the most important part. This is the main point I would like all of you to know why zinc is so prevalent in the world, because of the sacrificial protection. I told you in the morning, every coating gives barrier protection, but this sacrificial, any uncoated, ungalvanized area surrounding zinc protect. That's why zinc is long lasting. It gives 50, 70 years life, etc. Maintenance-free protection, the whole life. Telecom towers, railway electrification towers, you hardly need any maintenance. And the next curve is very important. Between the service life and the coating weight on the x-axis and y-axis, you have the service life. For various atmospheres, rural, industrial, marine, you can see it's a linear relationship. You double the coating weight, you'll have double the life. You triple the coating weight, you'll triple the life. So knowing the atmosphere, it's not a general coating thickness for all atmospheres. Knowing the atmosphere, you can always select, you can prescribe what coating weight you should have for obtaining a particular life. Microstructure, you can have a look at here. That's a normal microstructure on the left side, and the right side is the continuous galvanized steel sheet. In the case of continuous galvanized steel, the alloy thickness, iron zinc alloy will be very little. There will be more of pure zinc layer or ETA layer. That's why it gives excellent coating weight. This is a very important slide. I'm sure this organizers are presenting, distributing all the percentage. 10 inherent advantages of zinc. Underlined, I'm again underlining the word inherent. It is always there. Corrosion resistance, long life, directly proportional, the great natural affinity between molten zinc and clean steel, metallurgically, unlike other coating. Paint is not bonded with the base steel. Paint will flake off, but this one is interlocked with this base steel, and that's why it has got high wear and abrasion resistance. Even in pH range, you can see there it's, and if you want to prolong the life, you can paint and you can have double coatings and you can have a very long life. It can be welded also. Two angles, two sheets can be welded. Wherever the coating is getting removed, you have to make up for the with recommended touch-up procedures. Now I'm coming to India's picture. What is the zinc production? How much is used? Zinc production, you can see 8,27,000 tons during the last financial year. 72% of that zinc is all going to the galvanizing sector. And here, 40% of that, this galvanizing includes all products, sheet, pipes, structures, wires, buckets, cable trays, all kinds of things. And among this, 40% is the sheet galvanizing contribution. The next slide would show 40% of sheet and pipe is 25, general structures, wire is 10%, etc. Now, just a quick sort of my estimated capacity of production for a galvanized plain corrugated sheet, about 10 million tons. These are all my estimates. Industry does not share their figures, but we have just been collecting on informally. Color coated sheets capacity is around 3 million tons. And production, you can see 2024-25, 7 million tons of galvanized steel sheets and 2.5 color coated. Imports, export, though the data is old, I'm trying to get some latest data from JPC, and it looks like we have been importing less and exporting more, which is unfortunate. The domestic consumption should be stimulated, should be encouraged, so that we produce and consume more. Variety of applications, you can have a look at them. And last but not least, thank you very much. And ILSDA, we are always here. Any email, any personal call, we are always there to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You are really within 8 minutes. Absolutely. No problem. So I am thinking that the first two speaker are setting the tone. So less speakers will follow the rule, isn't it? So before going into the next speaker, I think Vikas Varnasav wanted to leave. So may I request Pradipta to A big round of applause for you. Thank you. Again, there is a queue jumping. Maxim Monoyer 15. He is waiting in online. I think, may I call upon Abhijit Gupta, who will introduce him?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So thank you. Actually, we have given a presentation so far about our objective on the decarbonization side. In the morning, I spoke about it, and then my colleagues Arup spoke about it. And in this process, we highlighted that one key area where we are attending is the digitization. Fripp Groups offers a range of digital solutions where it actually go for the digital twins, where we talk about the predictive maintenance. We have the sustainability on the digital solutions where we have developed various steel processes, including in reheating furnaces, which gives a reduced energy consumption, minimize waste, and the carbon footprint also. My colleague Maxim online, he is an expert in this field and he is straight away joining from Paris. So I will request Maxim to take over and start his presentation. Maxim, you are given 10 minutes time to finish it
8
up.
minutes.
Yes, okay.
8 minutes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is okay?
Yes, Maxim, you have only 8 minutes to complete your presentation.
I will try to keep to stick within this time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Can you see my screen? Can you see my slides and hear me well?
Yes, perfect, fine.
Okay. Yes, today I wanted to give a short introduction about what FIV is providing in terms of digital solutions. So just to let you know, as was introduced by my colleague previously, FIV is not only equipment supplier providing complete processing lines and reheating furnaces, but also providing digital solutions, because based on our know-how as an equipment provider, as was highlighted by my colleagues before, we have also deep knowledge on the steel process and have also expertise in terms of digitalization, in terms of data management, modeling, artificial intelligence, and also smart sensors management. So based on this, 2-3 years ago, we built what we called in FIV the Digital Factory, which is aiming at gathering all the, let's say, all the resources, all the knowledge within the steel group to provide to steel makers the best possible solutions in terms of digitalization, aiming at improving quality, but also aiming at improving the fuel consumption, which is a big challenge and which is the main goal of this today's conference, of course, in order to improve the performance of steelmaking industry. So just to highlight or to present you what is our product line. We are covering basically all the range of the steel making processing steps. So from the liquid steel down to the finishing processes, we have solutions that are aiming to provide support to steel makers for the I would say hot strip processing. So mainly with a thermal optimization system, so-called level 2. Our product line is called Virtue R for thermal optimization for reheating furnaces. We have the same kind of solution also for finishing lines, so continuous galvanizing lines and also continuous annealing lines, what we call the smart line. I'm sorry, I'm changing the pointer, which will be better for you to see. Smart line, which is, let's say, gathering a lot of different kind of models, also a thermal optimizer for the annealing furnace, but also modeling solutions for the zinc bath management, for the air knife management, and also for the complete scheduling of the annealing line. And finally, Maybe I will not have the time to present it today, but we have a quality management solution, which is called Iron, which is, let's say, gathering all the data, all the process and product information throughout the steel making process from the upstream down to the downstream, to gather this data and to make it to use it, sorry, as an intelligent in an intelligent way to assess the product quality at every step of the steel processing streamline, and to give information about quality, assess assess whether the product is okay or not at any step of the process, and to provide I would say a smart recommendation to the steelmaker whether he needs to reallocate the product, repair it, or scrap it whatsoever. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to be quick. So just here, sorry, it's not working. Sorry, next slide. Sorry for that. So here, what I want to highlight today, given the short time, is the solution that we have for reheating furnaces. So our solution VirtuR is aiming at automatically controlling the reheating process in any kind of reheating furnaces, whichever long product, flat product, stainless steel, carbon steel, special steel, silicon steel, and so on. It includes thermal exchange physical model in order to predict and to control so all the heat exchange and to control the thermal process for reheating of steel products. So we are modeling all the heat exchanges, and we have also dynamic control of the pacing. That means that we will anticipate what will be the thermal behavior of the product inside the reheating furnaces in order to achieve whatever the condition, whatever the operators, whatever the shift, whatever the moment, achieve the discharging temperature target, and also to optimize the heat curve in order to improve the stability of the process, the stability of the discharging temperature, but also to improve the gas consumption. So we have an optimization of the heat curve inside the furnace. So we are modeling the temperature of the product, and product by product, individually, whatever the incoming product, we will optimize the heat curve. We will calculate the optimal heat curve according to the target discharge temperature in order to optimize the fuel consumption. We will heat as late as possible. That means that we will put only the minimum needed heat inside the product to achieve the target discharge temperature. And we will also, by this way, minimize the scale formation. That means in the same time, we will optimize the quality and also the product throughput. We have also some artificial intelligence model in order to optimize the discharge temperature according to the requirements of the roughing mill. We know in the roughing mill, we need to be very stable in order to have a good rolling condition and good rolling quality. So in order to stabilize the roughing mill conditions, we will optimize the discharge temperature according to this based on some artificial intelligence models. So finally, this model will be really independent from the product or from the incoming conditions or from the actual operating conditions, for example, the operators. We will really adapt the heating curve according to the needs of the roughing mill and to the needs in terms of gas consumption, optimization, and quality. So here, what I want to present is one case study that we had in the US, North American Stainless, so a stainless steel producer. Thanks to the installation of VirtuR, this level 2 solution, we were able to reduce the downtime due to unexpected stops or due to a slowdown of the facility by 5 hours per month, but also we were able to reduce the gas consumption by 4% by allowing the stabilization of the discharging temperature and also by optimizing the heating curve. And another case study in Europe, sorry, that was applied, sorry, in Spain at a long product steelmaker, carbon steelmaker. Here, the main target was to improve the scale loss. So through the optimization of the heat curve conditions, to the optimized heat curve calculation, we were able to reduce the scale loss by more than 20%. That meant improve finally the materials throughput and also to improve the maintenance or to reduce the maintenance time because we had less scale falling into the furnace. Gas consumption was also reduced by more than 3% thanks to the optimization of the heat curve condition of the heating conditions. And if I have 2 minutes more, sorry, I'm switching to iron solution. So this quality management solution that we are also developing, this can be applied to, as I said, to any step of the steel making process. So hot plant, cold plant, annealing lines, galvanizing lines, but also rating furnaces, hot rolling mills. The target of this solution is to collect all the data at any step of the process, to display this data, of course, for the use of the quality manager, production managers, but also the operators. We gather all this information from the surface inspection system, from the laboratories. And finally, with this data, thanks to intelligent rule management system, we will assess what is the quality of the product at every step, put green lines or red lights to say, okay, the product is good, is not good, and maybe we will reallocate this product automatically to another order or provide recommendation for repair or to optimize the processing conditions in order to have finally the product that is the most suitable to the end customer. So as I said, we are gathering this data from any processing step, laboratories, inspection system, and we have based this intelligence on quality rules that are coming from the steelmaker know-how, but also from physical models for defect prediction, for mechanical properties anticipation, and also artificial intelligence-based models in order to predict defect occurrence or to recommend some process optimization to optimize the quality of the product. So I think I have no time to, before finishing, just to show you one case study of this iron solution. We installed it in Italy in a fully integrated plant at a stainless steel maker. So it is RVD AST on more than 50 different processes, from the electric arc furnace down to the brightening line, down to the annealing and pickling lines. So throughout the process, we were able to optimize the quality performance of the plant. And for example, just one example on the continuous annealing and pickling line, we are able to decrease the scrap rate by 50% and provide more than $500 kilo per year of quality improvements, just one for one CAPL. So you can imagine that extended to the complete integrated plant, this resulted in huge quality savings just by using this iron solution on the whole plant. And yes,
My
and
friend, you have
just
to
to,
complete.
yeah.
Maxim.
So just to show you the references that we have for Iron, the Smart Line, Virtual and Virtual we have plenty of references, and especially in India, we have many references for reheating furnace solution by JSW, JSLA, Sale Group also, where we install this product not only on new furnaces but also on existing furnaces in the frame of revamping projects. Thank you for your attention and sorry for keeping too much time.
Thank you. Thank you. It was nice presentation. Without much ado, may I go call upon Asim Gill, Vice President, Yogiji DG Limited. And his topic of today is sustainable green steel processing from awareness to action.
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, my dear fellow speakers, the attendees, and the organizers of the conference, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to speak on this topic. So, today I am here to talk on sustainable green steel processing from awareness to action. So, I would like to start with a brief introduction of our organization, Yogi GDG. So at Yogi GTG, we design, manufacture, and install flat steel processing lines that create opportunities for our customers. You can see our mission and vision on the screen. So we are Bharat Vinimrit Vaishvik Pradarshya, which means we proudly make in India for the world. Since 2009, we have executed 180 plus projects, 10 plus greenfield projects in more than 15 countries. You can see our global footprint on the screen in front of you. So our strong process knowledge is backed by our prowess in next generation manufacturing. At the moment, we have 3 manufacturing units with a combined area of 24,000 square meters. With the new unit coming up, which should be operational by the end of this year. I proudly say that we are the only OEM in India with the ability to machine and assemble critical components like mill housings, tension reels, and paint coaters, etc. in-house, which helps us in keeping the delivery time and the costs in check. So this is a real life Google Earth screenshot of our facility, which shows the upcoming unit. Equipped with rainwater harvesting and a green landscape. You can see clearly that at YD Group, we are big on going greener. This is an image from our office where we also do organic farming and grow fresh vegetables. Okay, so let's come back to our topic. So we all are from the steel fraternity. I'll ask a very simple question. What is steel and what is green steel? I won't wait for you to answer because we are short on time. So, steel is the most commonly used metal with applications ranging from cars, aeroplanes, ships, washing machines, and other household items. And green steel is the manufacturing of steel without the use of fossil fuels. And why do we need to shift to green steel? Simply to meet our own needs without compromising the ability of our future generations to meet their own needs. So currently, steel producers generate more CO2 than any other industry. Interesting, right? Around 8% of total global CO2 emissions are contributed by our steel producers. And producing green steel is an expensive process, and the industry needs to scale up rapidly to hit net zero emissions. Okay, so one of the ways we at YD are contributing is with our YD green cold rolling mills, which not only offer low capex and opex but also save 53.8 liters of water, and cut 590 tons of CO2 emissions every year with each rolling mill. And how do we do this? You might be thinking. We achieve this with our innovative roll profile design, because of which more energy goes into the strip reduction. This means reduced number of passes to achieve the same gauge, which means lesser yield stress on the strip, reduced thermal and mechanical fatigue on the rolls, and because of the thermodynamics of our mills, we have eliminated the cooling arrangement for emulsion systems, saving lots and lots of water. So apart from our green cold rolling mills, we also follow a circular business model with the aim to keep resources in use for as long as possible, retrofit and upgrade old mills and processing lines. We also have take back policies where we take your old equipment, modify and recycle it. And we also provide services such as DC to AC revamps, change of fuels in processing lines to make them more efficient and give them a longer life. So, in front of you is an example of what I was talking about earlier. This particular example is of a mill by another OEM which caught fire. We did a whole inspection of components which needed to be replaced and the ones which were fine. We not only revamped but upgraded the mill. To keep up with current production cycles, we essentially gave the mill a second life while minimizing the waste. Okay, so let's get to another case study where a customer had an old 4-high mill with DC drives and we replaced them with modern AC drive. The specifications of the revamp and upgradation are on the screen in front of you. Here is a comparison of the monthly electricity consumption before and after the retrofit. You can see that the consumption was cut down by more than half after the retrofit. Now imagine if you have such mills with old technology and you too can do good for the earth. Okay, so we are talking about sustainable technologies. These sustainable technologies are good for our earth. But are they good for your pocket too? Let's find out in the further slides. Coming back to our previous case study, we did an internal rate of return and payback calculation. The results are astounding, with an IRR of 104% and a payback period of less than 1 year. Wow, that is really pocket friendly. Let's come to another case study where a 65 megawatt solar plant was installed to run the CRM complex. By doing some maths, we calculated that by doing this, you can accumulate nearly 7,600 carbon credits annually and save a decent amount of money too. These carbon credits can be useful if you are planning to export to Europe, where CBAM is in effect. This is also going to be useful for manufacturers selling in India, because India is also looking to implement the carbon credit trading scheme soon. So in the same CRM complex, which has an annual production of 0.6 million tons, the EV trucks are used to carry raw material to the plant from the rail yard instead of conventional diesel trucks. With this, we can save some additional amount of money and accumulate some more carbon credits too. So we did some more maths and the figures came down to a whopping rupees 75 lakhs are saved every month and 26 additional carbon credits are accumulated every year. Okay, so now let me tell you, what if I tell you that these are not case studies but are real life stories from one of our customers in real life? That's amazing, right? So I would like to conclude by saying that if we are aware and have the mindset to take proactive and innovative action, any one of us can follow these simple techniques, simple sustainable techniques for steel processing activities, which are not only good for the earth, but are good for your finances too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashim ji. Without spending any time, may I call upon Nirmal Kumar Mukherjee, GM Marketing, and Dr. Bidut Kumar Manna, BP R&D ZTZ Private Limited. Their topic of this seminar is a profile of chrome-free secondary coating chemicals. So please, 8 minutes.
Please, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would wish and I pray for good health of Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee. I hope you are watching us. And don't worry, Ankit and your team, they have taken good care of us throughout the day. I am privileged and I'm honored that I'm sharing this dais with so many dignitaries, stalwarts of steel industries and OEMs. And we will try to make some contribution to the theme of this conference. Now, since morning, we have been hearing about decarbonization of steel. We are talking about sustainability, increasing the life of steel. Now, the question arises that where do we fit in? Who are we? We are basically surface treatment chemical manufacturer, and we are cleaning the steel surface, and we are protecting the steel after it is galvanized. In the pre-launch session, our Managing Director, Mr. Sawalka, has already talked about the decarbonization effort we have taken for last 20 more years by reducing the temperature of the cleaner bath so that less electricity or energy is consumed to clean the strip at the same efficiency level. Now, today, what I am going to present is a different subject on coating. Through coating, after galvanizing, through our coating, we are protecting the steel. Now, what we are coating generally, we are coating chromium with chromium 6 mostly. Now, we will make an attempt in this discussion to discuss on chromium-free conversion coating and chrome-free thin organic coating chemicals for GI, GA, and other zinc alloys, based on mainly based on zirconium, titanium, and some field-forming polymer. Now, presently, it is the growing need of the industry to use chrome-free coatings to meet environmental regulations. So it is our endeavor and our effort to develop chrome-free coating chemicals from purely inorganic to versatile thin organic coating. So in this presentation, we'll highlight in brief the background, types, chemistry, process control, and evaluation criteria required to obtain optimum properties. So what are the disadvantages of chromium 6 and chromium 3? We know chromium is a carcinogenic in nature. Chromium-based chemicals are highly hazardous to environment, water system, and all living species. Use of chromium 6 is restricted by ROHS and OSA. Critical effluent treatments is required for chromium-containing products. So ETP is more loaded. And chromium 3 is also not that safe. It can also be converted to partly chromium 6 on prolonged UV exposure. On the other hand, what are the advantages of chrome-free secondary coating? Environmental acceptability, straightway. It is compliant with ROHS, ELV, all international standards. Without chromium also, we are getting satisfactory corrosion resistance similar to chrome 6 or chrome 3. It is also compatible with paint and top coat. Very easy waste treatment and disposal. Higher heat resistance. So at high temperature also it will be coated. And products can be free from both complex and free fluorides also. It can contain fluoride, it can also free from fluorides. So if we go through the hazard classification of different coatings, what we find? Hexavalent chromium content, chromium rich coatings are having all hazardous classification. Then the trichrome was developed. Trichrome is also corrosive and it is also harmful, irritant and sensitizing. Yes, chrome free is also, there is harmful, irritant. Long-term health hazard is also there in chrome free. But if VOC free technology can be used, it can reduce the health hazard also. So chrome free is the best option what we have in the present context. Now, if we see the chrome free secondary coating possibilities, what are the different possibilities? See, we can coat it on the substrate like GI, GL, GA, ZAM, Aluzi, hot dip zinc and zinc alloy. So these are the, in the top portion, you can see, these are the substrate. Then there are two types of chrome-free technology. One is alkaline and another is acidic. If we go through the alkaline, it can be chrome-free passivation. It can be chrome-free TOC, like thin organic coating or acrylic resin. And it can be chrome-free lubricate. And if we go to the acidic zone, we can have chrome-free passivation, chrome-free TOC, chrome-free pre-treatment prior to CCL, and primer and paint. And it can be chrome-free passivation cum TOC. In neat condition, it can be used as TOC. With diluted condition, it can be used as passivation with different concentration. And what are the chemical types which are used? There is no chromium. It can be titanium based. It can be zirconium or silane or silica based, polymer based, or it can be combination of two or more of the components I have already talked about. What is the basic composition? I'll just explain of the chrome-free chemical. Inorganic part will be the zirconium or titanium. Polymer is basically water-based acrylics and silane. And there are some additives for corrosion inhibitors, nanoparticles, leveling agents, and foam controlling agent so that there is no foam in the bath. Formation of coating. When it is wet film, it is the zirconium, titanium plus polymer and additives. Then it is heated, water is evaporated, and we get the dry film, and we get the chrome-free secondary coating. Application. Application, it should be only roll coater application. Dip and squeeze or spray and squeeze will be a bit problem because there is some polymer in the system. Bath makeup is mainly 100%, or it can be diluted depending on the composition. Application temperature is room temperature, 40 degrees Celsius. So no heating is required. So decarbonization, we are saving the energy. Drying PMT 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. Maybe in future that drying PMT will also come down. And substrates are suitable for zinc, zinc alloy coated steel strip, any zinc coated steel. These are some lab tests we have done on GA and GI. For GA, we have got up to around 240 hours. After 240 hours, we have got 5% white rust. And for GI, we have got after 168 hours, 5% white rust as per ASTM B117. Paintability test has been done also with 10 joule impact force and 80 microns coating thickness. Paintability was perfect. There is no cracking after the impact test. No paint peel off. This effluent treatment is much easier compared to the chrome based chemical, only neutralized with the acid or alkali, depending on whether the product is acidic or alkaline. Then keep aside for some settlement, and then centrifuge. Filtrate you can take out, and sludge you can dispose it to the authorized agent. Then filtrate can be again settled with acidic settling agent, and again it can be centrifuged or filtered, or filtrate can be discarded by maintaining the local PCB norms, and sludge can be disposed. So compared to the chromium coat containing passivation or TOC, this is much easier and less hazardous. So in the conclusion, what I would like to say is that finally it is the chrome-free coatings are our future. Yes, it will cost more compared to chrome-containing chemicals. But if we are talking about green steel, if we are talking about sustainability, and if we talk about the future of our next generation, we should talk about, or we should start thinking about using more and more chrome-free coatings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker are Meryl Alvin Inns, International Sales and Process Engineer, AD International BV, the Netherlands, and Shailesh Pathak, Manager Marketing, Flowchart India Private Limited. I think both of you are speaking in a single. You alone, no? Speaking later. Okay, right.
Good evening, everyone, and nice to be talking to you again. Steel industry is faced with a lot of challenges, and indeed it carries on because the challenge to describe the technologies we have in surface treatment to cope with sustainable products in steel in 8 minutes is indeed a challenge. But one of the advantages is I can skip my introduction. I had a nice joke planned, but I'll save it for the cocktail session and dive straight into it. So let's try and skip the slides. This is a video, but I think it's going to take too long to play. So can we skip the video? Thanks. So going straight into it, we've talked this morning about a lot about sustainability, green steel, and particularly in Europe, we are faced with challenges such as the EU Green Challenge, which means we have to be carbon neutral by 2050. And by 2030, a lot of measures need to be in place already to keep up with that ambitious target. A small introduction of our company, AD Coil Coating Technologies, together with our partners Flowchart. Shailesh has joined me today. We have a product portfolio that is focused for the surface treatment of coil coating in the flat products in particular. If you look on the product portfolio that we have, it does look not much different than what you would see from a chemical supplier, cleaners, pretreatments, passivations, TOCs, and so on. Included in this is added value products such as booster lubrication. For example, for automotive application, where we need to have a lubrication before the press shop, it's possible to apply a thin organic coating at the end of your galvanizing line to assist with the post processes and in the automotive lines. We've also got products which we can supply for silicon steel, electrical steel coatings, which are also chrome-free. But as I said, it looks a typical product portfolio, but what makes this different and what we've been doing is AD stands for Advanced Tech Development. We've come up with a portfolio of products that we have been working on with the challenges of the steel industry and the substrates in mind. It almost happened by accident that these products are actually already available before the steel has changed, before the substrate has changed. That's a long story in itself, but I've handpicked a few products. One is a completely chrome-free, what looks as a thin organic coating, but based on a modular concept, a water-based product, which can be used as a TOC for the appliance white goods industry. But what makes this different from other standard chrome-free products that we have in the market? The best way to explain this is if we start on the left, you will see that this can be used as a standard passivation product. But with the same product based on a modular system, by simply increasing the concentration, you are able to increase the coating weight of the product, and automatically you have, with one product, a thin organic coating, which I've just shown in the previous slide. This would give you the typical product properties that you would expect from a thin organic coating, such as the improved corrosion resistance and the extra functionality. What happens if you have more demanding customers? You are looking for more properties with respect to mechanical resistance, anti-fretting, thin organic, anti-fingerprint properties, and so on. Well, simply by a simple addition of a polymer onto the same base product on your line, you can have an enhanced thin organic coating. So with one product, you can have multiple applications. Typical applications of this very quickly is these can be translated into colored thin organic coatings. So this gives you opportunities to enter into markets where possibly painted products may not be needed, and you could produce a product that is less than 1 micron thick instead of supplying a 25 micron polyester, for example. I'd just like to spend the bulk or majority of my time that I have on this slide, which looks a little busy. And our marketing team is working on making it more friendly to the eye. But if you look on the left, it's a continuous galvanizing line. Imagine if you could not use rust preventative oil at the end of your galvanizing line. You replace this with a passivation pretreatment or thin organic coating, as we call it, a very thin coating that can go directly into a color coating line, for example. In the color coating line, you eliminate your alkaline degreasing, you eliminate your pretreatment stage, you go directly into primer top coat. So directly from your galvanizing line, storage, or directly into color coating, eliminating the pretreatment process, and you've got a finished product. The implications of this, as you can imagine, are substantial. Purely the rust preventative oil cost saving in itself, but you can also imagine the savings in not being able to have a pretreatment on a color coating line. So these are possible options that you have by these added value products that we are producing, some of the options that you have to be able to enter into various markets. A typical application of this is in sandwich panels, for example. A further application. Imagine if you have this direct application and in sandwich panels, you have a back coat, but the back coat is not really needed because if you look on a sandwich panel, you are applying a foam at the bottom, so all you need is the top coat. By having a direct application where you have no back coat, you can imagine the amount of savings besides the savings that you would have or not have, not needing to put a back coat onto your panel. This would mean that you have less waste, less recycling. On a typical color coating line, for example, the amount of back coat that you would save would be approximately, if you are producing 6 million square meters per month, a typical cost saving of close to 200 tons per month, which is in the average of approximately 7 crore rupees per month, which is a substantial saving. These are the kind of opportunities that you have with products that have been built to be sustainable. But what I've been talking about as well is creating added value and being able to have products where you have which you have made into green products ready for future steel, but also ready for further developments and further innovation properties. Sorry to have rushed to it. Shailesh and I are more than happy to talk to you about this further if there are any questions. But in summary, what we've done is we've identified the challenges in the market, are up to the challenge with innovative products. This is just one example that we've showed to you, but we have many, which are all ROHS free, and we're ready to enter. We cannot do it alone, together with you as steel partners, to be able to develop further for the new steel that we have ahead of us. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next speaker is Shailesh Pathak, Manager Marketing, Flowchart India Private Limited.
Good evening, everyone. So basically, I don't have the slide. Already Mr. Merrill has informed that we are the partner. And our surface treatment chemicals are totally based on the sustainability. So basically, our products are modular based product. So basically, this is applicable for the multi-substrate and multi-application. So currently, you have to keep the stock, different stock for the GI, for the GL, for the JAM, if you have the Alphan. But our product, you can use a single product for all the substrate and for the different application like passivation, like TOC. When we are coming to our special product, that is the direct CCL application, like already you have seen in the PPT. So basically, in color coating, you don't need any degreasing, you don't need any passivation. You can directly go for the either primer coating or finish coating. If it is mono coating, definitely primer is not required. So you can imagine the cost saving. And again, when we are talking about the sustainability, definitely degreasing chemical is not required. That means a lot of water we can save. So now in India, a lot of color coating lines are there. So definitely it can help to save the lot of waters also. Then again, our product also we have already optimized for the working on the low temperature. So earlier already we have designed it for the 45 degrees Celsius. But in India, actually some part of India, atmospheric temperature is sometimes more than the 45. Then we have optimized it for the 50 degrees Celsius. So even energy saving is there. And it's already running with a lot of esteemed customers as well. Then coming to the alkali cleaner also. Now our competitors also informed that we are working on the low temperature and low foaming the cleaners. In fact, it's not under the development. Now line trials has been started. And earlier it was the requirement was PMT like 70, 80, 90. But now we came to the up to 45 degree, like more than 45 degrees Celsius temperature alkali cleaner has been already taken in the line trials. So if you have any query, definitely Mr. Merrill and myself is there. We can discuss it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we have come to an end of this session. Just Salim ji is there. Salim Rahmani sir, the stage is all yours.
Mr. Salim Rahmani was born into a poor farming family in Uttar Pradesh. They were a family of 5 brothers and 1 sister. He was expected to contribute to the family income and thus had to discontinue his studies. Mr. Salim Rahmani has always had an entrepreneurial spirit. He used to go to melas as a kid and sell corn and peanuts. do odd jobs and explore various means to earn money. With little job options in his hometown, Mr. Salim Rahmani opted to relocate to Mumbai. He was just 14 years old when he first arrived in Mumbai. He had no experience and was accidentally hired to do day labor for a roofing company.
कहीं न कहीं एक तो करने की दृढ़ निश्चय और सोच थी, उसी की वजह से जो है कि हम कुछ कर पाए और आज भी हर दिन हर पल एक अच्छा करने को ही सोच रही है।
He got paid ₹35 for a full day's labor. That was a large sum for him at that time, and he worked very hard for it. Mr. Salim Rahmani was assigned complex installation projects or tasks that required him to climb heights. He was always the first to offer to do such risky jobs. He learned a lot about the roofing industry in just a few years. He left his job in 1996 owing to a misunderstanding. Mr. Salim was devastated since he was deeply devoted to the organization. He was only 20 years old at that time. The following year, in 1997, Mr. Salim Rahmani decided to go out on his own and began doing small-time fabrication work. He used to put in 15 to 16 hours of effort per day. He began to build a solid reputation. Mr. Salim Rahmani was a responsible person by nature. He kept every promise he made to his customers. This led to more opportunities and a broader spectrum of initiatives. He began to assemble a team and began accepting projects outside of Mumbai.
जिसमें हम रूफिंग लोगों को इंस्टॉलेशन सर्विस प्रोवाइड करने लगे। बात तो हम 2009 तक लेते हैं, 2009 में हम उसे अपग्रेड करके एक नाम दिया फ्राइडे, इसमें हमने बेसिकली इंस्टॉलेशन अपग्रेडेड पार्ट।
गुड इवनिंग। बेसिकली फैसल रूफिंग सॉल्यूशन इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, ये 2011 में हमने ये कंपनी एज ए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के रूप में स्टार्ट किया। देन हमने इस फील्ड में, मैंने इसके पहले भी पैनल डिस्कशन में बताया था कि लास्ट 34 ईयर से मैं इस फील्ड में इंस्टॉलेशन से लेके ट्रेडिंग और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक मैंने सफ़र तय किया। अगर देखने के लिए जाएंगे तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते समय बहुत सारी चीज़ें फैसल रूफिंग ने कस्टमाइज प्रोडक्ट बनाया। कस्टमाइज मीन्स मतलब हमारा स्लोगन ही है कि आप सोचिए हम बनाएंगे, जैसा आप सोचेंगे वैसा हम बनाएंगे। सोच आपकी होगी, खोज हमारी होगी। तो हमेशा रूफिंग में आप देखेंगे, प्री इंजीनियरिंग बिल्डिंग में कहने को तो एक बिल्डिंग है, लेकिन हज़ारों पार्ट लगता है, जिसमें जो है कि हर पार्ट का अलग डिज़ाइन, ड्राइंग और कस्टमाइज करना होता है। तो हमने काफ़ी इतने सालों में जो है कि इतने सारे प्रोडक्ट बनाए रूफिंग के, और पूरे उसमें जो है कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें अभी इंडिया में, मैं आप लोगों को बता दूं कि एक अभी तक का बहुत सारे मेट्रो स्टेशन या पोर्ट है या एयरपोर्ट है जहाँ पर बहुत सारी दूर कॉलम टू कॉलम लगता है, वहाँ के लिए जो है कि कई बार क्या होता है, स्टील बहुत ज़्यादा जाता है डिज़ाइन करने में। उसके लिए हमने एक पर्लिंग अभी 4 mm और 400 और 125 बेप के इस 4 mm थिकनेस से, जिसमें जो है कि काफ़ी आसानी हो जाएगी। कॉलम की दूरी हम लंबा कर सकते हैं, यानी 12 मीटर तक कर सकते हैं, तो उसमें जगह का भी बचत हो जाएगा। इसी तरह से बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट हमारे पास कस्टमाइज है कि जो हम बनाते हैं। तो बस इतना ही कहूँगा, समय भी काफ़ी लेट हो चुका है। लास्ट इस प्रोग्राम को जो है कि अगर आखिरी मरहला तक लेके जाए तो मैं एक शायरी के साथ चाहूँगा कि इसे ख़त्म करूँ। कहते हैं, यही जज्बा रहा तो मुश्किलों का हल भी निकलेगा, यही जज्बा रहा तो मुश्किलों का हल भी निकलेगा, जमी बंजर हुई तो क्या वहीं से जल भी निकलेगा।
और ना मायूस हो अंधेरों में मेरे साथी, इन्हीं रातों के दामन से सुनहरा कल भी निकलेगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think the whole session has been summarized in such a way that it has started with Megathum induction furnace, and then after that, zinc coated steel, and then sustainable green steel. Coming to the chrome free secondary coating, then digital transformations, advancement, and finally the home, the roofing solutions. So it has all the ingredients for a very big discussions which have been done in the last 1.5 hour. Before closing, I just want to remember my friend Nirmal, with whom I was working from 2000 2001 during COVID time, and he had arranged 51 webinars during the COVID time. So I think he is not here today. He is remotely sitting in an hospital, controlling all of us, conducting that kind of webinar. It's a seminar, a remote control seminar. So I wish him, he is a pocket dynamite. I know he will be coming back with a small man, but his thinking, his ideas, his courage to conduct this kind of bigger conference, it is really a just I can't believe it that a small man can do this much. And he has been a threadbare for whole steel industry. If steel industry is a garland, he is the thread, and all of us are flowers. Thank you. I wish him all the best. May God bless him for his quick and successful recovery. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to our chairperson and also to our panelists. Can we have some bigger round of applause? Well, first of all, I request our chairperson, session chairperson, Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, that we have as a panelist, Mr. L. Pugazendi, sir, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. And while giving away the award, sir was not there. So I'll request Orgo, sir, to present the award as well as the memento to Mr. L. Pugazendi. Can we have a big round of applause, please? We'll start with this. And yes, sir, louder applause from all of you, please. Mr. L. Pugazendi, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. Thank you so much, sir. We are honored by presenting you this award. It's completely our honor. Thank you so much. I now request Pradipto sir to hand over the token of honor and memento, firstly to our session chairman, Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, Director, School of Mines, Kazi Nazrul University. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for moderating the session in such a wonderful way and enriching us. To Mr. Asim Gill, Vice President, Yodidi DG Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. To Mr. Nirmal Kumar Mukherjee, GM Marketing, and Dr. Vidut Kumar Manna, VP R&D, GTZ India Private Limited. Can we have some louder applause, please? To Merrill Alvin Inc., International Sales and Process Engineer, AD International, BV, the Netherlands, and Sailesh Pathak also, Manager of Marketing, Flowchart India Private Limited. Can we have big round of applause, please, for all our panelists? To Vikas Varshania, sir, Director, Megatherm Induction Limited. To Salim Rehmani, sir, Founder and CMD, Faisal Roofing Solutions Private Limited. Can we have some applause, everybody, please? Thank you so much. To all our panelists, our moderators, well, this was the last session. Thank you so much for all of your patience. Well, dinner starts from 7 o'clock. It's up in the third floor deck. As we know that the cruise dinner has been cancelled, so you have to go up to the third floor and take left. There, the dinner will be starting from 7. Till then, you can have tea, coffee, and enjoy this beautiful place. Thank you so much, all of you. We end this wonderful, wonderful conference over here. Once again, a big round of applause, all of you. Ankit sir, yeah.
Yeah, just a small announcement from my end. We found a pair of car keys. If it belongs to someone, you can please come and collect it from anyone from our team. And of course, you can have tea, coffee now, and the dinner will start in about 1 hour, 45 minutes. So at 7 o'clock, you can all head upstairs and then to the left, and the dinner will be served on the deck. Thank you so much, and hope to see you all again tomorrow.